Long ago, when the world was younger and humanity stood in awe of the forces that shaped their lives, water was something more than what it is today. It was a mystery, a presence. It could give life, but it could also take it away without warning. People built their homes near rivers and lakes, depending on the water for food, transport, and survival. But as much as they relied on it, they feared it too. The dark, still lakes and fast-moving rivers held something they couldn't quite see, a shadow lurking just below the surface. For ancient people, water wasn't just a physical thing. It was alive. It was powerful and unpredictable. Some days, it flowed calmly, bringing fish to the nets and quenching thirst. Other days, it raged and swallowed up anything or anyone in its path. They believed that these violent moods were caused by creatures that lived beneath the surface. Creatures that were far from human, far from friendly. These monsters weren't just imagined to frighten children. They were real, at least in the minds of those who spoke of them around the fire at night, eyes wide with fear. In the quiet villages along the Nile River, there were whispers of something ancient and hungry beneath the water. Mothers would warn their children not to stray too close to the riverbank after dark. They told stories of men who went to fetch water and never came back, their cries drowned by the roar of the river. It was said that a creature with the body of a crocodile and the soul of a demon lived there. It would lie in wait, still as a stone, until someone foolish enough came too close. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it would drag them under, leaving nothing but ripples on the surface. Far to the north, in the icy lands of Scandinavia, people spoke of Naken, a shape-shifting water spirit. In some stories, Naken appeared as a beautiful white horse grazing by the riverbank. But anyone who dared to climb onto its back would be carried straight into the water, never to be seen again. In other tales, it took the form of a handsome man playing a haunting melody on a violin. His music was so beautiful that people couldn't resist it. They would walk, trance-like, toward the sound until they stepped into the water and drowned. The villagers lived in constant fear of the water's edge, knowing that beauty and terror often went hand in hand when it came to the creatures of the rivers and lakes. Across the world, in the dense forests of South America, the indigenous people spoke of Yakamama, the mother of waters. Yakamama was a massive serpent, so large that she could swallow a canoe whole. She guarded the rivers and lakes, punishing anyone who dared to harm her waters. Fishermen would offer small sacrifices to her, praying for her favor, hoping to avoid her wrath. But when Yakamama was angry, nothing could stop her. The river would rise without warning, sweeping away entire villages in a matter of minutes. The survivors would say it was Yakamama's doing, a punishment for their disrespect of the river. In Japan, there were tales of Kappa, small but terrifying creatures that lived in the rivers. Kappa had the bodies of children but with green skin, webbed hands, and a dish-like depression on their heads filled with water. They were tricksters, sometimes playing harmless pranks on people. But when angered, they could be deadly. They would drag their victims into the water, pulling them under with their unnatural strength. Some believed that the only way to survive an encounter with a Kappa was to bow deeply. If the creature bowed in return, the water in the dish on its head would spill, leaving it powerless. Water wasn't just feared for its monsters, though. It was sacred, worshipped, and revered. Many cultures believed that rivers and lakes were home to gods and goddesses. In India, the Ganges River wasn't just a source of water, it was the physical embodiment of the goddess Ganga. Her waters were said to purify the soul and wash away sins. But the river also demanded respect. Those who defiled it would face her wrath, not just in this life, but in the next. Yet, with all this reverence came a quiet understanding that water could not be tamed. It could be prayed to, and offerings could be made, but in the end, it belonged to something far older, far more powerful than human beings. The creatures of the rivers and lakes were reminders of that. They were symbols of water's unpredictable nature, beautiful and serene one moment, deadly and terrifying the next. In Africa, the story of Mokumbembe spread through the villages along the Congo River. The creature was said to be massive, with a body like a dinosaur and a long neck. It was a relic from an ancient time, surviving where no one else could. It lived in the darkest, most remote parts of the river, where few dared to venture. The river, vast and uncharted, seemed endless. And within that endlessness, Mokombembe roamed, unseen, but always there, a reminder that humans were not alone. As centuries passed, these stories of river and lake monsters became more than just myths. They were woven into the very fabric of daily life. The fear of what lay beneath the surface of the water was not just superstition. It was a real, living fear, grounded in the unpredictability of nature itself. Water, in all its forms, was a force that could not be fully understood or controlled. And so, the monsters of rivers and lakes became a way for people to give a face to their fears. They became a way to explain the unexplainable, to find reason in the chaos. For the people who lived by the water, every ripple on the surface, every unexplained current, was a sign. A warning. The water was alive, and the creatures who lived within it were always watching, waiting. The rivers and lakes held secrets that no one could truly know. And perhaps, that was how it was meant to be. There is something about rivers and lakes that feels different from anything else. They are more than just water. They are ancient, timeless. Even today, standing on the edge of a riverbank, watching the current flow by, it's hard not to feel like you're staring into something beyond what you can see. In ancient times, people believed that rivers and lakes were portals, gateways to other worlds. They weren't just bodies of water, but places where the boundaries between the human world and the unknown became thin, so thin that, if you weren't careful, you might slip through. One of the oldest stories whispered about rivers is that they carry the souls of the dead. In Greek mythology, the river Styx was more than just water. It was the passageway between life and death, the crossing point that every soul had to make after they left this world. But crossing the river wasn't as simple as stepping into a boat. The Styx was guarded by Charon, the boatman, who demanded payment for safe passage. If the dead couldn't pay, they were left to wander the shores of the river forever, trapped between worlds. The river's waters, dark and cold, weren't just a physical barrier. They were a reminder of the finality of death, of how once you crossed, there was no coming back. But rivers didn't only carry the dead. In many cultures, they were seen as gateways to other realms, places where gods, spirits, and magical beings crossed into the human world. In the ancient stories of the Celtic people, rivers were believed to be the dwelling places of fairies and mystical beings. On certain nights, when the moon was full and the mist hung low over the water, it was said that you could see the fairy folk dancing along the river's edge. Some brave souls claimed they had been pulled into the water by unseen hands, only to find themselves in a world more beautiful and strange than anything they had ever known. A world where time flowed differently, where a single night by the water could turn into 100 years in the human world. Lakes, too, held this power. There is an old legend told in the hills of Scotland about a lake so deep that no one had ever found its bottom. On calm nights, when the surface was still as glass, people said you could see the reflection of another world in the water, a world that mirrored ours but was different in small, unsettling ways. In this reflection, the trees were taller, the hills steeper, and the air seemed thicker, almost like it was waiting for something. Those who stared too long at their reflection said they began to feel pulled toward it, as if the lake was calling them, urging them to step into the water and become part of that mirrored world. Few who answered that call ever returned, and those who did came back changed, their eyes distant, as if they had seen something they could never fully explain. In Native American myths, lakes were seen as places where spirits could pass freely between worlds. The water was a doorway, and those who knew how to read its signs could use it to communicate with the spirits of their ancestors. Shamans would sit by the water's edge, watching the ripples and reflections, waiting for a sign from the other side. They believed that beneath the surface, there was an entire world, a world where the spirits of the dead lived, waiting to offer guidance and wisdom. But this world was not without its dangers. Sometimes, the spirits would reach out, pulling the living into their watery domain, trapping them there forever. Even today, there are stories of lakes that seem to hold something more. In Siberia, there is a legend of a lake called Baikal, the deepest lake in the world. The people who live around its shores believe that it is not just a lake, but a portal to another time. They say that on certain nights, when the stars are bright and the wind is still, you can see ghostly figures walking across the surface of the water, figures from the past, dressed in ancient clothes, carrying out lives long forgotten. Some say these are the souls of those who drowned in the lake, forever trapped between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Others believe they are travelers from another time, glimpses of a world that exists parallel to our own. Rivers, too, have this strange ability to blur the lines between worlds. In Chinese mythology, the Yellow River was said to be the passageway between the mortal world and the heavens. Legends told of gods who traveled to earth by descending the river's currents, bringing with them wisdom and magic. But the river was also dangerous. Those who angered it by polluting its waters or failing to honor its power were said to be cursed. The river would rise, swallowing homes and villages, dragging them into its depths where they would remain, lost forever in the waters that connected the world of the living and the world of the divine. In the forests of Africa, the rivers were seen as living beings, guardians of the boundary between the human world and the world of spirits. It was believed that at certain bends in the river, where the current slowed and the waters seemed unnaturally calm, the spirits gathered. These places were sacred, and only the most powerful healers and shamans could approach them. The spirits of the river could offer great blessings, but they could also take, pulling anyone who disrespected their waters into the other world, never to return. The idea of rivers and lakes as portals isn't just about crossing between life and death, or between human and spirit. Sometimes, these waters were seen as doorways to entirely different worlds, places that existed far beyond our understanding. In ancient Mesopotamian myths, it was said that the god Enki lived in the Abzu, a vast underground lake that held the knowledge of the universe. This lake wasn't part of the human world, but a hidden realm where only the gods could travel. The waters of the Abzu were sacred, and those who drank from them were said to gain the wisdom of the gods themselves. Even now, standing at the edge of a river or gazing into the depths of a lake, there's a feeling that something lies beyond what we can see. There's a pull, a quiet whisper that reminds us of the old stories. The stories of gateways and other worlds, of spirits and gods that wait just beneath the surface. Maybe, in some way, those ancient people were right. Maybe the rivers and lakes still hold those secrets, waiting for the right moment, the right person, to cross through. The sound of rushing water echoed through the village, as it had for centuries. To the people living there, the river wasn't just a river. It was alive. Every ripple, every current, carried the presence of something ancient and powerful. The river was their provider, but it was also their protector, and sometimes, their punisher. They knew this because they believed in the spirits that lived beneath its surface, watching over them, guiding them, and deciding their fate. These spirits weren't just myth, they were real. And everyone, young and old, knew the weight of their presence. In the stillness of the early morning, just as the mist lifted from the water, the elders would gather at the riverbank. With hands shaking slightly from age, they tossed small offerings into the water, pieces of fruit, grains, or sometimes even the first catch of the day. They did this to honor the river spirit, to thank it for its generosity, and to ask for mercy. There had been stories, passed down through the generations, of what happened to those who failed to show respect. Crops would fail, fish would vanish, and worst of all, the river would rise, swallowing the village whole. The river spirit's wrath was as mighty as its gift of life. Across the world, water spirits held this same duality. In Egypt, the Great Nile was not just the heart of the civilization, it was sacred, a living entity. The people believed it was watched over by Hapi, the god of the Nile. When the river flooded its banks, bringing rich soil to the land, the people would celebrate. They believed Hapi was showing favor, smiling down on their hard work. But if the river didn't flood, or if it surged too much, wiping away homes and farms, they saw it as a sign that Hapi was displeased. To keep his favor, they made offerings, built temples in his name, and prayed that he would continue to bless them with the balance only he could control. In Greece, water spirits played a different role. There, the gods of Olympus ruled over everything, but water nymphs, known as naiads, were seen as guardians of specific springs, rivers, and lakes. They were beautiful, enchanting creatures who could bless the water they lived in. If a Nayat favored a person, they could heal sickness, bring good fortune, or ensure a bountiful harvest. But these spirits, like the water they represented, were unpredictable. A Nayad's anger could cause droughts, plagues, or even madness. Travelers who wandered too close to their sacred pools without permission sometimes vanished without a trace, their fate lost to the depths. The relationship between humans and water spirits wasn't always based on fear. In many places, it was a bond, a connection born of mutual respect. In Africa, the people of the Yoruba tribe believed in a powerful goddess named Ashin. She was the goddess of rivers, of fertility, and of love. Her waters could bring life to the land, and her spirit was one of kindness and beauty. When the women of the tribe struggled to bear children, they would go to the river, bathe in its sacred waters, and offer prayers to Ashin. They believed that through her mercy, they would be blessed with children. But Ashin was not just a bringer of life, she was also a fierce protector of those she loved. If anyone tried to harm her waters or the people who worshipped her, she would rise from the river, her wrath unstoppable, like the wildest of floods. In Japan, stories of water spirits ran through every village. The most feared and revered of these was the kappa. The kappa were mischievous creatures, child-sized with the face of a monkey and the shell of a turtle. They lived in rivers, and their influence over water was unmatched. Parents would warn their children never to go near the river without first paying respect to the kappa. Those who didn't might be pulled into the water by invisible hands, drowned, or worse, left to wander forever in the realm of spirits. But despite their mischief, kappa were also known to form bonds with humans. If someone showed them kindness, offering them cucumbers, their favorite food, they could become protectors of that family, ensuring the river would never bring harm to them. The villagers knew that the kappa's friendship was rare, but once earned, it was a bond that lasted for generations. The people of the Andes in South America lived in the shadow of towering mountains and alongside the shores of crystal-clear lakes. They believed that every lake was the home of a water spirit, a guardian who watched over the land. The most powerful of these spirits was Supri, the god of the underworld who controlled the waters of Lake Titicaca. The people would leave offerings at the lake's edge, knowing that if Supri was pleased, he would protect their crops, ensure rains came at the right time, and keep their livestock healthy. But they also knew the dangers of disrespecting the lake. There were stories of entire villages that had been swallowed by its depths after offending the spirit, lost forever beneath the cold, dark waters. Water spirits didn't only protect and punish, they also taught. In Norse mythology, the goddess Ran ruled the seas, but she wasn't a spirit to be taken lightly. Sailors, who relied on the sea for their livelihood, knew that Ran's mood was as changeable as the waves. Before setting sail, they would pray to her, offering gold or fish, hoping to win her favor. But when storms raged and ships were lost beneath the waves, they believed it was Ran who had pulled the sailors down into her underwater kingdom. Yet even in her fury, there was wisdom. Those who listened to the sea, who respected its power, learned how to survive the fiercest storms. And those who didn't? Well, they joined Ran's ever-growing collection of lost souls. In every corner of the ancient world, water spirits were believed to be woven into the fabric of life. They were powerful beings who demanded respect, but they were also givers of life, of knowledge, of protection. The rivers and lakes that flowed through villages and cities weren't just sources of water, they were living, breathing forces that shaped the lives of everyone who lived near them. The bond between humans and water spirits was a delicate one. It was built on a mix of awe, respect, fear, and love. These spirits were more than just guardians, they were part of the world's heartbeat, carrying with them the mysteries of the waters they ruled. From the stillest lakes to the fiercest rivers, they were always there, watching, waiting, deciding. For the people of the ancient world, life and death flowed together in the waters, and the spirits within them were the key to both. In the misty forests of Scandinavia, where the rivers ran cold and the nights were long, parents would warn their children to stay away from the water. It wasn't the cold they feared, nor the swift currents. It was something much darker. They spoke of the Nixies and the Nakans, spirits that lurked beneath the surface, waiting with patience only ancient beings could have. These spirits were known for their beauty, for their haunting songs, and for their insatiable desire to pull people into their watery graves. There were stories of how the Nixies appeared to lonely travelers, taking the form of women with long, flowing hair, their faces soft and innocent. They would sit on the banks of rivers, combing their hair with fingers that moved as if guided by the wind. They would sing, a melody so beautiful it seemed to drift straight from the heart of the river itself. The sound was impossible to resist, like a lullaby calling you home. Travelers would stop in their tracks, drawn to the song like a moth to a flame, unable to turn away. And as they stepped closer, closer still, the Nixie would rise from the water, her pale eyes glinting in the moonlight. She would smile, reaching out her hand. And those who took it would never return. People spoke in hushed tones of how the river would swallow them whole, silently, as if they had never been there. Sometimes, if the night was especially still, the villagers claimed they could hear their faint cries, carried on the wind, as the river closed over their heads. Some said that if you listened closely enough, you could hear their voices in the rippling waters, pleading to be freed from the depths, forever trapped in the cold embrace of the Nixies' world. But the Nakins were something else entirely. Unlike the Nixies, whose beauty lured in their victims, the Nakins were shapeshifters, masters of deception. They could become anything, a handsome man, a wild horse, even a beautiful flower growing by the river's edge. Their forms changed with the desires of those they targeted. Some said the Nakins had the ability to read the hearts of their prey, becoming exactly what their victims wanted most. In one village, there was a tale of a young woman named Astrid who longed for love more than anything. She would walk by the river every evening, hoping, dreaming that one day she might meet someone who could love her as deeply as she loved them. One night, as the fog rolled over the water, she saw a figure standing at the edge of the river, a man, tall and dark-haired, his eyes reflecting the light of the moon. He looked at her with such tenderness that her heart leapt in her chest. Without thinking, she approached him, her pulse quickening with every step. The man smiled, his voice soft and full of warmth. "I have been waiting for you," he whispered, his hand reaching out to hers. Astrid, feeling as though she had been waiting her whole life for this moment, took his hand. But the moment their fingers touched, his eyes changed. They grew cold, distant, like the icy depths of the river itself. Before she could pull away, his grip tightened, and with a sudden, terrifying force, he dragged her into the water. The river surged around them, the cold water biting at her skin as she struggled to break free. But it was no use. The Nakin's form shifted beneath the water, becoming one with the current, pulling her down, down into the dark, until there was nothing left but silence. The villagers found her the next day, her body washed up on the shore, her eyes wide with terror. They buried her by the river, leaving flowers by her grave, praying that the Nakin would leave them in peace. But they knew, deep down, that the river would never truly be safe. Not while the Nakin still lived in its depths. In some stories, the Nakins took the form of horses, beautiful, wild creatures that roamed the forests at dusk. Their coats gleamed like freshly fallen snow, their manes flowing in the wind. They would graze near the water's edge, waiting for someone to come close. Children, fascinated by the sight of these majestic animals, would try to approach them, their small hands reaching out to stroke their soft fur. But the moment they climbed onto the horse's back, it would bolt toward the river, running faster than any horse should be able to. The child, too terrified to jump off, would cling to its neck as the water rushed up to meet them. And just as the horse reached the riverbank, it would leap into the water, its form dissolving into the depths. The child would be dragged under, their cries lost in the sound of rushing water. The parents would search for days, but they knew what had happened. The river had claimed another soul, the Nakin had taken another life. The fear of the Nakins ran so deep that even the bravest warriors would not go near the river at night. The villagers would place charms and offerings at the water's edge, hoping to appease the spirits, to keep them at bay. But the Nakins were patient. They could wait for years, even decades, before striking again. And when they did, it was always swift, always without warning. Some said that there were ways to outsmart the Nakins. It was believed that if you bowed deeply when you met one, the water in the dish on their heads would spill, rendering them powerless. But few dared to test this theory, for the price of failure was too high. Others believed that music could hold them at bay. It was said that the Nakans loved music, and that if you played a song on the violin that was beautiful enough, they would listen, captivated, giving you just enough time to escape. But these were just stories, passed down from generation to generation. In truth, no one knew how to stop the Nakans or the Nixies. The river was their home, their domain, and those who ventured too close risked everything. The water, with all its beauty and mystery, was a place of danger, and the spirits that lived within it were as old as the rivers themselves. To this day, in the quiet villages nestled by the Scandinavian rivers, people still speak of the Nixies and Nakans. They warn their children to stay away from the water, to never trust what they see near its edge. For in the mist and the moonlight, the spirits still wait, their cold hands reaching from beneath the surface, ready to pull the unsuspecting into their watery graves. The jungle was alive with sound, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant calls of birds, and the endless gurgle of the river as it wound its way through the heart of the Aztec lands. But beneath that familiar song of nature, there was something else, something darker. The elders spoke of it in whispered tones, their faces grim, warning anyone who would listen, never stray too close to the water. For lurking beneath the surface was something far more terrifying than anything the forest could offer. Its name was Awazabal, and it was said to be the river's greatest secret, its deadliest predator. The Awazabal was no ordinary creature. The stories described it as a beast unlike any other, with the body of a sleek dog, but with sharp, jagged spikes along its back. Its most terrifying feature, however, was its hand, an extra, human-like hand, at the end of its long, whip-like tail. That hand, the stories said, was what dragged people into the river, pulling them under before they even realized what had happened. It was twilight when the first man disappeared. He had been a fisherman, his family waiting for him by the shore. The sun was setting, casting a golden light over the water. His canoe floated peacefully, the surface of the river so still it looked like glass. And then, in an instant, the peace was shattered. The man's wife, watching from the shore, heard a splash, sharp, violent. She ran to the water's edge, calling out his name, but all she could see were the ripples where the canoe had been. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming fast, but the river remained silent, as if nothing had happened. For hours, they searched, calling out into the darkness, hoping to find him clinging to a tree branch or washed up on the shore. But he was gone. The river had swallowed him whole. The elders gathered by the water's edge, their faces grim as they spoke of the Awazabal. "It has taken him," they said, their voices heavy with sorrow. "The river beast has claimed another." Days passed, and the river's hunger only seemed to grow. More people vanished, hunters, travelers, even children who wandered too close to the water's edge. Each time, the villagers would hear the same story, a splash, a cry, and then nothing. The Awazabal left no trace. No body was ever found. The river simply opened up, taking its victims into the depths, and the beast would return to its silent vigil, waiting for the next to stray too close. There were those who believed the Awazabal was more than just a mindless predator. Some said it was a guardian of the river, protecting its waters from those who dared to disrespect it. Others thought it was a spirit, sent by the gods to punish those who had wronged the natural world. But whatever it was, one thing was certain, it was merciless. One night, a young man named Izel, brave and foolish in equal measure, decided he would put an end to the terror that had gripped his village. He was tired of living in fear, tired of seeing his friends and family vanish into the river. Armed with nothing but his spear and his courage, he set out toward the water, determined to face the beast. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the river. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves. Izel stood at the water's edge, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew the stories, knew what awaited him in the depths, but he refused to be afraid. He stepped into the shallows, the cold water lapping at his ankles, and called out to the Awazabal, daring it to show itself. For a long moment, there was nothing. The river was still, the night quiet. But then, from beneath the water, came a ripple. It started small, almost imperceptible, but it grew, spreading across the surface like the breath of something ancient and monstrous. Izel gripped his spear tighter, his eyes scanning the water, searching for any sign of the beast. And then he saw it. Just beneath the surface, a pair of glowing eyes stared up at him, unblinking, cold, and filled with a hunger that sent a chill down his spine. The water began to swirl around him, faster and faster, until the current was pulling at his legs, threatening to drag him under. But Izel stood his ground, raising his spear, ready to strike. The Awazabal rose from the river, its sleek body glistening in the moonlight, its long tail whipping through the air, ending in that terrible, human-like hand. It was larger than he had imagined, its teeth sharp and dripping with water, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. And then it lunged. Izel barely had time to react. The beast's tail lashed out, that hand reaching for him with terrifying speed. He swung his spear, but the Awazabal was faster, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing into the water. The cold hit him like a wall, filling his lungs as he struggled to stay afloat. But the Awazabal was relentless. It circled him, its eyes never leaving his, the hand on its tail reaching, grabbing, pulling him under. The water closed over Izel's head, and for a moment, all was silent. The world became a blur of darkness and cold, his body tossed by the currents as the beast dragged him deeper, deeper into its domain. His lungs burned, his muscles screamed, but still, he fought. He kicked and thrashed, his hands clawing at the water, trying desperately to break free from the Awazabal's grip. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the grip loosened. Izel's head broke the surface, and he gasped for air, his body trembling with exhaustion. He swam toward the shore, every stroke feeling heavier than the last, but the Awazabal did not follow. It had let him go. As he crawled onto the riverbank, coughing and shivering, Izel turned to look back at the water. The river was calm again, its surface smooth and still. The Awazabal had vanished, slipping back into the depths, leaving no trace of the battle that had just taken place. But Izel knew it was still there, waiting, watching. It had spared him, but he could feel the weight of its gaze, a promise that it would return. From that day on, Izel never spoke of what had happened by the river. He warned the others to stay away, to never trust the water, for the Awazabal was always hungry, always waiting for its next victim. The river, once a source of life, had become a place of fear, and the villagers knew that as long as the Awazabal lived beneath its surface, they would never be safe. The jungle continued to hum with life, the river still gurgled softly, but the shadow of the beast lingered in every ripple, and every breath of wind that touched the water. In the dense, humid rainforests of the Congo, where the trees grow so tall they blot out the sky, the river moves with a quiet intensity. The water, dark and endless, twists and turns through the jungle like a giant serpent, and there is a deep, ancient stillness that clings to the air. The people who live along the riverbanks have always known that the jungle holds many secrets. But none is more fearsome, more whispered about, than the creature known as Mokumbembe. They say it is not just a myth, not just a tale to scare children at night. The stories speak of something real, something that moves silently through the water, only rising to the surface when the jungle is at its quietest, when the moon is hidden behind clouds and the world holds its breath. The villagers know its shape, though few claim to have seen it and lived to tell the tale. It is said to be huge, as large as the oldest trees in the forest, with a body like that of a dinosaur, long and powerful, its skin thick and dark like the bark of the jungle itself. The old hunters would speak of the creature in low, trembling voices, remembering the times when they ventured too close to the water's edge. Mokumbembe, they would say, their eyes wide with fear, the one who stops the flow of rivers. The creature was feared not just for its size, but for the silence that came before it. The birds would stop singing. The insects would fall quiet. Even the wind would seem to hold back, as if the jungle itself knew that something terrible was about to happen. One night, years ago, a fisherman named Akono was out on the river. He had gone farther than usual, chasing a large catch, his canoe gliding silently through the dark water. The moon was a thin sliver, and the jungle seemed to stretch on forever in the shadows around him. As he paddled deeper into the unknown, the river widened, and a thick mist began to rise from the surface, swirling and clinging to his skin like cold fingers. There was an eerie calmness to the night, the kind that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Suddenly, the river stopped moving. Akono's paddle froze in the water, the current that had always guided him vanished, as if the river itself had come to a standstill. A strange stillness filled the air. The world felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. His heart began to race. And then he heard it, the deep, guttural rumble, like the earth groaning beneath him. It came from the water, from somewhere too close for comfort. Akono's hands tightened on the paddle, but before he could move, before he could react, something massive rose from the river. The water swelled around it, waves crashing against the sides of his canoe as the creature emerged. First came the neck, long, thick, and covered in rough, scaly skin. It rose higher and higher, its enormous body following, towering over him like a living mountain. Akono's breath caught in his throat as he stared up at it, too terrified to move. The creature's head, shaped like that of a reptile, swung slowly from side to side, its eyes gleaming like dark pools of oil in the faint moonlight. For a moment, everything was silent. Akono could hear nothing but the pounding of his own heartbeat, each thud loud in his ears. He didn't dare breathe, didn't dare blink. He could feel the weight of the creature's gaze on him, cold and ancient, as if it were sizing him up, deciding whether or not he was worth the trouble. The Mokombembe made no sound, no growl or roar. It didn't need to. Its sheer size, its presence, was enough to freeze a man where he stood, or sat, as Akono was, in his tiny canoe, dwarfed by the enormous beast. The water around it churned as the creature shifted, its enormous tail sweeping through the river, sending waves crashing against the trees that lined the banks. The force of it rocked Akono's canoe violently, nearly capsizing him. But still, he couldn't move. He was trapped in the creature's shadow, a speck of dust compared to the living giant before him. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the Mokombembe began to sink back into the water. Its massive form disappeared beneath the surface, the river swallowing it whole, the stillness returning as quickly as it had been broken. The jungle came back to life, birds cried out from the treetops, the wind rustled through the leaves, and the insects resumed their endless hum. But Akono sat frozen, his paddle clenched tightly in his hands, his heart still racing in his chest. He didn't know how long he sat there, staring at the spot where the creature had been, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. When he finally returned to the village, pale and shaken, no one believed him at first. They thought the river had played tricks on him, that the night had made him see things that weren't there. But the look in his eyes told a different story, a story of something ancient, something powerful that still lived in the rivers of the Congo, waiting in the depths for those who ventured too close. Over the years, more stories emerged, hunters who claimed to have heard the creature's distant rumble, villagers who swore they saw the water part as something massive moved beneath it. The tales varied, but one thing remained the same, the fear. No one dared to venture too far into the heart of the river anymore, not after Akono's encounter, not after the stories of the Mokombembe spread. To this day, the river remains a place of mystery, a place where the past and present seem to blur, where the shadows hold secrets older than anyone can remember. The Mokombembe, the great beast of the Congo, is more than just a myth. It is a living reminder of the power of nature, of the things we cannot explain, and the dangers that lurk just beneath the surface. The sea was calm that day, a deceptive calm that lured sailors into a false sense of security. The horizon stretched out endlessly, the sun gleaming off the water's surface like shattered glass. The crew of the ship, seasoned men who had braved storms and tempests, felt at ease. They had no idea that beneath the shimmering surface, something ancient and terrible was waiting for them. As the ship sailed closer to the Strait of Messina, the sailors grew quiet. There was something unsettling about the water here. The way it seemed to move without the wind, rippling in unnatural patterns, whispering with a voice none of them could understand. The old ones had warned them. They had spoken in hushed tones about Charybdis, the monster of the deep, whose hunger could never be satisfied. No one knew where Charybdis had come from. Some said she was once a beautiful maiden, cursed by the gods, transformed into a creature of the sea for her insatiable greed. Others claimed she had always been there, a force of nature as old as the ocean itself. But the stories agreed on one thing: Charybdis was no ordinary beast. She was destruction itself, a whirlpool that opened its mouth beneath the waves, swallowing ships whole, dragging sailors to their watery graves. The captain, a man of iron nerves and cold resolve, stood at the bow, scanning the horizon. He had heard the legends, but he didn't believe in monsters. Not until the sea began to move. It started slowly at first, a strange swirling of the water, just a few yards off the starboard side. The captain frowned, his heart quickening as he watched the ripples grow larger, the once calm surface of the sea now twisting and turning like a living thing. The crew muttered nervously, their hands tightening on the ropes and oars. They could feel it too, something was wrong. Suddenly, the ship lurched, a violent pull from beneath them. The water around them had begun to spiral, faster and faster, the once gentle waves now spinning into a vortex. The crew scrambled, shouting orders, trying to steer the ship away, but it was too late. The whirlpool was already forming. Charybdis had awoken. The sea roared as the whirlpool widened, a massive, gaping mouth in the water, sucking everything toward it with terrifying force. The ship was caught in its grip, dragged closer and closer to the edge of the whirlpool. The sailors fought desperately, pulling at the sails, trying to turn the ship around, but the current was too strong. The ship groaned under the strain, its wooden frame creaking as if it would break apart at any moment. And then they saw her. At the heart of the whirlpool, rising from the depths like a nightmare come to life, was Charybdis. Her massive, swirling body blended with the water itself, an ever-turning spiral of destruction. Her mouth, wide and endless, gaped open beneath the ship, and in that moment, the sailors knew they were doomed. The force of the whirlpool was irresistible. It pulled at them with a hunger that couldn't be escaped, dragging them closer to the maw of the beast. The ship tipped, the bow dipping dangerously low as it was pulled into the swirling water. The crew screamed, their voices lost in the deafening roar of the whirlpool. The sea churned violently, waves crashing over the deck, knocking men overboard. The water was alive with fury, dragging them down into the depths where Charybdis waited. The captain held onto the wheel, his knuckles white, his eyes wide with horror. He had heard the stories, but nothing could have prepared him for this force of nature, this living terror that could swallow the sea itself. The ship was no match for the power of Charybdis. It was being torn apart, the hull splintering as the whirlpool dragged it further in. One by one, the crew disappeared into the water, sucked down into the black depths. The captain watched in helpless terror as his men were swallowed whole, their screams cut off as they vanished beneath the waves. The ship followed soon after, its massive frame twisted and broken as it was pulled into the heart of the whirlpool. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The sea was still once more. The whirlpool disappeared, its hunger sated, leaving no trace of the ship or its crew. The water, calm and shimmering under the sun, looked as peaceful as it had that morning. But beneath the surface, Charybdis waited, ready for the next ship that dared to cross her path. The sailors who survived would later tell tales of that day, of the monstrous whirlpool that opened its jaws and swallowed them whole. They would speak of Charybdis, the beast of the sea, whose hunger was as endless as the ocean. But no words could capture the terror of that moment, the feeling of being dragged toward certain death, knowing that there was no escape, no mercy from the creature beneath the waves. For centuries, Charybdis has haunted the waters, a force of destruction that no ship can outrun. She is the embodiment of the sea's rage, a reminder that the ocean, for all its beauty, is a place of danger, a place where monsters still roam. And somewhere, in the depths of the sea, Charybdis waits, her great maw always hungry, her whirlpool always turning, ready to pull the next unfortunate soul into her watery abyss. The Australian night was thick with silence, the kind that creeps under your skin and makes you feel like you're not alone. The stars above shone coldly, distant and indifferent, as the river moved sluggishly through the dark. The elders had warned them, time and again, about the creature that lurked in the waters, the bunyip. But warnings have a way of fading in the minds of the young, especially when adventure calls and fear seems like something only the old should carry. Waro and his friends were reckless, daring each other to get closer to the river's edge, even as the moon cast long shadows across the still water. The air was thick with moisture, and every sound seemed louder than it should be, the rustling of the bushes, the soft splash of something moving below the surface. They laughed nervously, pretending not to hear it, pretending that the night was theirs and not something that could be taken from them in an instant. The Bunyip had lived in their stories for as long as anyone could remember. It wasn't something the elders talked about with light hearts or easy smiles. No, when they spoke of the Bunyip, their voices dropped low, as if the creature might hear them and come searching for those who dared to speak its name. Some said the Bunyip was a guardian of the rivers, angry and vengeful against anyone who dared trespass into its waters. Others whispered that it was something far darker, a creature born from nightmares, lurking in the depths, waiting for the foolish and the brave to wander too close. Waro's grandmother had once told him that the Bunyip could take many forms. Sometimes it looked like a giant snake, winding through the water with its cold, gleaming eyes fixed on its prey. Other times, it resembled a monstrous eel, with slick, black fur and claws sharp enough to tear through bone. But the worst form, she had said, was the one that looked almost human, almost. It would crawl out of the water at night, its skin pale and dripping, its eyes hollow and lifeless, and it would drag its victims back into the river, where the water would swallow them whole, leaving nothing behind but ripples and silence. Waro's friends kept calling to him, daring him to step into the water. The moonlight shimmered off the river, casting eerie reflections on the surface, but Waro hesitated. There was something about the night, about the way the river seemed to pulse with an unseen energy that made his heart pound in his chest. The laughter of his friends echoed in his ears, but it seemed distant, like it was coming from somewhere far away. His gaze drifted to the water, and for a moment, he could have sworn he saw something moving beneath it, something dark and large, shifting just out of sight. His breath caught in his throat, and he took a step back. The stories came rushing back to him all at once, the words of the elders, the warnings that had once seemed like nothing more than tales meant to scare children. But now, standing at the edge of the river, with the night pressing in around him and the water so dark it seemed endless, he felt the weight of those stories like a stone in his chest. Suddenly, the stillness shattered. A splash, violent and sudden, erupted from the river. Waro's friends stopped laughing, their eyes wide with fear as they turned toward the sound. The water churned, frothing and swirling as if something massive was thrashing just beneath the surface. Waro's heart pounded in his ears, and his feet felt like they were frozen to the ground. He watched, helpless, as the river came alive with movement, the shadows shifting and twisting in ways that no animal could. And then, from the depths, it emerged. The Bunyip. It was unlike anything Waro had ever seen, and yet it was exactly as the stories had described. Its body was massive, its skin dark and slick, glistening in the pale light of the moon. Its head rose from the water, monstrous and misshapen, with eyes that gleamed like cold fire. They locked onto Waro and his friends, and in that moment, it felt like the night itself had turned against them. The creature's breath was heavy, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground, through Waro's bones. His friend screamed, stumbling backward, but Waro couldn't move. The Bunyip's gaze held him captive, a cold terror seeping into his soul. It moved closer, the water parting around it like it was being pulled into its very essence. Waro could see the sharp glint of its teeth, long and jagged, ready to tear into flesh. The river seemed to pulse with the creature's presence, the once still waters now alive with its fury. Without warning, the Bunyip lunged. Waro's paralysis broke, and he turned, running as fast as his legs would carry him, the sound of the creature crashing through the water behind him. His friends were already fleeing into the trees, their panicked shouts blending with the sounds of the night. Waro's heart hammered in his chest, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as he ran, the weight of the monster's presence pressing down on him with every step. He didn't stop until he reached the safety of the campfire, the light flickering against the darkness. Waro collapsed to the ground, his body trembling, his mind still reeling from what he had seen. The elders were there, their faces grim and knowing. They didn't need to ask what had happened, they had seen it in his eyes, and the way his body shook with fear. The Bunyip was real. The stories had always been more than just stories. It lived in the rivers and the dark places where the water ran deep and silent. It waited for those foolish enough to wander too close, for those who thought they could challenge the ancient power that lived beneath the surface. War knew he would never forget the sight of the creature, the terror that had gripped him as it rose from the water, its eyes burning with an ancient rage. And as he sat by the fire, the night still heavy with the weight of what had happened, Waro understood why the elders spoke of the bunyip with such fear, why they never dared to approach the river once the sun had set. Because the bunyip was always there, lurking, watching, waiting for the moment when the river called out for its next victim. The elders spoke of it in whispers, their eyes darting nervously toward the dark waters of the Gambia River. Even the wind seemed to still when its name was mentioned, Ninki Nanka, the serpent that lurked beneath the surface, waiting for those who dared to come too close. Children grew up hearing the stories, their hearts racing as they imagined the massive, dragon-like creature slithering through the river, its eyes gleaming in the moonlight, its body coiled and powerful, ready to strike. One such child was Lemon, a young boy who had always been fascinated by the stories his grandmother told. Her voice would lower as she spoke, as though the words themselves could summon the beast. Lemon had never seen the Ninki Nanka, but he felt it in the air whenever he neared the river. It was a heaviness, a presence that seemed to watch him from the shadows, making his skin prickle and his heart pound in his chest. One evening, just as the sun was sinking below the horizon and the sky turned a deep, bruised purple, Lemon found himself standing at the edge of the river. The village was quiet, the usual hum of life replaced by an eerie stillness. His friends had long since left, but something held Lemon there, his gaze fixed on the water as it flowed silently, like a snake slithering through the land. The river had always felt alive to him, more than just a body of water. There was something about it, something ancient and knowing. Lemon's grandmother had warned him never to go near the water at night. It was when Ninki Nanka was most active, she said, its enormous body cutting through the river like a shadow, its breath hot and foul as it rose from the depths. But on this night, Lemon couldn't resist. The air was thick with anticipation, and as the last of the sunlight faded, he stepped closer to the riverbank, his heart racing with a mixture of fear and excitement. The stories were just that, weren't they? Stories. Tales to keep children away from the water after dark. Yet as he stared into the murky depths, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him, something ancient and powerful. A sudden ripple broke the surface of the water, and Lemon's breath caught in his throat. His feet seemed glued to the ground as he watched the ripples grow larger, spreading outward in perfect circles. The river, which had been still only moments before, was now churning, the water moving in unnatural ways. Lemon's pulse quickened. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. The air grew colder, and he felt a shiver race down his spine. Then, he saw it. At first, it was just a shadow beneath the water, dark and massive, shifting with a slow, deliberate grace. Lemon's heart pounded so hard he could hear it in his ears. His eyes widened as the shadow grew, rising closer to the surface. He took a step back, his breath coming in shallow gasps, but his eyes remained fixed on the river, unable to look away. The Ninki Nanka emerged. Its head broke the surface first, large and reptilian, with scales that shimmered in the faint moonlight. Its eyes were two glowing orbs, filled with an intelligence that sent a wave of terror crashing over Lemon. The creature's snout was long and narrow, its nostrils flaring as it took in the night air, releasing a hiss that sounded like steam escaping from deep within the earth. Its body followed, thick and serpentine, covered in dark, iridescent scales that glistened like wet stone. Lemon stumbled backward, his chest tightening with fear. The Ninki Nanka was even more terrifying than the stories had described. It was enormous, its long body coiling through the water, moving with a deadly grace that made it seem almost unreal. But it was real, far too real. The ground beneath Lemon's feet felt unsteady as he watched the creature rise higher, its long neck stretching up toward the sky, its eyes locking onto him with a cold, calculating gaze. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The world around him fell silent, and it was just Lemon and the beast, the air between them thick with dread. He could feel its power, its presence, like a weight pressing down on his chest. His legs trembled as he struggled to take another step back, but the Ninki Nanka didn't move. It simply watched him, as if deciding whether he was worth its time. Lumen's breath came in ragged gasps, his body trembling with the primal fear that coursed through him. His grandmother's warnings echoed in his mind, but they were drowned out by the sheer terror of the creature before him. The Ninki Nanka opened its mouth slightly, revealing rows of sharp, glistening teeth. Its breath was hot and rancid, filling the air with the stench of decay. Lumen gagged, his stomach twisting as the smell washed over him. Suddenly, the Ninki Nanka let out a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the air, making Lumen's bones feel like they were rattling inside his skin. It was a sound that carried the weight of centuries, a sound that spoke of death and darkness and things far older than Lumen could comprehend. In that instant, Lumen found his legs. Without thinking, without looking back, he turned and ran, his feet pounding against the earth as fast as they could carry him. The sound of the Ninki Nanka's growl echoed in his ears, but he didn't dare turn around. His breath came in panicked gasps, his heart thundering in his chest as the trees blurred around him. It wasn't until he reached the safety of his village, collapsing in a heap near the fire, that Lumen finally allowed himself to look back toward the river. The Ninki Nanka was gone, the night once again still and quiet, as though the beast had never been there at all. But Lumen knew better. He could still feel its eyes on him, its presence lingering in the back of his mind like a shadow that would never truly leave. The elders gathered around him, their faces grim as he told them what he had seen. They didn't question him, they didn't need to. They had always known the stories were true. The Ninki Nanka was as real as the river itself, an ancient guardian or perhaps something far darker, watching and waiting beneath the waters for the next soul to wander too close. And Lumen, now more than ever, understood why the river was not a place for the reckless or the curious, especially after nightfall. In the quiet valleys of Chile, where rivers wind like veins through the land, there is a story whispered among the people, a tale of something that lives in the water, waiting. They call it Ngiruvalu, the fox serpent. To some, it might sound like nothing more than a strange myth, but those who live near the rivers know better. They know that the creature is more than just a story passed down through generations. It is real, and it is dangerous. The rivers are calm on the surface, their clear waters reflecting the sky above. But beneath that calm lies something restless, something ancient and hungry. The villagers warn children to stay away from the water's edge, especially at dusk when the light fades and shadows grow long. It's during those moments that Ngiruvalu is said to emerge, its fox-like head breaking through the surface, its long, serpent body curling through the river like a living current. Martin was one of those children who never took the story seriously. He had always heard his grandmother tell tales of Ngiruvalu, how it would drag people into the water with its powerful tail, how its sharp teeth gleamed just beneath the surface. But Martin was brave, or perhaps foolish. He didn't believe in monsters, not really. To him, the river was a place of adventure, a cool escape from the heat of the day. One evening, when the sun was dipping low and the air was thick with the scent of wet earth, Martin found himself by the river alone. The usual sounds of birds and insects had faded into an eerie silence, but he paid no attention. He tossed stones into the water, watching the ripples spread across the surface, fascinated by the way they danced in the fading light. The river seemed so peaceful, so harmless. But then, the water shifted. It was subtle at first, just a small ripple that could have been caused by a fish. But Martin noticed it. He stopped, stone in hand, and stared at the spot where the ripple had appeared. The water seemed darker there, deeper somehow. His heart gave a small, uneasy flutter, but he shrugged it off, telling himself it was just his imagination. He took a step closer to the edge, curiosity tugging at him. The surface of the river began to move again, this time with more purpose. The ripples became larger, spreading out in slow, deliberate waves. Martin's eyes widened as something broke the surface, a sleek, dark shape, gliding through the water with unnerving grace. At first, it looked like a fox swimming, its pointed ears and sharp muzzle barely visible in the fading light. But there was something wrong, something unnatural about the way it moved. Its body seemed too long, too smooth, stretching out behind it like a snake. Martine's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to run, to tear his eyes away from the creature, but he couldn't. He stood frozen as the thing came closer, its eyes gleaming with a cold, intelligent light. The stories flooded back to him in an instant. Nguruvalu, the fox serpent, the creature that dragged its victims into the river, never to be seen again. The air around him seemed to grow heavier, the shadows closing in as the creature's head broke fully from the water. Its fur was slick and wet, clinging to its narrow face, but its body was unmistakably serpentine, winding through the water in smooth, sinuous movements. Its eyes locked onto Martine, and in that moment, he felt a chill run through his bones, colder than the river itself. Without warning, the creature lunged. Martine stumbled backward, his feet slipping on the wet ground as Nguruvalu surged from the river, its long, twisted body glistening in the dying light. Its tail whipped through the air, slicing through the reeds like a knife. Martine's heart pounded in his chest, the thudding sound filling his ears as he scrambled to his feet, his mind racing with terror. He could feel the creature's presence behind him, the air thick with its scent, a mix of wet fur and something far more foul. He ran, his legs burning as he sprinted away from the riverbank, away from the thing that was now crashing through the water with terrifying speed. His breath came in short, panicked gasps, and for a moment, he thought he could hear it, Nguruvalu's low, guttural growl, a sound that rumbled deep in its chest, vibrating through the air like a predator about to strike. The trees blurred around him as he ran, but the creature didn't give up. Martine could hear it behind him, slithering and thrashing through the undergrowth, its movements quick and unnervingly silent. He didn't dare look back. He knew that if he did, the sight of those gleaming eyes and that serpentine body would freeze him where he stood, sealing his fate. Just as he thought his lungs would burst, Martine saw the lights of his village up ahead, flickering through the trees like distant stars. The familiar sounds of laughter and chatter reached his ears, and for a moment, a surge of hope pushed him forward. He was close, so close. But the river was not done with him yet. Nguruvalu's tail lashed out, whipping through the air with a speed that made Martine's heart lurch. He felt it graze his ankle, the sharp sting of its scales cutting into his skin. He cried out, stumbling but managing to keep his footing, his body driven forward by pure instinct and terror. The lights of the village grew closer, the comforting warmth of safety just within reach. With a final burst of energy, Martine threw himself toward the village, his feet pounding against the earth as he crossed into the clearing. The sounds of the creature faded behind him, swallowed by the trees and the river that seemed so distant now. He collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving, his skin cold with fear. The villagers rushed to him, their faces pale as they listened to his breathless account of what had happened. They didn't question him, didn't ask for proof. They knew the stories well. They knew what lurked in the waters of the river. And as they led Martine back to his home, the night once again quiet, the river flowed on, carrying with it the silent menace of the creature that lived beneath its surface. Nguruvalu was still out there, waiting, watching for the next soul foolish enough to venture too close to its domain. And though Martine had escaped, he knew that others might not be so lucky. The wind howled across the lonely Scottish moors, carrying with it the distant sound of hooves splashing through the water. On nights like these, when the fog rolled in thick from the lakes and rivers, people stayed indoors, their doors bolted tight and their fires burning high. They knew better than to wander near the water when the Kelpie was near. In the stillness, the water's surface seemed deceptively calm, its dark depths concealing more than just the reflection of the sky. If you listened closely, you could hear the quiet whisper of the river, as though it was trying to warn you, trying to tell you to stay away. But not everyone listened. One such soul was Ewan, a young boy from a small village tucked away in the highlands. Ewan had always been drawn to the water, fascinated by the stories his father told of the creatures that lurked beneath its surface. Tales of water spirits and ancient beings filled his dreams, but none captivated him more than the legend of the Kelpie. A horse-like creature, they said, with a body that shimmered as if made from the very water it haunted. It could change its shape, sometimes appearing as a beautiful steed grazing peacefully by the shore, its mane tangled with weeds and mist. But beneath that innocent exterior was a spirit filled with malice, waiting for the unwary to approach. Ewan's father had always warned him to stay away from the lakes at dusk, but Ewan, with the courage and curiosity of youth, found himself wandering to the water's edge one evening. The sky was heavy with clouds, the fading light casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. The air was thick with the smell of rain, and the usual sounds of birds and animals had all but disappeared. As he neared the lake, Ewan's heart quickened. There, standing by the water, was the most beautiful horse he had ever seen. Its coat glistened, almost unnaturally, a shimmering black that seemed to blend with the water. The horse's mane was long, tangled with reeds, and its large eyes gleamed with an inviting warmth. It stood still, head bowed, as if waiting for someone to approach. For a moment, Ewan's breath caught in his throat. He remembered the stories, the warnings his father had whispered late at night. But the horse was so beautiful, so calm, and the way it stood there, it seemed to be offering itself, inviting him closer. His heart told him to run, but his feet carried him forward, drawn by an unseen force. With every step, the horse seemed more enchanting. Its eyes, large and black, held him in a trance. Ewan reached out, his hand trembling as he neared the creature's smooth, wet coat. The horse didn't move, didn't flinch as his fingers grazed its neck. But as soon as he touched it, the air around him changed. The horse's skin was cold, colder than he had expected, and slick, like the surface of the lake on a winter's day. His fingers felt stuck, unable to pull away. Panic surged through Ewan as he realized the truth too late. This was no ordinary horse. This was the Kelpie. The creature's head snapped up, its once soft eyes now hard and filled with cruelty. Its lips curled back, revealing sharp, jagged teeth, and its body rippled unnaturally as if made entirely of water. Ewan tried to pull his hand away, but it was no use. The creature's flesh had become like glue, trapping him. With a sudden, violent motion, the Kelpie reared up, its eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Ewan's heart raced as he stumbled backward, his legs shaking beneath him. The Kelpie's hooves pounded against the ground, and with terrifying strength, it began to drag him toward the water. The once calm surface of the lake now churned, dark and angry, as if it too was eager to claim its victim. Ewan screamed, his voice lost in the howling wind, but there was no one to hear him. The Kelpie's grip was unrelenting, its powerful body pulling him closer and closer to the edge. The water lapped at his feet now, icy and unwelcoming. Terror gripped Ewan as he fought against the pull, digging his heels into the muddy ground, clawing at anything he could reach. But the Kelpie was too strong. Its eyes bore into him, and he could feel its hunger, the overwhelming desire to pull him beneath the water and never let him go. Ewan's legs gave way, and with one final, desperate yank, the Kelpie dragged him into the lake. The water closed over his head, cold and suffocating. He thrashed, but it was like fighting against the river itself. The more he struggled, the tighter the Kelpie's hold became, its body wrapping around him like a snake, pulling him further into the abyss. The world above faded into darkness, the surface of the water growing distant, and the last thing Ewan saw before the cold took him was the Kelpie's eyes, those black, soulless eyes, watching him, savoring his fear. In the village, the people whispered of the boy who had gone missing, lost to the waters. They had heard the old tales, and they knew, deep in their hearts, what had taken him. The Kelpie had claimed another soul. And so the story of the Kelpie lived on, passed down from generation to generation. Parents told their children to stay far away from the water at dusk, warning them of the creature that lurked beneath, waiting for the unsuspecting. The lakes and rivers remained still, their surfaces hiding the malevolent spirit that haunted their depths, ever patient, ever watching for the next soul to be lured to its watery grave. To this day, in the quiet Scottish countryside, when the fog rolls in thick and the rivers run dark, some say you can still hear the sound of hooves splashing through the water, the faint echo of a spirit long feared but never forgotten. Those who hear it know better than to follow, for the Kelpie never stops hunting. The river lay still under the moonlight, its surface glimmering like silver silk. But beneath that calm, within the depths of the ancient waters, something powerful stirred. The villagers who lived nearby had always spoken in hushed tones about the Jiaolong, the river dragon that ruled these waters. Few had seen it and lived to tell the tale, but its presence was undeniable. It was said that the Jiaolong had watched over the river for centuries, its scales glistening in the murky depths, waiting for the right moment to rise. In the heart of an old Chinese village, nestled by the riverbank, there was a boy named Lei. His father had told him stories about the Jiaolong since he was old enough to remember. "The river is alive," his father would whisper as they stood at the water's edge. "And the dragon within it is older than time itself." Lei would shiver at those words, picturing the mighty creature his father described, a dragon with shimmering emerald scales, whiskers like threads of mist, and eyes that gleamed like molten gold. One humid summer night, a storm rolled in, fierce and sudden. The wind howled through the trees, and the river, once so calm, turned wild and furious. The waves crashed against the banks, and the water rose with an unnatural force. It was as if the river was alive, angry, and ready to claim what belonged to it. The villagers knew what this meant. The Jiaolong was awake. As the storm raged, Lei's heart pounded in his chest. He could hear the river calling to him, its voice a deep, rumbling growl that shook the very earth. His father's warnings echoed in his mind, never go near the river when the storm comes. But something pulled at Lei, an invisible force that he couldn't resist. He felt the dragon's presence, felt its gaze on him, beckoning. Before he knew it, Lei was standing at the river's edge. The water was no longer just water, it was alive, writhing and churning as if possessed by some ancient force. And then, in a flash of lightning, he saw it. The Jiaolong emerged from the depths, its massive body rising slowly from the water. Its long, sinuous form gleamed with an otherworldly light, each scale catching the reflection of the storm above. The dragon's whiskers trailed through the air like delicate threads, and its eyes, burning with the intensity of the sun, locked onto Lei. Lei's breath caught in his throat. The creature before him was both terrifying and magnificent. Its immense power was evident in the way the river bent to its will, yet there was something graceful in its movements, something ancient and wise. The dragon did not roar or thresh, it simply watched him, its golden eyes filled with a deep, unreadable expression. For what felt like an eternity, Lei stood frozen, his heart pounding in his ears. He could feel the weight of the dragon's presence pressing down on him, as if the very air around them had thickened. There was a strange connection between them, something that went beyond words. The Jiaolong had seen him, had chosen him. And though he did not know why, he felt as if he were part of something far greater than himself, something ancient, powerful, and eternal. Suddenly, the dragon moved. With a slow, deliberate motion, it dipped its head, lowering itself back into the churning water. Lei felt a wave of sadness wash over him, as if the river itself was mourning the departure of its guardian. The storm began to quiet, the wind easing and the waves calming as the Jiaolong disappeared beneath the surface. In moments, the river was still once more, as if the creature had never been there. But Lei knew better. He had seen it, the river dragon, the Jiaolong that ruled the waters, the creature of legend. And though it had vanished from sight, he could still feel its presence, lingering in the depths, watching, waiting. In the days that followed, the village spoke of the storm, but only Lei knew the truth of what had happened that night. The river had not simply been angry, it had been alive, responding to the will of the Jiaolong. The dragon had risen not out of rage, but because it had sensed something in him, something that connected him to the river and the ancient creature within it. As the years passed, Lei often returned to the river's edge, hoping to catch another glimpse of the Jiaolong. He would sit for hours, staring at the still waters, his heart filled with both fear and longing. He could feel the dragon's gaze on him, always watching, always waiting. And though he never saw the creature again, he knew it was there, just beneath the surface, guarding the river, keeping its secrets. For the villagers, the river remained a source of life and fear. They offered prayers and sacrifices to the Jiaolong, hoping to appease the dragon and keep their waters calm. They knew that the river was not just a place for fishing or travel, it was sacred, ruled by a being that had existed long before their ancestors had walked the earth. And so, the legend of the Jiaolong lived on, passed down from one generation to the next. The dragon remained a symbol of power and mystery, a creature both feared and revered. It was said that those who were brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to seek the Jiaolong would either be blessed with its wisdom or cursed to never return from the depths. Lei grew older, but the memory of that stormy night never faded. He knew that the Jiaolong still lingered in the river, its ancient eyes watching over him. And though he never again stood at the water's edge, he would often wake in the middle of the night, feeling the pull of the river, hearing the dragon's silent call. The Jiaolong was a creature of legend, a force beyond human understanding, yet Lei had seen it, had felt its presence. And in the stillness of the night, as the river flowed quietly under the moonlight, he knew that somewhere, beneath the surface, the dragon waited, eternal, powerful, and ever watchful. On nights when the moon glowed full and heavy in the sky, the waters surrounding Japan's coast seemed to take on a life of their own. Fishermen would tell stories of strange shadows beneath their boats, of the sea swirling with an eerie power that felt alive. It was said that deep within these waters, a creature of immense power and age stirred, a being whose presence was as old as the islands themselves. The Wani, the ancient crocodile god, was known to rule these waters. For centuries, the people feared and revered the Wani, knowing that the sea held secrets too dangerous to be ignored. It wasn't just the size or the strength of this creature that terrified them, it was the deep intelligence behind its golden eyes, the way it could slip between the realms of gods and humans as easily as it swam through the ocean currents. Wani was more than just a beast, it was a god, a guardian, a force that commanded the seas. Long ago, there lived a young man named Takashi, who was born into a family of fishermen. He had heard tales of the Wani from the time he was a child. His grandfather used to speak of it with a fearful respect. Never stray too far into the deep waters, his grandfather would warn him. The Wani watches, and it knows when you do not belong. Takashi listened, but as he grew older, his curiosity about the Wani only deepened. Could such a creature truly exist? One autumn evening, as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Takashi stood by the shore, watching the sea. The waves lapped gently at his feet, but something felt different. The air was thick with tension, and the wind carried whispers that seemed to come from the depths. Against his better judgment, Takashi decided to take his small boat out into the ocean, drawn by an unshakable pull to the water. As he rowed farther from the shore, the sea became unnaturally still, as if the very water was holding its breath. The light of the moon reflected off the surface, casting long, shimmering paths that stretched into the unknown. Takashi felt a sudden chill, his skin prickling with unease, but he continued on. Then, without warning, the water beneath him began to ripple, slowly at first, then more violently. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed beneath his boat, larger than anything Takashi had ever seen. His heart pounded in his chest as he gripped the sides of the boat, frozen in place. The shadow rose higher and higher, until finally, the surface of the water broke, and he saw it, the Wani. Its immense body glistened under the moonlight, its dark scales shimmering like black pearls. The creature's head was enormous, with sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed in the night. But it was the eyes that captured Takashi's breath, large, golden, and filled with an ancient, untamed wisdom. The Wani's gaze locked onto him, and in that moment, Takashi knew that this was no mere animal. This was a god. For what felt like hours, though it was only moments, Takashi and the Wani stared at one another. The young man's mind raced, wondering if this was the end. Would the Wani drag him beneath the waves, as it had done to so many before? But the creature did not strike. Instead, it circled the boat slowly, its movements graceful despite its size. There was something almost deliberate about its actions, as if it were studying him, judging whether he was worthy to be spared. Takashi's heart hammered in his chest, but he did not flee. Somehow, he understood that running would be useless. The Wani could easily crush his boat, drag him into the depths, and yet, it hadn't. There was a power here beyond physical strength. There was something ancient in the way the Wani moved, a knowledge that stretched back to the dawn of the islands themselves. As the Wani circled, Takashi began to hear something, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come not from the creature's throat, but from the sea itself. It was as if the ocean and the Wani were one, their voices intertwined. The sound wasn't angry or threatening, it was more like a warning, a reminder of the balance that the creature maintained between the world of the gods and the world of men. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the Wani stopped. It lifted its massive head once more, and Takashi felt its gaze pierce through him, as though it could see into the deepest corners of his soul. He did not know why, but he bowed his head, an instinctive gesture of respect. In that moment, he felt a connection to the creature, as if the sea itself had chosen him for reasons he could never understand. The Wani let out a low, deep sound, almost like a sigh, before sinking back beneath the water. The waves stilled, and the night grew quiet again. The sea returned to its calm, gentle rhythm, but Takashi knew that he had been forever changed. The Wani was real, and it had let him live. When Takashi returned to the village, he told no one of what he had seen. The fishermen continued to tell their tales of the Wani, warning their children of the dangers that lurked beneath the sea, but Takashi remained silent. He carried the memory of that night with him, a memory not of fear, but of awe. The Wani was not just a monster, it was the spirit of the sea, a force of nature that held the balance between life and death in its immense jaws. In the years that followed, Takashi would often stand by the shore at night, gazing out over the water. He never saw the Wani again, but he could feel its presence in the waves, and the ebb and flow of the tides. The villagers continued to live their lives by the sea, offering their prayers and sacrifices to the water deity, never truly understanding the power that watched over them. But Takashi knew. He knew that beneath the calm surface of the water, the Wani still ruled, silent, watchful, and eternal. The crocodile god of Japan remained, waiting in the depths, guarding the ancient secrets of the ocean, as it had done for centuries and would do for centuries more. In the heart of the dark, mist-covered forests of Eastern Europe, whispers carried through the trees. Old women, hunched with age, would gather around flickering fires, telling tales that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who dared listen. There was one name that always stood out, a name that chilled the bones of both the young and the old, Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, the ancient witch with her iron teeth and crooked nose, lived in a house that stood on chicken legs, hidden deep within the woods. Her legend was known far and wide, but few understood the full extent of her powers. For Baba Yaga wasn't just a creature of the forest, she was a mistress of the waters too. Beneath the flowing rivers and stagnant swamps of Eastern Europe lurked her monstrous servants, the water demons. Among the countless stories of Baba Yaga, there was one that villagers feared most. They spoke of a demon that lived beneath the river, a creature of slimy skin and gnashing teeth that would drag unsuspecting souls into the dark, murky depths. It was said that this demon was controlled by none other than Baba Yaga herself, a beast so fearsome that even the bravest hunters refused to cross the river after dark. Many believed this was no simple myth. They said that on cold, moonless nights, the river would stir, its waters churning as if something massive moved beneath. Strange noises, like gurgling breaths and low growls, would echo through the stillness, sending anyone nearby into a panic. Those who ventured too close to the riverbank would hear whispers, soft at first, then louder, drawing them nearer until they found themselves standing at the water's edge, staring into the black abyss. Years ago, there was a young man named Ivan, who lived in a small village near the river. Ivan had grown up hearing stories of Baba Yaga and her water demon, but like many young men, he had dismissed them as mere legends, stories to scare children. He was strong, fearless, and proud, and believed that no river demon could frighten him. His father had been a fisherman, and Ivan often spent his days near the river, casting his nets and rowing his boat without a care in the world. One winter evening, Ivan decided to test the tales. The river was swollen from recent rains, its waters dark and murky. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting an eerie stillness over the land. Ivan's friends had warned him against going out, but he laughed it off. He grabbed his fishing rod, determined to catch something before the night ended, and walked toward the riverbank. As he approached the water, a strange sensation crawled over his skin. The air seemed heavier, colder, as if the river itself was watching him. But Ivan shook off the feeling, blaming it on the cold. He cast his line and waited. For hours, nothing stirred. The river remained still, the only sound being the gentle lapping of water against the shore. But as the night wore on, Ivan began to feel uneasy. The silence grew oppressive, pressing in on him like a weight. And then, without warning, the water began to ripple. Ivan leaned forward, straining to see what had caused the disturbance. He felt his heart quicken, but he refused to let fear take hold. The ripples grew larger, spreading across the surface of the river until the water seemed to boil and churn. Ivan's grip on his fishing rod tightened, but before he could reel it in, something yanked it out of his hands with terrifying force. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock. The water erupted before him, and from its depths, a massive shape rose. The creature was unlike anything Ivan had ever seen. Its body was long and serpentine, covered in slimy, slick scales that glistened in the dim light. Its head was large, with glowing eyes that burned with an unnatural fire, and its mouth was filled with rows of jagged teeth, sharp enough to tear flesh from bone. Ivan's heart raced as he tried to run, but his legs felt like they were rooted to the ground. The creature stared at him, its mouth curling into a grotesque grin. It let out a low, guttural sound that reverberated through Ivan's chest, freezing him in place. Slowly, the water demon began to move toward him, its massive body slithering through the water like a snake. Just as the creature was about to reach him, a voice echoed through the night, an ancient, raspy voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Enough," it said. "He is mine." The demon halted, its glowing eyes narrowing. Ivan felt the blood drained from his face. He knew that voice, it was the voice of Baba Yaga. From the shadows of the forest, she emerged, her bony frame hunched beneath a tattered cloak. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she stepped toward the water's edge, her crooked fingers beckoning the demon back. "You are lucky tonight, boy," Baba Yaga rasped. "The river has claimed many, but not you." Ivan's breath came in short, panicked gasps as he watched the demon slowly sink back into the water, its glowing eyes never leaving his. Baba Yaga gave him a twisted smile, her iron teeth gleaming in the darkness. "Do not test the river again," she warned, her voice dripping with menace. "It has no mercy." With that, she turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Ivan trembling by the riverbank, his legs too weak to carry him home. The demon was gone, but its presence lingered in the air, a reminder of the power that Baba Yaga held over the waters. Ivan never returned to the river at night. The villagers noticed a change in him after that night. He was quieter, more withdrawn, as if the encounter had drained the light from his eyes. He never spoke of what had happened, but those who saw the fear in his gaze knew that the stories were true. The river demon, the servant of Baba Yaga, still lurked beneath the waters, waiting for its next victim. And Baba Yaga herself, the witch who controlled the creatures of both land and water, remained a figure of terror, her influence spreading far beyond the forests. The villagers continued to tell stories of the river, of the nights when strange shapes moved beneath the surface and low growls echoed through the trees. And though some still doubted, Ivan knew the truth. The river was alive, and it answered to Baba Yaga. The river was calm, its surface glistening in the pale light of the moon. But the villagers knew better than to trust its serene appearance. They had heard too many stories of people who ventured too close to the water's edge, never to return. Mothers would warn their children to keep away from the banks, and fishermen muttered prayers before casting their nets. For beneath the river's calm surface lurked something ancient and cruel, something that waited patiently for its next victim. His name was Vodianoi. In the old Slavic villages, the Vodianoi was feared more than any other spirit. He wasn't just a creature of the water, he was the water itself, a being who lived beneath the river's depths, pulling people into the cold, dark abyss. His eyes were said to glow like green fire, his body covered in algae and mud, blending into the river's shadows. Those who had seen him and lived to tell the tale described a monstrous figure, his skin slick and pale, his face twisted into an unnatural grin, as if he found pleasure in the fear he caused. And his eyes, they were empty, hollow, like the very soul of the water that consumed everything in its path. It was said that the Vadianoi could appear in many forms. Sometimes, he was an old man, hunched over with a long beard tangled with river weeds, beckoning lost travelers toward him. Other times, he would become a massive, hulking figure, towering over the water's edge, his hands as large as a man's torso, ready to drag anyone foolish enough to come close. But the most terrifying form was when he remained invisible, just a ripple in the water, an unseen force waiting to pull someone under. One such story was whispered throughout the village for generations. It was about a young woman named Anya. She had been warned about the river, about the Vadianoi who lived beneath its depths, but she didn't believe in the old tales. Anya was strong and brave, and like many her age, she thought the stories were meant to scare children. Her family lived near the river, and she often went there to wash clothes or fetch water, always ignoring the whispers of danger from her elders. One summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, Anya went to the river alone. The air was warm, and the water seemed so inviting, its surface like glass. She knelt by the bank, dipping her hands into the cool water, laughing softly at the absurdity of the tales she'd heard. How could something so calm and peaceful hold such terror? But as the last light of the sun faded, and the night grew darker, something changed. The air became heavy, and the once gentle ripples in the water seemed to still completely, as if the river itself were holding its breath. Anya's laughter died in her throat. She suddenly felt uneasy, her skin prickling with a sense that she wasn't alone. She looked around, seeing nothing but the trees swaying gently in the breeze. But then she saw it, the slightest movement in the water, just out of the corner of her eye. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The ripple grew larger, moving toward her with a slow, deliberate pace. Anya stumbled back, her pulse racing. Before she could stand, something cold and slimy wrapped around her ankle, pulling her down toward the water. She screamed, her nails digging into the muddy bank as she struggled to free herself, but the force was too strong. The more she fought, the harder it pulled, dragging her closer and closer to the river. And then, she saw him. Emerging from the water was the Vadianoi, his eyes glowing with a sickening green light, his grin wide and menacing. His skin was slick with mud, and his long, twisted fingers tightened around her leg, pulling her into the river's depths. Anya gasped for breath, her body half submerged in the cold, murky water. The Vadianoi's face loomed over hers, his breath hot and foul as he whispered something in a language she didn't understand. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and in those hollow, glowing orbs, Anya saw the faces of countless others who had been taken before her, men, women, children, all lost to the river's dark embrace. Their eyes stared back at her from within the Vadianoi's gaze, pleading, screaming silently for help that would never come. Anya's body was pulled beneath the surface, the water rushing over her as the world above grew distant and faint. Her screams were swallowed by the river, and the Vadianoi's laughter echoed through the depths. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the river went still again, its surface as smooth as glass. The villagers searched for Anya the next morning, calling her name along the riverbank. But they found nothing, no footprints, no torn clothing, no sign that she had ever been there at all. The river had claimed her, just as it had claimed so many before. Her family mourned her loss, but deep down, they had always known the danger. The river was not a place for the living, and the Vadianoi was always waiting. Over time, more stories of the Vadianoi spread. He wasn't just a spirit of the river, he was its guardian, punishing those who dared to disrespect the water. Fishermen who took more than their share would never return home, their boats found empty, drifting along the current. Travelers who dared to bathe in the river were often pulled under, their bodies never recovered. Even those who simply crossed the river without paying respect to its spirit were at risk. In some villages, offerings were made to the Vadianoi. Small tokens, bread, coins, even livestock, were thrown into the water, a plea for safe passage or a request for mercy. But the Vadianoi was fickle, and no offering could ever truly guarantee safety. He thrived on fear, on the knowledge that he controlled the river, and that at any moment, he could strike without warning. And so, the legend of the Vadianoi continued to haunt the Slavic people, passed down from generation to generation. He remained a shadowy figure in their minds, a reminder that the rivers, with all their beauty and calm, held a power that was both ancient and deadly. For beneath the still surface of the water, the Vadianoi waited, ready to drag the unwary into his cold, watery grave. The Nile River, vast and ancient, was more than just the lifeblood of Egypt. It was a world filled with stories that drifted through the ages like whispers carried on the current. Among these tales, some were the most haunting and mysterious, the legends of manfish and mermaids. The people who lived along the banks of the Nile would speak in hushed tones about strange creatures seen gliding beneath the water's surface, their forms shimmering in the moonlight, their songs echoing through the night. In a small village near the Nile, an old fisherman named Khepri had spent his entire life near the river. He had heard the stories from his father, and his father before him, tales that went back as far as anyone could remember. But Khepri was a practical man, believing that every ripple in the river had a natural cause, that every splash could be explained by the movement of fish or the shifting of the reeds. Until one night, when the river showed him something that no explanation could touch. It was just before dawn, the sky a deep indigo, and the stars still hung low over the water. Khepri sat in his small boat, silently waiting for his net to fill. The river was calm, almost unnaturally still, and a strange chill hung in the air. Then, without warning, a sound broke the silence, a soft, lilting song, as if the river itself had come alive and was calling out to him. At first, Khepri thought it was the wind, but the sound grew stronger, more melodic, more human. His heart quickened. He turned toward the sound, and what he saw made his breath catch in his throat. There, just above the water's surface, was a figure, half woman, half fish, her body shimmering with scales that reflected the early morning light. Her long, dark hair flowed around her, and her eyes were as deep and endless as the Nile itself. She was beautiful, but there was something unsettling about her, something that made the hairs on the back of Khepri's neck stand on end. The fishermen of Egypt had long spoken of such beings, creatures that lived beneath the river's surface, sometimes rising to lure men to their doom. They called them the water maidens or river spirits, and some believed they were the souls of those who had drowned, forever cursed to roam the river. Others thought they were ancient gods, guardians of the Nile, punishing those who disrespected the water. But whatever this creature was, Khepri couldn't look away. She sang again, her voice soft and mournful, and Khepri felt something stir within him, a strange pull, as if the river itself was drawing him closer. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the edge of the boat, the world around him fading into the background. All he could hear was her song, all he could see was her face, her eyes, her smile. And then, just as quickly as she had appeared, she vanished beneath the surface, leaving only ripples in the water. The song stopped, and Khepri was left alone in the silence. He sat there for what felt like an eternity, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind racing. Had he really seen her? Or was it just a trick of the light, a product of his weary mind? When he returned to the village, Khepri told no one of what he had seen. He didn't need to. The look in his eyes said it all. The other fishermen nodded in silent understanding. They, too, had heard the stories, and some had their own encounters with the mysterious creatures of the Nile. They called them different names. Some spoke of manfish, half-human, half-fish beings that swam through the river like shadows. Others whispered of mermaids, creatures whose beauty masked their dangerous nature. In Egyptian mythology, the river was sacred, a place where life and death intertwined. The goddess Isis herself was said to have wept into the Nile, her tears giving birth to its life-giving waters. But beneath its surface, there were forces that were not so kind, not so nurturing. Some believed that the mermaid-like creatures of the Nile were the daughters of Sobek, the crocodile god, known for his ferocity and his control over the river's waters. These creatures, it was said, would lure men into the river, offering promises of love and immortality, only to pull them down into the depths, never to be seen again. One such story, passed down through generations, told of a young prince named Menes. He was known for his bravery and his love for the Nile, often spending hours by the river, enchanted by its beauty. One evening, as the sun set over the water, Menes saw a figure emerge from the river, a woman, her body shimmering with scales, her hair long and flowing like the reeds. She smiled at him, her eyes filled with a sadness that tugged at his heart. She told him she was a daughter of the river, bound to its waters by a curse placed upon her by the gods. Only the love of a mortal man could free her. Menes, captivated by her beauty and her sorrowful tale, agreed to help her, believing that his love could break the curse. But as he stepped into the water, reaching out for her hand, the river surged around him, pulling him beneath the surface. The last thing Menes saw was her face, her smile now twisted into something cruel and mocking, as the water closed over his head. The villagers searched for Menes, but his body was never found. And so the legend grew, a warning to all who lived by the Nile. The river, for all its beauty and life, held secrets that could not be tamed or understood. For centuries, the stories of manfish and mermaids continued to haunt those who lived along the Nile. Some said they were protectors of the river, punishing those who took more than they needed, those who disrespected the water's power. Others believed they were trapped souls, cursed to live in the river's depths, waiting for someone to free them. But whatever they were, the creatures of the Nile were not to be trifled with. Even today, in the quiet of the night, when the river is still, and the moon casts its silver light on the water, some say you can hear them, the soft, mournful songs of the river maidens, calling out to anyone brave enough to listen. But those who answer their call rarely return, for the Nile keeps its secrets well guarded, and its creatures even more so. It was a foggy morning in the Scottish Highlands. The mist clung to the surface of Loch Ness like a living thing, curling in tendrils over the dark waters. The loch was still, eerily quiet, save for the occasional ripple breaking the glassy surface. For centuries, people had come to this place, drawn by stories that stirred the imagination and chilled the spine. Some were skeptics, others believers, but all of them, no matter their intent, left with a deep sense of unease. It wasn't just the isolation of the loch or the cold, biting air, it was the feeling that something ancient, something vast and unseen, lurked beneath those cold, dark waters. It was here, in this haunting landscape, that the legend of Nessie was born. The first sighting came in the 6th century, when a man named Saint Columba supposedly witnessed a giant beast in the river Ness. According to the story, the creature had attacked one of Columba's followers, and only the saint's intervention saved him from being dragged under. For centuries after, the loch kept its secrets, with only whispers of strange happenings here and there. But it wasn't until 1933 that the legend truly took root in the public's imagination. A couple, driving along the newly built road that ran parallel to the loch, claimed to have seen something enormous crossing in front of their car before sliding into the water. The creature, they said, had a long neck, much like a prehistoric dinosaur. The story made headlines, and soon after, people began to flock to Loch Ness, hoping to catch a glimpse of the monster for themselves. As the years passed, sightings continued to trickle in, shadowy figures moving beneath the water, large humps breaking the surface, something massive swimming just out of reach. Some of the witnesses were ordinary people, fishermen, tourists, locals who had lived by the loch all their lives. Others were more respected, soldiers, doctors, even police officers, whose credibility lent weight to their claims. One such account came from a man named George Spicer. He and his wife were driving near the loch when they saw what he described as the nearest approach to a dragon or prehistoric animal that I have ever seen. The creature moved across the road in front of them, leaving a trail of broken vegetation in its wake, before disappearing into the water. Spicer's description was vivid, but it wasn't just the creature's size or shape that haunted him, it was the way it moved, as though it belonged to a world that existed long before humans. The mystery only grew when, a year later, a photograph was published that sent shockwaves around the world. Known as the surgeon's photograph, it showed a long, serpentine neck rising from the water, its head arched as it glided through the loch. Though blurry and grainy, the image captured the public's imagination like nothing before. For many, it was proof that the Loch Ness monster was real. But the photograph also deepened the mystery. If Nessie was real, what kind of creature could it be? Some theorized it was a plesiosaur, a marine reptile thought to have gone extinct millions of years ago. Others suggested it might be a giant eel, or even a new species yet to be discovered. There were those who believed it was a supernatural entity, a guardian of the loch, born from the myths and legends of the Highlands. Even with these theories, no one could explain how such a large creature could survive undetected in a lake. The loch was deep, over 750 feet in some places, and its waters were dark and murky, making it difficult to see more than a few feet below the surface. Still, the loch's depth and isolation gave it an otherworldly feel, as though its waters held secrets that had yet to be uncovered. Many who had claimed to see Nessie spoke of an overwhelming sense of awe and fear. There was something unnatural about the way it moved, the way it seemed to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Some described it as if the loch itself had momentarily come alive, only to return to its still, quiet state. It was this sense of the unknown, of something vast and powerful lurking just out of sight, that kept the legend alive. In the years that followed, the legend of Nessie spread far beyond Scotland. Adventurers, scientists, and enthusiasts traveled from across the globe, each hoping to be the one to solve the mystery. Some brought high-tech equipment, sonar devices, underwater cameras, while others relied on patience, spending weeks or even months watching the loch, waiting for a sign. One of the most famous investigations came in the 1970s, when a team of researchers used sonar to scan the loch's depths. Their equipment detected something large, something moving beneath the water, but just as they thought they were on the verge of a breakthrough, the signal disappeared, leaving them with more questions than answers. Later expeditions would yield similar results, flickers of hope, brief glimpses of something unexplainable, but nothing concrete. And yet, despite the lack of definitive proof, the sightings continued. People still came to Loch Ness, standing by its shores, their eyes scanning the surface, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Every ripple, every wave, every shadow cast by the setting sun seemed to hold the possibility of discovery. For those who have experienced it, Loch Ness is more than just a lake. It's a place where the line between myth and reality blurs, where the past and present collide in strange and unsettling ways. There's a sense that something ancient lies beneath its waters, something that has watched as the world changed around it, something that remains hidden but never far away. In the stillness of the loch, with the mist hanging low and the wind whispering through the trees, it's easy to understand why people believe. The air feels thick with mystery, the kind that settles deep in your bones and refuses to let go. Some say it's just the atmosphere of the Highlands, the wild beauty of the land playing tricks on the mind. But for those who have stood on the shores of Loch Ness, watching the water ripple in the early morning light, there is no denying the feeling that something is there, just beneath the surface, waiting. And maybe, just maybe, that something is Nessie, the legendary creature of the loch, watching back. The water was calm on Lake Okanagan, its surface shimmering under the pale light of a fading sunset. Fishermen had packed up their gear for the day, their boats drifting slowly toward the shore. But in the heart of the lake, in the places where the water was deepest and the light barely touched, something ancient stirred beneath the waves. For as long as anyone could remember, there were stories of a creature that called these depths home, a creature that glided through the lake's dark waters, silent but ever present. It had a name that sent shivers down the spine of even the most seasoned locals, Agapogo. To those who had grown up around Lake Okanagan, Agapogo was more than just a legend. It was part of the land, part of the water, and part of their lives. The stories were whispered from generation to generation, each tale more haunting than the last. Some claimed it was a serpent as long as 3 school buses, its body slithering through the water like a ribbon of shadow. Others said it had a horse-like head with dark, gleaming eyes that could watch you even from the shore. And then there were those who believed it was a guardian of the lake, something more than a creature, something sacred, old as the mountains that cradled the lake. One of the most chilling accounts came from 1926, when a group of people gathered by the lake witnessed something no one could explain. As they stood near the shore, they saw the water ripple, a disturbance far too large to be a fish or even a boat. Then, slowly, something broke the surface. It was long, dark, and coiled, moving in a smooth, undulating pattern. Those who saw it stood frozen, too afraid to move, their hearts pounding in their chests. They watched as the creature moved effortlessly through the water, then slipped beneath the surface once more, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The witnesses were left in stunned silence, their minds struggling to grasp what they had just seen. But Agapogo wasn't just a monster of recent lore. Indigenous people of the area, the Saukes, had their own name for the creature, Naik. In their stories, Naik was a powerful water spirit, feared and respected. Long before European settlers arrived, the Saukes warned of the creature's presence, advising travelers to carry offerings when crossing the lake, especially near its deepest points. Without these offerings, it was said, Naik could rise from the depths and capsize their boats, pulling them under to a watery grave. It wasn't just a superstition, it was a deep belief in the force that dwelled within the lake, a belief that had shaped the way they lived alongside the water. Even today, those who venture too far into the lake on a quiet day can't help but feel the weight of the stories. It's in the way the wind whispers through the pines, and the sudden stillness that can fall over the lake as if the world is holding its breath. The water, usually inviting and serene, can sometimes seem unnervingly opaque, hiding more than just fish beneath its surface. It's at these moments, when the sky is gray and the water dark, that the legend of Agapogo feels more real than ever. In 1968, the legend gained new life when a man named Art Folden captured what many believe to be actual footage of Agapogo. While driving along the lake, Folden noticed something strange in the water. Pulling over, he managed to film what looked like a large, moving object, its form snaking through the lake in a way no natural wave could. The grainy footage quickly became famous, reigniting the debate over whether Agapogo was a myth or something far more tangible. Skeptics, of course, offered explanations, logs, waves, perhaps even a misidentified animal like a sturgeon. But the people who lived near Lake Okanagan knew better. They had heard the stories from their grandparents, who had heard them from theirs. These weren't just tales meant to scare children, they were warnings, reminders of the mystery and danger that lurked beneath the surface. There were many more sightings after Folden's, each one adding a new layer to the legend. In 1989, a team of Japanese tourists claimed to have seen the creature while on a boat tour. They described seeing several large humps break the water's surface, moving steadily across the lake before disappearing into the depths. Their account, like so many others, ended with a sense of awe and fear, as if they had glimpsed something not meant for human eyes. But for all the sightings, the photos, and the videos, Agapogo remains elusive, a phantom of the lake. Perhaps that's part of what makes the legend so powerful. The lake itself holds its secrets close, revealing only brief glimpses of what may lie beneath. Even those who have lived near the lake their entire lives will tell you that they can feel it, that presence lurking just out of sight, as old and as untamable as nature itself. There are still those who set out on Lake Okanagan hoping to catch a glimpse of Agapogo. Armed with cameras, sonar, and hope, they scan the waters, waiting for the slightest ripple, the faintest sign that the legendary serpent is near. Some come away with stories of strange disturbances, unexplained shadows moving beneath the waves. Others leave disappointed, having found nothing but the vast, quiet emptiness of the lake. But whether they see Agapogo or not, everyone who visits Lake Okanagan leaves with a feeling they can't quite shake. It's the sense that the lake is watching, that beneath the surface something is always moving, always waiting. And maybe, just maybe, if you're in the right place at the right time, you'll catch a glimpse of the creature that has haunted these waters for centuries. The legend of Agapogo isn't just about a monster, it's about the way the natural world can feel both familiar and otherworldly at the same time. It's about the thin line between reality and myth, and the way a place like Lake Okanagan can hold you in its grip long after you've left its shores. The mystery remains unsolved, but perhaps that's for the best. For in the quiet moments by the lake, when the water is still and the air hangs heavy with the weight of untold stories, the legend of Agapogo continues to live on, as timeless and enduring as the lake itself. The wind howled across the icy waters of Lagerfjöllr, the vast lake stretching out like an endless, frozen mirror beneath the brooding Icelandic sky. On days like this, when the fog rolled in from the mountains and the cold seemed to seep into your bones, there was something unsettling about the water, something ancient and dark that felt alive. Beneath the surface, where the light barely reached, legends whispered of a creature unlike any other. They called it the Lagerfjöllr worm. For centuries, tales of this massive serpent had wound their way through the villages that lined the lake's shores. It wasn't just a myth shared by the elders around flickering hearths, but a story passed down as truth, a truth as cold and unyielding as the winter winds. Some said the worm was as long as the lake itself, its body twisting and curling in the depths, waiting for the right moment to rise. Others swore they had seen it themselves, its massive coils breaking the surface before sliding silently back into the water. The legend of the Lagerfeld worm began long ago, when the people of Iceland believed the world was filled with forces far beyond human understanding. One such story tells of a young girl who was given a small golden ring. Eager to make the ring grow in value, she followed an old belief that said if you placed a ring under a worm, the ring would multiply. So she found a small worm and put it in a chest with the ring, sealing it shut. But when she opened the chest again, the ring hadn't grown, the worm had. It had grown so large that it broke free and slithered into the lake, where it continued to grow, its body expanding with every year that passed. But this wasn't just any creature. The Lagerfeld worm was said to bring misfortune wherever it went. Crops would fail, livestock would fall ill, and boats would capsize for no reason. The villagers believed the worm was cursed, a dark force that haunted the lake and the land around it. Fear of the worm became a part of life, woven into the fabric of their existence, as real and present as the mountains that loomed in the distance. There were sightings, there were always sightings. In 1345, the first recorded encounter with the beast was written down. A group of farmers claimed to have seen the creature thrashing in the water, its long, serpentine body rising and falling in violent waves. They had stood on the shore, watching in awe and terror as the creature revealed itself. The sky was dark, and the lake roared with the sound of its movements, as though the very earth was protesting its presence. When the worm finally disappeared beneath the surface, the lake returned to its eerie calm, but the men who had witnessed it were forever changed. In the years that followed, more and more people reported seeing the Lagerfeld worm. Fishermen would speak of strange disturbances in the water, as though something enormous was moving just below the surface. Travelers passing by the lake at night claimed to hear low, rumbling sounds coming from the water, like the growls of a beast too large to be real. Some even said that they saw the worm's head, a monstrous, snake-like face that would appear briefly above the water before vanishing once again. In 1963, a group of Icelandic workers witnessed something that sent chills through the community. While clearing brush near the lake, they saw a large, undulating shape moving through the water. They watched in stunned silence as the creature swam, its body creating ripples that stretched out toward the shore. The workers described it as a massive, snake-like form, with humps rising and falling in rhythmic motion. It wasn't a log, they insisted. It wasn't debris. It was alive. The Lagerfeld worm continued to make itself known in the modern era. In 1998, a teacher and her students spotted something strange moving through the water during a field trip. The children, wide-eyed and trembling, pointed at the creature as it glided through the lake. The teacher, trying to remain calm, quickly herded the children away, but the image of the worm stayed with them long after they had returned to safety. It became yet another chapter in the long, unbroken history of sightings that kept the legend alive. But what was the Lagerfeld worm, really? Some believed it was a giant eel, a prehistoric creature that had somehow survived the ages, growing to monstrous proportions in the isolated waters of the lake. Others thought it might be a manifestation of something supernatural, a dark spirit that had taken on physical form to torment the people who lived near the lake. And there were those who didn't care to explain it at all, they just knew it was real. One thing was certain, the Lagerfeld worm had become a part of the lake's identity. It wasn't just a story told to children to keep them from playing near the water. It was a presence, something that had been seen and felt by generations of Icelanders. Even now, as modern technology has allowed us to explore the deepest parts of the world, the mystery of the worm remains unsolved. In 2012, a video surfaced that seemed to show the Lagerfeld worm moving through the icy water. The footage was grainy, but there was no mistaking the long, undulating shape cutting through the lake. The video reignited interest in the creature, with some declaring it undeniable proof of the worm's existence, while others dismissed it as nothing more than floating debris. But for those who had lived their lives near Lagerfeld, the video was just another reminder of what they already knew, that something ancient and powerful called the lake its home. And so, the legend continues. The Lagerfeld worm, with its massive, slithering body and its dark, mysterious presence, remains a force that haunts the waters of Iceland. It is the kind of story that lingers, much like the fog that creeps across the lake on cold mornings. You may never see the creature with your own eyes, but if you stand on the shore long enough, listening to the quiet ripple of the water and feeling the chill in the air, you might just feel it watching you from below, waiting for the perfect moment to rise. The sun dipped low over Lake Nahuelhuapi, casting a golden hue across the water's surface, but for many, the beauty of this moment was overshadowed by something lurking beneath. The locals whispered stories of Nahuelito, the mysterious creature said to inhabit the deep, dark waters of Patagonia's largest lake. With every gentle ripple, the legend seemed to come alive, a haunting reminder of what might be hidden just out of sight. In the early morning, when the mist clung to the surface like a shroud, fishermen gathered at the lake's edge, casting their nets with hope. Yet, even as they worked, they exchanged wary glances, each one aware of the stories that sent shivers down their spines. Tales of Nahuelito had been passed down for generations, a legend that intertwined with the very fabric of their lives. It was said to resemble a massive serpent, long and sleek, with a head that broke the surface in a terrifying way. One particular tale told of a young boy named Mateo, who often played near the water's edge, enchanted by the beauty of the lake. He had heard the whispers of Nahuelito, but his youthful curiosity pushed aside the fears that gripped the hearts of the adults around him. One sunny afternoon, as he wandered further from home, the air was thick with excitement. Birds chirped overhead, and the gentle waves lapped against the shore, inviting him to explore deeper. Mateo stood at the edge, peering into the depths. The water shimmered, revealing fleeting shadows beneath the surface. Is it just my imagination? He wondered, feeling a mix of thrill and dread. Suddenly, a splash echoed, a sound that made his heart race. He turned, but nothing was there. He shrugged it off as a fish, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. That evening, as the sun sank behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Mateo's grandmother gathered the family around the fireplace. The crackling flames illuminated her wise, withered face as she recounted the legend of Nahuelito. Her voice was soft, but the weight of her words was heavy. It is said that Nahuelito guards the lake, she warned. Those who do not respect the water may find themselves drawn into its depths. Mateo's heart raced. The thought of the creature, with its sleek body and mysterious allure, filled him with both fear and fascination. His mind danced with visions of what lay below the surface. Did Nahuelito truly exist? What would it be like to see it? The story said it could be friendly, but there were also tales of those who never returned from the water. As days turned into weeks, Mateo's curiosity deepened. He decided he must see Nahuelito for himself. He began to spend more time by the lake, watching the water intently, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature. On some days, he saw nothing, just the gentle movement of the lake, but on others, he swore he could see the outline of something large and serpentine gliding just beneath the surface. One fateful day, as clouds rolled in and the air grew heavy with the promise of rain, Mateo stood at the edge, peering into the dark waters. A chill ran down his spine as the surface began to ripple. His heart pounded as he felt an inexplicable pull, a whisper in the wind calling him closer. He leaned over, unable to resist the urge to see, to know. Suddenly, with a surge of energy, the water erupted in a spray, and there it was, the creature he had longed to see. Nahuelito broke the surface, its long neck stretching out of the water, glistening like emeralds under the dim light. Its eyes, dark and deep, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, gazing back at Mateo with an intensity that stole his breath. In that moment, time stood still. Fear mixed with awe as he stood frozen, mesmerized by the beauty and mystery of the creature before him. But then, just as quickly, Nahuelito vanished beneath the waves, leaving only ripples in its wake. The boy's heart sank as he realized he had seen something extraordinary but had lost it in an instant. A part of him yearned to chase after it, to dive into the depths and discover the secrets hidden below, but another part of him understood the danger. The legend spoke of those who were drawn into the water, never to return. As night fell, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling ominously above the lake. The wind howled, and the waves crashed against the shore, creating a chaotic symphony that echoed the turmoil in Mateo's heart. He felt a strange connection to the water, as if it were calling to him, whispering secrets of its own. The tales of Nahualito haunted his dreams, filling his mind with visions of adventure, danger, and wonder. In the days that followed, Mateo found himself drawn back to the lake. Each visit was filled with hope and trepidation. He often sat quietly, listening to the water, waiting for Nahualito to return. Other villagers began to notice his obsession, shaking their heads in disapproval. "You must be careful, Mateo," they warned. "Nahualito is not to be trifled with." But Mateo felt a connection, a bond that transcended fear. He imagined the creature as a guardian of the lake, a protector of the natural world. His heart ached to understand it, to bridge the gap between their worlds. One day, as he sat on the shore, he decided to speak to Nahualito, to reach out across the invisible barrier that separated them. "I see you," he whispered, "and I respect you." Suddenly, the waters began to churn. The sky darkened, and a powerful energy filled the air. Mateo's heart raced as he realized that Nahualito was responding. With a loud splash, the creature emerged once more, its massive form gliding effortlessly through the water. This time, however, it didn't disappear. Instead, it approached, closer and closer, until the boy could see every detail of its magnificent body. In that moment, Mateo felt a rush of emotions, fear, joy, reverence, swirling within him like the waters around them. He could see the intelligence in Nahualito's eyes, a deep understanding that transcended language. The boy knew that this was not just a monster, it was a being of immense power and grace, deserving of respect. But as quickly as it had come, the creature retreated into the depths, leaving Mateo standing alone on the shore. The encounter changed him forever. He understood now that legends hold truths, shaped by time and experience. Nahualito wasn't just a creature of fear, it was a part of the lake's soul, intertwined with the lives of those who lived nearby. From that day on, Mateo became a storyteller, sharing his experiences with anyone willing to listen. The legend of Nahualito grew, not just as a tale of a fearsome beast, but as a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay within the waters. As he spoke of his encounters, he instilled a sense of wonder and respect for the lake in the hearts of all who heard him. Even as years passed and he grew into a man, the image of Nahualito never left him. He would often return to the lake, gazing into the water with a knowing smile. The legend of Nahualito continued to flourish, a beautiful mystery intertwined with the spirit of Patagonia, a reminder that sometimes, in the depths of the unknown, we find the truest connections. In the heart of Japan, nestled among serene hills and lush landscapes, lies Lake Ikeda, a place where whispers of mystery hang in the air like morning mist. The lake, calm and inviting, holds a secret that has captivated the hearts of locals and visitors alike, a creature known as Issy, often compared to the infamous Loch Ness monster, Nessie. With each ripple of water, the legends of Issy come alive, weaving a tale that pulls at the heartstrings and ignites the imagination. Lake Ikeda stretches out like a shimmering jewel, its surface reflecting the beauty of the surrounding nature. But beneath its tranquil facade, stories of the lake's legendary inhabitants swirl like the gentle currents below. For decades, those who dared to venture near its banks have claimed to glimpse the long, sinuous shape gliding through the depths. Issy is said to be a creature of great grace and power, possessing a mesmerizing beauty that enchants all who behold it. One fateful summer evening, a young girl named Aiko stood at the water's edge, her heart racing with a mix of fear and excitement. She had heard the tales of Issy all her life, how it could bring both wonder and mischief. The legend spoke of those who had seen the creature, their lives forever changed by the encounter. Aiko, a dreamer with a curious spirit, longed for the chance to witness this marvel for herself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the water, Aiko took a deep breath and stepped closer to the edge. The world around her fell silent, as if nature itself was holding its breath. She could feel the energy in the air, an unspoken connection between her and the lake. With every passing moment, she became more certain that Issy was watching her, hidden beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. As the night grew darker, Aiko's mind danced with visions of Issy, a creature that swam gracefully through the water, its long body shimmering in the moonlight. She imagined its large, gentle eyes peeking out from the depths, filled with wisdom and a hint of mischief. Her heart raced with anticipation as she whispered into the night, "Issy, if you are there, please show yourself." In that moment, the air shifted. Aiko's breath caught in her throat as she saw a ripple break the surface, followed by a second, larger wave. The lake was coming alive. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stood on the shore, wide-eyed and breathless. Just then, a shape emerged from the water, rising gracefully. Aiko felt a shiver run down her spine, a mixture of awe and fear washing over her. Issy was magnificent. Its long, serpentine body glided effortlessly through the water, scales glinting like jewels under the moonlight. Aiko could hardly believe her eyes. It was as if the stories had come to life before her, more beautiful than she had ever imagined. The creature's presence radiated a sense of calm and majesty, filling her with an overwhelming sense of wonder. For a brief moment, time stood still. Aiko felt a connection to Issy that transcended words. It was as if the creature could sense her longing, her dreams of adventure and exploration. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the water, longing to touch the magnificent being. But before she could react, Issy dipped below the surface with a graceful motion, leaving only ripples in its wake. Aiko stood there, heart racing, trying to comprehend what she had just witnessed. The joy of the moment was intertwined with a sense of loss. She realized that the beauty of the encounter was fleeting, and the magic of Issy was not something one could possess or hold on to. The connection they shared, however brief, was something she would carry in her heart forever. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that magical evening lingered in Aiko's mind. She returned to Lake Ikeda every chance she got, hoping for another glimpse of Issy. Each visit brought a mix of hope and yearning. With every gentle ripple, she wondered if the creature would reappear, if it would share its world with her once more. The other villagers noticed her dedication and often joined her at the lake, sharing stories and dreams of their own encounters with the elusive creature. One evening, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant colors, Aiko sat at the water's edge with her friends. They laughed and shared stories of their own encounters, weaving tales that danced through the air like fireflies. But Aiko remained quiet, her heart still heavy with the memory of her first sighting. She longed to feel that connection again, to experience the wonder of Issy's presence in her life. Just as they prepared to leave, a soft breeze rustled the leaves around them. Aiko felt a familiar energy in the air, a gentle whisper that beckoned her to stay. She turned her gaze to the lake, her heart pounding with anticipation. Suddenly, a familiar ripple broke the surface, and there it was, Issy, emerging gracefully once more. The creature glided closer, its eyes sparkling with intelligence and warmth. Aiko's heart swelled with joy as she realized that this was not just a fleeting encounter but a bond that had formed between them. She could sense that Issy understood her, felt her dreams and desires. The moment felt sacred, filled with unspoken promises and shared dreams. As the sun sank below the horizon, casting a magical glow over the lake, Aiko whispered her dreams into the night. She shared her hopes, her fears, and her wishes for the future. With every word, she felt the connection grow stronger. Issy listened, its gentle eyes reflecting the depths of her soul. In that moment, the girl and the creature became one with the lake, their spirits intertwined. From that day on, Aiko became a guardian of Lake Ikeda, sharing the legend of Issy with anyone who would listen. She told stories of the magical creature, inspiring others to cherish the lake and its mysteries. The bond between Aiko and Issy grew stronger, transcending the barriers of their worlds. As the seasons changed, the lake transformed alongside them, each visit bringing new experiences, adventures, and glimpses of Issy. The beauty of their connection reminded Aiko of the importance of respect, love, and the magic that exists in the world. She learned that true magic is not just in the creature itself, but in the moments of wonder and the connections forged through love and understanding. Lake Ikeda became a place of magic for everyone, filled with stories of hope, dreams, and the legendary Issy. Aiko's heart swelled with pride as she watched others share in the joy of the lake, their laughter echoing across the water. She knew that Issy's spirit lived on in every ripple, every wave, and every whisper of the wind. In the depths of the lake, Issy continued to glide gracefully, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay hidden in the world. Aiko knew that their connection would endure, a bond that transcended time and space, bringing a sense of peace and love to all who believed in the magic of Lake Ikeda. In the misty mornings of Vermont and New York, when the sun is just beginning to peek over the horizon, the calm waters of Lake Champlain mirror the clouds above. This lake, with its shimmering surface, hides secrets and stories that have captivated hearts for centuries. Tales of a creature known as Champ whisper through the towns surrounding the lake, weaving a tapestry of intrigue and excitement. The thought of a monster lurking beneath the water's surface sends shivers down the spines of locals and visitors alike. One crisp autumn day, a young boy named Ethan stood at the lake's edge, his breath visible in the chilly air. He had always been drawn to the stories of Champ, the legendary monster said to inhabit these waters. As a child, he listened with wide eyes as his grandfather recounted tales of sightings, a long, serpentine creature gliding through the depths, leaving behind ripples that danced across the lake's surface. Ethan's heart raced with anticipation as he imagined what it would be like to see the monster for himself. The lake was unusually quiet that day, as if it held its breath, waiting for something magical to happen. Ethan's imagination ran wild, and he could almost hear the whispers of the water, calling to him. "What if I see Champ?" he thought, hope bubbling inside him. With each passing moment, his excitement grew. He stepped closer to the edge, peering into the depths, searching for any sign of the creature he had dreamed of meeting. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, painting the world in hues of gold and orange, Ethan noticed a peculiar ripple on the surface of the lake. His heart pounded with hope and disbelief. Could it be? Could Champ finally be revealing itself to him? He squinted, his eyes straining to see past the glimmering surface, desperately hoping that this was not just another figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a large shape broke the surface, arching gracefully like a bridge formed of water and light. Ethan gasped, his heart racing. There it was. Champ! The creature's long, slender neck rose high above the water, and its dark green scales glistened in the sunlight. Time seemed to freeze as Ethan stood there, captivated. The world around him faded away, leaving only him and the magnificent creature before him. Champ's eyes sparkled with a wisdom that transcended time. Ethan felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as if the creature could see into his very soul. Champ seemed to acknowledge him, a silent promise of adventure and friendship. Ethan's heart swelled with joy and wonder. He had dreamed of this moment, and now it was real. But just as quickly as it had appeared, Champ submerged into the depths, leaving only a gentle ripple behind. Ethan stood in awe, his mind racing with thoughts and emotions. This creature, a part of the lake's mystery, had graced him with its presence, even if just for a moment. He could hardly contain his excitement, the thrill of seeing something so extraordinary coursing through his veins. Ethan rushed home, breathless, eager to share his experience with his family. As he recounted the details of the encounter, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. But instead of believing him, his family smiled knowingly, as if they had heard this tale many times before. Champ is just a legend, sweetheart, his mother said gently, trying to soften the disappointment in his eyes. But Ethan knew what he had seen. The magic of that moment was undeniable. Determined to prove that Champ was real, Ethan spent every spare moment by the lake, watching, waiting, and hoping for another glimpse of the creature. Each visit filled him with anticipation, yet as days turned into weeks, doubt began to creep into his heart. What if he had imagined it? What if Champ was just a story, a figment of people's imaginations meant to inspire awe and wonder? One rainy afternoon, with the sky painted in shades of gray, Ethan sat on the dock, staring out at the lake. The raindrops fell like tears, and he felt the weight of disappointment heavy on his heart. Just then, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Ethan's heart leaped. He strained to see through the downpour, and suddenly, he spotted the unmistakable shape rising from the depths. Champ! This time, the creature seemed playful, splashing water with its long neck, almost as if it were inviting Ethan to join in the fun. The lake danced with life as Champ twisted and turned, creating waves that surged towards the shore. Laughter bubbled up from Ethan's lips, the sound mingling with the rain. This moment was everything he had wished for, a chance to witness the beauty of the legend up close. As Champ emerged from the water, Ethan felt a surge of joy wash over him. The creature was magnificent, its form glistening as it moved effortlessly through the rain. For the first time, he realized that Champ was not just a monster from stories, but a being that shared a connection with the lake and its people. He felt a sense of responsibility, a duty to protect this creature and its home. Time slipped away, and as the sun began to set, painting the sky in vibrant colors, Champ made one last appearance, rising majestically from the water. Ethan's heart ached with gratitude. He waved goodbye, feeling an unbreakable bond with the creature that had brought him so much joy. This was not just about seeing Champ, it was about believing in the magic of the world, the power of dreams, and the beauty of connections formed through shared experiences. Word of Ethan's sighting spread through the community, rekindling the old legends of Champ. Children and adults alike gathered at the lake, eager to catch a glimpse of the creature that had become a part of their lives. Together, they shared stories, hopes, and dreams, united by the magic that Champ represented. Ethan felt a sense of belonging, knowing that he had helped reignite the wonder of the lake. Over the years, Ethan grew up, but his heart never lost its connection to Champ. He often returned to Lake Champlain, reminiscing about the creature that had inspired him to dream and believe. He knew that the magic of Champ lived on, not just in the lake, but in every person who dared to hope for something extraordinary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Ethan stood at the water's edge, whispering his dreams into the night. He understood now that it wasn't just about seeing the creature, it was about the magic that resided in believing, the joy of connection, and the stories that continue to be passed down through generations. Champ would forever be a part of his heart, a reminder that in a world filled with doubt, magic and wonder are always within reach. In the stillness of the Norwegian twilight, where the mountains kiss the sky and the water reflects the stars, there lies a lake shrouded in mystery. Seljudsvatnet, with its dark, deep waters, has long been home to a creature known as Selma, a legendary lake monster that stirs both fear and fascination in the hearts of those who hear its tale. The stories passed down through generations whisper of a serpent-like being that glides silently beneath the surface, its presence felt more than seen. Every year, as summer graces the shores of Seljudsvatnet, families gather to picnic by the water's edge, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Among them was a young girl named Ingrid. With her golden hair and bright blue eyes, she had a spirit full of curiosity and wonder. She loved listening to her grandfather's tales about Selma, the monsters that haunted the lake. He spoke of people who claimed to have caught a glimpse of the creature, its long body cutting through the water like a shadow. Ingrid would sit at her grandfather's feet, wide-eyed, as he described how Selma was said to be as long as a ship, with scales that shimmered in the sunlight. "But don't be afraid," he would say, his voice low and comforting. "Selma is a guardian of the lake. She protects it and all the creatures that live within." To Ingrid, Selma was not just a monster, she was a friend, a protector, and a creature of beauty. One warm evening, with the sun casting golden rays over the lake, Ingrid decided it was time to see Selma for herself. She gathered her courage and asked her grandfather to take her out in his little boat. With a chuckle and a twinkle in his eye, he agreed, knowing how much the adventure meant to her. As they paddled away from the shore, the sounds of the world faded, replaced by the gentle lapping of the water against the boat. Ingrid's heart raced with excitement and a hint of nervousness. She leaned over the edge, peering into the depths. "What if I see her?" she whispered, half hoping and half fearing the answer. Her grandfather smiled knowingly. "If she shows herself, it will be a moment you never forget." As they drifted further into the lake, the sky turned a beautiful shade of orange and pink, painting a perfect picture of serenity. But beneath the surface, something stirred. Ingrid felt a shiver run down her spine, a mixture of anticipation and thrill. She imagined Selma swimming gracefully below them, her sleek body gliding through the water, a guardian watching over her. Suddenly, the water began to ripple. Ingrid's heart skipped a beat. "Did you see that?" she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the waves. Her grandfather nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They both held their breath, staring at the spot where the ripples danced. Then, just as quickly as it began, the water stilled again, leaving only silence in its wake. Time passed slowly, and as the sun began to set, a sense of disappointment washed over Ingrid. What if she doesn't want to be seen, she thought. But just as she was about to give up hope, something extraordinary happened. A large shape emerged from the water, breaking the surface with a powerful splash. Ingrid gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. Selma! There she was, in all her glory. The creature's long, serpentine body glistened in the fading light. Ingrid's breath caught in her throat as she watched in awe. Selma swirled gracefully, her head lifting above the water, large eyes sparkling with intelligence and warmth. In that moment, time stood still. Ingrid felt an overwhelming sense of connection, as if the creature could sense her joy and admiration. She could hardly believe her eyes. This was the moment she had dreamed of, the moment that brought her grandfather's stories to life. "She's beautiful," Ingrid exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Selma swayed gently in the water, as if acknowledging her presence, a silent bond forming between them. Tears of joy welled in Ingrid's eyes. She felt a deep understanding that Selma was not just a creature of legends, she was a symbol of hope, beauty, and the mysteries of nature. Ingrid's heart swelled with emotion as she realized the importance of protecting this magnificent being and its home. But as quickly as the moment had come, it began to fade. Selma dove beneath the surface, creating a large ripple that spread across the lake. Ingrid clutched her grandfather's arm, her heart still racing from the experience. "Did you see her, Grandpa? Did you see Selma?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement and disbelief. He smiled gently, nodding. "I did, my dear. You have witnessed something special. Selma has shared her world with you." Ingrid returned to the shore that evening, her heart brimming with joy and stories to tell. The experience changed her in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. She understood that she had a duty to protect the lake, to cherish the stories, and to ensure that future generations could also believe in the magic of Selma. As the years passed, Ingrid grew, but her love for Selma remained strong. She became an advocate for the lake, educating others about its beauty and the importance of preserving its mysteries. Her childhood memories of that fateful day became the foundation for her passion, inspiring others to respect the waters that held so much magic. Every summer, as families flocked to Seljudsvatnet, Ingrid would share her story, the tale of her encounter with Selma. She encouraged others to look beyond the surface, to believe in the extraordinary, and to protect the treasures hidden beneath the waves. In the depths of the lake, Selma continued to glide through the cool waters, a guardian of the myths that brought people together. And as long as the stories were told, the magic would live on, connecting hearts across generations. Ingrid often found herself standing by the water's edge, reflecting on that moment when Selma emerged, a symbol of wonder and inspiration. She had learned that the world is filled with mysteries waiting to be discovered, and sometimes, all it takes is a little belief to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting a golden glow over the lake, Ingrid closed her eyes and whispered her dreams into the wind, knowing that somewhere beneath the surface, Selma swam on, watching over the lake and those who dared to dream. On quiet nights, when the moon reflects off the surface of still waters, a chill seems to settle over the lakes and rivers of Eastern Europe. The air grows thick with an eerie sense of longing, as if the waters themselves are alive, watching and waiting. These lakes and rivers are said to be home to the rusalka, mysterious spirits that haunt the waters with their beauty and their sorrow, forever bound to the depths. For generations, people have spoken in hushed voices about these spirits. The rusalka are said to be the souls of young women who met tragic ends, whether through betrayal, heartbreak, or untimely death. It is whispered that they are forever linked to the water, caught between worlds, neither fully alive nor dead, condemned to wander the shores and pull those who venture too close into the cold embrace of the lake. Their presence is both mesmerizing and terrifying. A fisherman named Ivan, living near one of the great rivers, had heard these stories his entire life. His grandmother would sit by the fire, recounting tales of how the rusalka would rise from the water with their long, pale limbs and flowing hair, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She warned him never to go too close to the water at night, especially when the moon was full. "They sing a song, my boy," she said, her voice trembling, "a song so haunting, so beautiful, that once you hear it, you'll be lost forever." Ivan never believed in such tales. He had been on the river many times in the dark, his boat cutting through the fog that often blanketed the surface. He always returned home, tired but unharmed, dismissing his grandmother's stories as nothing more than old superstition. But one fateful night, as the wind whispered through the reeds and the river shimmered under a silver moon, something changed. He was alone, rowing quietly along the river, hoping for a good catch. The world around him was silent, except for the occasional splash of water as his oars dipped into the glassy surface. Then, out of nowhere, a sound drifted across the water, soft at first, barely audible, but growing louder with every stroke. It was a song, haunting and sweet, filled with sadness so deep that it made his heart ache. The melody wrapped around him, drawing him in. He couldn't understand the words, but they spoke to something inside him, a feeling he couldn't shake. His hand stopped rowing. The boat floated, carried by the gentle current, as the song seemed to rise from the very depths of the water. He glanced around, expecting to see another boat or a village girl by the shore, but there was no one. The river stretched out in both directions, empty and endless, bathed in moonlight. His breath caught in his throat. Suddenly, the surface of the water rippled, and from beneath the calm, a figure began to emerge. She rose slowly, her hair long and dark, dripping with water that shimmered like silver in the moon's glow. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her eyes held a sadness so profound, so ancient, that Ivan felt a lump rise in his throat. She was beautiful, but there was something unsettling about her beauty, something otherworldly. The rusalka stood in the water, waist deep, her lips still moving with the song that filled the air. Ivan's heart pounded in his chest as he realized he was looking at the very spirit his grandmother had warned him about. But even knowing that, he couldn't move. He couldn't turn away. The song wrapped around him like a net, holding him captive. She beckoned him closer, her hand rising from the water, delicate and ghostly. Ivan felt his body shift, leaning toward her. His mind screamed for him to stop, to row away, to save himself, but his limbs refused to listen. He was drawn to her, just like the countless others who had been lured into the water before him. He could see the faint outlines of their faces beneath the surface, young men like him, their eyes wide with the same mixture of awe and terror that he now felt. The rusalka smiled, a sad, haunting smile, and her song grew softer, more intimate, as if meant only for him. His hand moved to the edge of the boat, ready to reach out, to touch her, to surrender to the depths. The water shimmered, reflecting the moonlight in a way that made it seem inviting, almost warm. For a moment, it seemed like joining her wouldn't be so bad. He could feel the pull of the water, the promise of release from the weight of the world. But then, just as his fingertips grazed the surface, the wind shifted. A gust blew across the river, breaking the stillness, and in that moment, the spell was shattered. Ivan blinked, his senses returning all at once. The song faded, and the rusalka's smile twisted into something darker, more malevolent. Her eyes, once sad and inviting, now gleamed with a hunger that sent a chill down his spine. With a surge of strength, Ivan grabbed the oars and pushed the boat away from her as hard as he could. The rusalka's arm shot out, trying to grasp him, but she missed by inches, her hand plunging back into the water with a splash. The river seemed to come alive around him, the water churning as if trying to drag him under. He rowed faster, his heart pounding, the rusalka's voice still echoing faintly in his ears. He didn't stop rowing until he reached the shore, his arms burning with the effort. When he finally collapsed onto the grass, he looked back at the river. It was still again, as if nothing had happened, the water smooth and quiet under the moonlight. But he knew what he had seen. He knew what had almost happened. From that night on, Ivan never went near the water after dark. The rusalka were real, their song a siren's call that no mortal man could resist. He had been lucky to escape, but he knew others wouldn't be. The rusalka were patient. They would wait for the next soul, and when the time was right, they would rise again from the depths, their song weaving through the air, promising peace, but delivering only death. And so, the legend of the rusalka lived on, a tale of sorrow and beauty, of love lost and lives taken. Those who knew the story would stay away from the lakes and rivers when the moon was full, for the water held secrets, and the spirits of the drowned never truly rested. In the misty waters of New Zealand, where the lakes stretch out like mirrors beneath the sky, there is a presence that stirs ancient fears. The Maori people speak of it in hushed tones, their voices trembling with reverence and caution. The Tanawa, a creature of immense power and mystery, a guardian or a terror, depending on how one encounters it. Legends say that the Tanawa dwells deep beneath the surface of lakes and rivers, lurking in the darkest depths, unseen but always there. For generations, it has been a symbol of both protection and danger, respected and feared in equal measure. When the waters ripple without cause, or the wind stirs the trees in a sudden gust, the Maori believe it is the Tanawa making its presence known. The Tanawa takes many forms. Some say it appears as a giant serpent, its body winding through the currents like a shadow, its eyes glowing like fire beneath the water. Others describe it as a dragon-like beast with scales that shimmer in the moonlight, or as a whale so vast that it could overturn canoes with a single sweep of its tail. But no matter the shape it takes, one thing remains constant: the Tanawa is a force to be reckoned with. There are stories of villages built near the water, only to be destroyed overnight by the wrath of the Tanawa. It is said that those who disrespect the land, who take too much from the rivers or harm the sacred waters, will feel the creature's fury. The earth will shake, the waters will rise, and the Tanawa will claim what is rightfully its own. One such story is of a young warrior named Tamati, who lived in a village nestled beside a great lake. The village had thrived for generations, its people living in harmony with the land and the water. They offered prayers to the Tanawa, leaving gifts of food and song by the shore, hoping to keep the creature's temper at bay. But as the years passed, the old ways began to fade. The younger generation, Tamati among them, began to doubt the existence of the Tanawa. They laughed at the elders' warnings and dismissed the offerings as nothing more than superstition. Tamati, bold and brash, was the first to test the boundaries. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the lake in hues of orange and red, he set out in his canoe, determined to prove that the Tanawa was nothing more than a myth. The villagers watched from the shore, their faces etched with worry, but Tamati waved them off with a confident grin. As his canoe cut through the still water, a strange feeling settled over him. The air seemed heavier, and the usual sounds of the forest, birdsong, rustling leaves, had fallen silent. The lake, which had always felt like home, now seemed foreign and vast, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. But Tamati pressed on, paddling farther and farther from the shore, determined to find the truth. Suddenly, without warning, the water beneath his canoe began to churn. At first, it was just a ripple, but it quickly grew into a whirlpool, pulling him toward the center. Tamati's heart raced as he tried to paddle away, but the current was too strong. The sky above him darkened, and the once calm lake became a roaring, twisting mass of water. He heard it then, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from the very depths of the lake itself. From the churning waters, the Tanawa emerged. Its massive form rose from the lake, water cascading off its scales like waterfalls. Its eyes, burning with an otherworldly light, locked onto Tamati, and for the first time in his life, the young warrior felt true fear. The stories had not been exaggerations. The Tanawa was real, and it was angry. Tamati's canoe was thrown into the air as the creature thrashed, its enormous tail sweeping through the water with terrifying force. He was tossed into the lake, his body pulled under by the swirling currents. The water was cold, so cold it felt like it was stealing the breath from his lungs. He fought to swim to the surface, but the weight of the water pressed down on him, pulling him deeper and deeper. Just as his vision began to blur and his strength faded, Tamati felt something brush against his leg. In his panic, he thought it was the Tanawa, come to drag him to the depths, but then, through the murky water, he saw a glimpse of something unexpected. A smaller creature, with gentle eyes and shimmering scales, swam beside him, nudging him toward the surface. It was another Tanawa, but this one seemed to be guiding him, protecting him from the fury of the larger beast. With the last of his strength, Tamati broke through the surface of the water, gasping for air. The smaller Tanawa stayed by his side, its presence calming the waters around them. Slowly, the lake returned to its peaceful state, the larger Tanawa sinking back into the depths, its anger appeased, for now. Tamati was pulled to shore by the villagers, who had watched in horror as the lake came alive with the fury of the Tanawa. He lay on the ground, coughing and shaking, his mind reeling from what he had just experienced. The elders gathered around him, their faces solemn. "You disrespected the Tanawa," one of them said softly. "But the lake has spared you, for reasons we do not yet understand." From that day on, Tamati never questioned the old ways again. He became a protector of the lake, ensuring that the offerings were made and that the waters were respected. He understood now that the Tanawa were not just creatures of destruction, they were guardians, protectors of the land and the water. They demanded respect, and when they were disrespected, they reminded the people of their power in ways that no one could forget. The story of Tamati and the Tanawa is told to this day, a cautionary tale for those who might take the waters for granted. The Tanawa, with their immense strength and untamable nature, are a reminder that there are forces in the world far greater than any human. Forces that demand reverence, that hold both life and death in their grasp. On the high mountains where China and North Korea meet, lies a lake so serene it seems otherworldly. Lake Tianchi, known as Heaven's Lake, reflects the sky in its deep, still waters, cradled within the embrace of a dormant volcano. Yet, beneath its placid surface, there's a legend that has stirred fear and wonder for centuries, the tale of the Tianchi monster, a creature whispered about in hushed tones, a dragon that is said to call these sacred waters its home. The stories of the Tianchi monster have been passed down for generations. They tell of a beast so massive that when it breaks through the water, it causes waves to crash against the shores, sending ripples that disturb the stillness of the lake. The monster, many say, is no ordinary creature. Its body is serpentine, with scales that glisten in the sunlight, and its eyes burn like embers, glowing with an intelligence far beyond any earthly being. Some even say it has the horns of a dragon, spiraling upward from its head, giving it an aura of both majesty and terror. There have been sightings, always brief, like fleeting moments when the veil between the known world and the unknown lifts. In one such account, a fisherman, tired from a long day of work, sat at the edge of the lake, his feet dangling in the cool water. The air was thick with the silence of the mountains, the world around him so still that even the flutter of a bird's wings seemed loud. As he gazed out at the horizon, something unusual caught his eye, a disturbance, a ripple too large to be caused by a fish or the wind. His heart quickened, and before he could move, the lake erupted. A massive form, dark and shimmering, rose from the water. The fisherman froze, his breath caught in his throat. The creature was enormous, its body snaking through the air with an eerie grace. Its scales shimmered, catching the dying light of the sun, and its eyes, those terrible, glowing eyes, seemed to lock onto him, holding him in place as if time itself had stopped. For what felt like an eternity, the creature hung there, half in and half out of the water, its presence so overwhelming that the fisherman felt like an ant in the shadow of a mountain. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature plunged back into the depths, sending waves crashing to the shore. The fisherman scrambled backward, his heart pounding in his chest, the reality of what he had seen sinking in. He never returned to the lake after that day, but his story spread, igniting a new wave of fear and fascination about the Tianchi monster. Other accounts are just as chilling. One tells of a group of travelers who, while hiking along the rim of the volcano, spotted something moving beneath the surface of the lake. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light, the way the sun sometimes dances on the water. But as they watched, the shape grew larger, more defined. It was long, impossibly long, and moving with a purpose, like a predator stalking its prey. The group stood in stunned silence, unable to tear their eyes away as the creature swam just beneath the surface, its body so massive it seemed to stretch the length of the lake. Some of the travelers whispered that it must be the ancient dragon of the lake, the guardian of Heaven's Lake, a being so old and powerful that it had seen the rise and fall of empires. Others claimed it was a warning, a sign that the lake's peaceful facade was just that, a facade, hiding something far more dangerous beneath. Whatever it was, none of them dared go near the water after that, their encounter etched into their minds like a nightmare they couldn't shake. The mystery of the Tianchi monster has drawn many curious souls to the lake over the years. Scientists, thrill-seekers, and even skeptics have made the journey to the remote lake, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature for themselves. Some have set up cameras along the shore, their lenses trained on the water, waiting for the moment when the beast might surface again. But the monster, if it exists, remains elusive, a shadow in the depths, only appearing when it chooses to. Even so, the sightings continue. In one more recent account, a group of tourists were boating on the lake when they noticed something strange in the distance, a dark shape moving quickly beneath the water. At first, they thought it was a trick of the light or perhaps a large fish, but as it came closer, they realized it was much larger than they had imagined. The water began to churn around them, the boat rocking violently as if caught in a storm. And then, just for a moment, they saw it, a massive, snake-like creature, its scales glistening in the sunlight, its body undulating through the water with a grace that belied its size. The creature was gone as quickly as it had appeared, but the fear it left behind lingered long after the boat had reached the shore. What makes the Tianchi monster so terrifying isn't just its size or its mysterious nature, it's the sense that something ancient, something beyond human understanding, lies beneath the surface of the lake. Heaven's Lake, with its tranquil beauty, hides a world where time moves differently, where creatures of myth still roam. The people who live near the lake respect its waters, not just for their beauty, but for the power they know lies beneath. The Tianchi monster, whether it is a dragon, a serpent, or something else entirely, represents that power. It is a reminder that even in the modern world, where science and technology have explained so much, there are still places where mystery reigns, where the unknown holds sway. And in those places, the ancient fears, the ones that tell us to be wary of the dark, of the deep, of what we cannot see, still have a place. The lake may be still, but it is never truly silent. There is always the sense that something is watching, waiting, just beneath the surface, ready to emerge when the time is right. The Tianchi monster, whether it is real or a figment of legend, continues to haunt the imaginations of all who come near the lake, a symbol of the mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of human understanding. The waters of Flathead Lake stretch out under the Montana sky, vast and serene, their surface often still and mirror-like, reflecting the towering mountains that cradle them. But beneath that calm exterior lies something unsettling, something that has stirred the imagination of locals and travelers alike for generations. The Flathead Lake monster, a serpent-like creature said to dwell in the lake's depths, is a legend that refuses to fade, a whisper carried on the wind, haunting the shorelines. It was a warm summer afternoon in 1889 when the first recorded sighting of the creature was made. A steamboat glided across the lake's glassy surface, the passengers chatting and laughing under the open sky. Suddenly, the water ahead rippled, and something large, larger than anything they had ever seen, broke through the surface. The creature was long and dark, moving with a speed and grace that defied its size. Gasps of shock rippled through the boat as passengers rushed to the railings, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. It moved in an undulating motion, its body serpentine, almost snake-like, before vanishing back into the depths, leaving only waves in its wake. Since that day, stories of the Flathead Lake monster have spread, growing with each retelling. Some describe it as a massive serpent, its dark body twisting and coiling just beneath the water. Others say it has the head of a horse, its eyes glowing with a strange intelligence as it watches those who dare to enter its domain. Whatever its appearance, one thing remains constant: the feeling of dread that settles in the hearts of those who encounter it. For many, the lake is a place of beauty, a place to escape the chaos of everyday life. But for some, the stillness of the water feels too quiet, too eerie. There's an unshakable feeling that something ancient stirs beneath the surface, something that has watched over the lake for far longer than any human has. There have been countless sightings over the years, each one more unsettling than the last. In one account, a young couple was out on a fishing trip, their small boat gently rocking with the rhythm of the lake. The day had been peaceful, filled with the sound of birds and the occasional splash of fish breaking the surface. But as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the water, the atmosphere shifted. The couple noticed a strange ripple moving toward them, far too large to be caused by any fish they had ever seen. At first, they thought it was a log, drifting aimlessly on the current. But as it came closer, they realized with growing horror that it was alive. The water around the object began to churn violently, as if something massive was thrashing just beneath the surface. Then, without warning, a long, dark shape rose from the depths, its body glistening in the fading light. The creature's head broke through the surface, and for a brief, terrifying moment, it locked eyes with the couple. It was then that they saw it, the unmistakable look of something ancient, something far older than the lake itself, staring back at them. Panicked, they scrambled to start the boat's engine, their hearts pounding in their chests. The creature disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, but the terror it left behind lingered long after they had reached the safety of the shore. For some, these encounters are enough to keep them far away from Flathead Lake, but for others, the mystery is too alluring to resist. Over the years, the legend of the Flathead Lake monster has attracted adventurers and cryptozoologists, all hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. Some come armed with cameras and sonar equipment, hoping to capture evidence of its existence. But the lake keeps its secrets well. The monster, if it exists, seems to know when it is being watched, slipping away into the dark waters before anyone can get too close. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, belief in the Flathead Lake monster remains strong. Some say it is a creature left over from a time when dinosaurs roamed the earth, a relic of a forgotten age. Others believe it is a spirit, a guardian of the lake, watching over its waters and punishing those who dare to disturb its peace. Whatever it is, the stories persist, passed down from generation to generation, each one adding to the creature's legend. There's something about the lake that draws people in, something that makes it impossible to look away, even when fear creeps in at the edges of their mind. The water is so vast, so deep, that it seems almost alive, as if it holds memories of a time long before humans set foot on its shores. And in those depths, where the light can't reach, something stirs, something that has lived in the lake for longer than anyone can remember. In one particularly chilling account, a fisherman named William was out on the lake at dawn, the early morning mist still clinging to the water. He had been coming to the lake for years, and while he had heard the stories, he had never given them much thought. That morning, however, he would become part of the legend himself. As he cast his line into the still water, he noticed a ripple out of the corner of his eye. At first, he thought it was just the wind, but the ripple grew larger, spreading across the lake in a way that made his skin prickle. He stood up, scanning the water for any sign of what might be causing the disturbance. And then he saw it, a long, dark shape, moving slowly beneath the surface, its body undulating like a serpent. His heart raced as he watched it, frozen in place. The creature was massive, far larger than anything he had ever seen in the lake before. It moved with a purpose, as if it were searching for something. Then, without warning, it vanished, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Shaken, William hurried back to shore, his mind racing with what he had just witnessed. He had always thought the stories were just that, stories. But now, he wasn't so sure. The creature was real, he had seen it with his own eyes, and the fear it left behind was all too tangible. The legend of the Flathead Lake monster is more than just a tale of a mysterious creature. It's a reminder that there are still places in the world where the unknown holds sway, where the natural world can still surprise and terrify us in equal measure. Flathead Lake, with its calm waters and quiet shores, is one of those places. And somewhere in those depths, the monster waits, unseen but never forgotten, a shadow that haunts the lake and the people who call it home. In the ancient lands of Babylon, where the rivers Euphrates and Tigris flowed through the cradle of civilization, there were whispered tales of a creature so fearsome, so awe-inspiring, that its very name could make the bravest shudder. This was the Surush, a dragon that roamed the waters and lakes, a beast born from the imagination of a people who saw the world as a place filled with the divine and the dangerous. The Surush was no ordinary creature. Described as part serpent, part lion, and part bird, its appearance alone was enough to terrify anyone who came close. Its body was long and sleek like a serpent's, covered in glistening scales that shimmered in the sunlight. But it walked on powerful legs, its feet clawed and deadly like a lion's. On its back, great wings folded against its sides, waiting for the moment when it would take to the skies, casting a shadow so wide it would darken the ground below. Its eyes, sharp, intelligent, and burning with an ancient fire, seemed to see straight into the soul of anyone who dared to meet its gaze. In the minds of the people of Babylon, the Surush was more than just a beast. It was a symbol of power, a creature that bridged the gap between gods and men, between the earth and the skies. Its very presence in their myths and legends spoke of a world where the natural and the supernatural intertwined, where lakes and rivers could hide beings of unimaginable strength and mystery. The waters of Babylon were not like the calm, peaceful lakes many know today. They were wild and unpredictable, prone to flooding, to sweeping away crops and homes with terrifying force. It was in these waters that the Surush was said to dwell, lurking in the depths, waiting for the unsuspecting to come too close. Farmers, fishermen, and travelers told stories of the Surush rising from the lakes, its massive body coiling through the air as it surged toward its prey. Some said they had heard the thunderous flapping of its wings as it took flight, others that they had felt the ground tremble as its mighty claws gripped the earth. One particularly haunting tale tells of a young boy named Cuddy, who lived in a small village near one of Babylon's great lakes. Cuddy had always been warned by his parents to stay away from the water's edge, but like all children, his curiosity got the better of him. One warm evening, just as the sun was setting and casting a golden light over the lake, Cuddy wandered too close. He knelt by the water, watching the tiny ripples that danced across the surface, his reflection shimmering back at him. But then, something else caught his eye, a shadow, dark and twisted, moving just beneath the water. Before he could pull back, the surface of the lake erupted. Water sprayed into the air as the monstrous head of the Surush broke through, its eyes locking onto Cuddy. For a moment, he was frozen, his heart pounding in his chest, his mind unable to comprehend the size and sheer terror of the beast before him. But then, in a rush of survival instinct, Cuddy turned and ran. Behind him, he could hear the Surush, its great body thrashing through the water, its breath hot on his heels. Cuddy made it back to the village, but he was never the same. He spoke of the Surush often, describing its massive form, the way its scales shimmered in the fading light, and the cold, calculating look in its eyes as it chased him. His story spread quickly, adding to the fear and reverence people held for the creature. The Surush was not only a creature of terror, but also one of reverence. It was said to be connected to the gods, particularly Marduk, the patron deity of Babylon, who was often depicted with the Surush by his side. In temple carvings and inscriptions, the image of the Surush appeared, a guardian of the divine, a reminder of the power the gods held over both man and nature. To the Babylonians, the Surush was a force of both destruction and protection, a creature that could bring ruin to those who disrespected the gods, but also one that could bring favor to those who showed the proper reverence. There were stories of priests and kings making offerings at the lakes where the Surush was said to dwell, hoping to appease the creature and win the favor of the gods. They would bring gifts of gold, silver, and food, laying them at the water's edge in solemn ceremonies. Sometimes, it was said, the water would stir as if the Surush itself had accepted the offering, its presence felt but not seen. Even today, the legend of the Surush lingers in the hearts of those who study the ancient world. Archaeologists and historians have found depictions of the creature on the Ishtar Gate, one of Babylon's most famous monuments. Its form, standing tall alongside lions and bulls, suggests that the Surush was more than just a myth. It was an integral part of Babylonian culture, a symbol of the mysterious and untamed forces that the people of that time believed controlled their world. The lakes of Babylon may no longer ripple with the fear of the Surush, but its legend lives on, a reminder of a time when dragons roamed the earth and the line between man and the supernatural was thin. The Surush, with its serpent body, lion's claws, and wings of a bird, remains a figure of awe and fear, its story etched into the very stones of ancient Babylon. It is a creature born from the fears and beliefs of a civilization long gone, yet its presence still echoes through history, whispering to us from the depths of those ancient lakes. In the heat of the Indian sun, where rivers carve their way through dense jungles and sacred lands, there exists a legend as old as time itself, a legend of the Naga, the serpent kings, who reign over the waters. These ancient beings, half human and half snake, are not just creatures of fear but also protectors, guardians of the life-giving rivers and lakes that sustain all around them. It is said that deep beneath the surface of these rivers, where the sunlight barely touches, lies the shimmering kingdom of the Nagas. Their world is vast, filled with jewels, golden palaces, and treasures beyond imagination. But more than their wealth, it is their power over water that has woven them into the very fabric of Indian mythology. In the cool, hidden depths, they rule silently, watching over the flowing currents that give life to the land, their coiled bodies gliding through the dark waters like whispers of the river itself. The Naga are not ordinary serpents. They possess the ability to shift into human form, often taking on the appearance of beautiful and wise beings. In their human guise, they are regal, their skin glistening faintly with the sheen of their serpent heritage, their eyes deep and all-seeing. Yet, despite their beauty, there is an unspoken danger in their presence. For though they protect the waters, they are not to be trifled with. In the old stories, villagers tell of how the rivers would rise without warning, angry and unforgiving, when the Naga were angered. Perhaps a fisherman had taken too much from the river without offering thanks, or a traveler had polluted the waters with disrespect. In these moments, the peaceful protectors of water transformed into avenging spirits. The river would swell, its once calm waters becoming a raging torrent, sweeping away everything in its path. The Nagas, it was said, could control the very essence of the river's soul, turning its gentle embrace into a deadly force. But for those who honored the Naga, who understood the delicate balance of life and water, the serpent kings were kind, even generous. There are countless tales of how the Naga saved villages from droughts, calling forth rains when the skies had been cruelly dry for months. Farmers would leave offerings of milk, flowers, and rice by the riverbank, hoping to earn the favor of the Naga and ensure the health of their crops. In return, the Naga would bless them with clear, flowing water and protect them from harm. One of the most cherished stories is that of a young boy named Arjun, who lived by the Ganges River. Arjun had heard the stories of the Naga all his life, and though his heart was full of reverence, curiosity often tugged at his spirit. He would sit by the river for hours, staring into its depths, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fabled serpent kings. One evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the water, Arjun saw something stir in the depths. A faint ripple disturbed the smooth surface, followed by a glint of something, gold, perhaps. His heart raced, and before he knew it, he found himself standing at the edge of the water, his eyes fixed on the swirling shapes below. Then, without warning, the water parted. From the river emerged a figure unlike anything Arjun had ever seen. It was a Naga, its upper body human, but with scales glistening in the fading light, and its lower body the coiled form of a majestic serpent. The creature's eyes, deep and ancient, met Arjun's, and in that moment, the boy felt a rush of both awe and fear. He wanted to run, but his feet stayed rooted to the spot. The Naga spoke, its voice soft but carrying the weight of 1,000 years. "You are brave, child," it said. "Few dared to seek the Naga, and fewer still live to tell the tale. But I see no malice in your heart, only curiosity. I will not harm you." With trembling hands, Arjuna knelt by the riverbank, offering the Naga a simple garland of flowers he had brought with him. The Naga took the offering, its serpentine body shifting gracefully in the water. "You understand the balance," the Naga said. "Water is life, but it can also be destruction. Never forget this." And with that, the Naga slipped back into the depths, leaving Arjuna alone on the shore, his heart pounding, but filled with a new understanding of the river and its guardians. In both Hindu and Buddhist traditions, the Naga are not just creatures of the earth, but celestial beings with divine connections. In Hinduism, they are closely linked to Vishnu, the protector of the universe, who is often depicted resting on the coiled body of the great Naga, Shisha. This Naga, with his endless coils, supports the very fabric of the cosmos, keeping the world in balance. In Buddhist lore, the Naga play a role as protectors of the Buddha and his teachings. One legend tells of the Buddha meditating under the Bodhi tree when a terrible storm arose. As the winds howled and rain poured, the Naga king Mukulinda emerged from the earth, coiling his great body around the Buddha to shield him from the storm. With his hood spread wide, Mukulinda protected the Buddha for 7 days, ensuring that the storm would not interrupt his meditation. The reverence for the Naga runs deep in the rivers of India and beyond. They are beings of great power, protectors of water, and keepers of the delicate balance between nature and humanity. The lakes and rivers they guard are more than just bodies of water. They are sacred spaces, living embodiments of the Naga's strength and wisdom. To this day, the Naga continue to inspire both fear and respect. Their stories remind us of the power of nature, the importance of honoring the waters that give us life, and the delicate balance we must maintain with the world around us. For though the Naga are kind and protective, they are also fierce guardians. And should that balance be upset, their wrath is swift and unforgiving, as relentless as the river itself. The sea was calm, its vastness stretching out like an endless mirror. But beneath that serenity, sailors knew something darker lingered. Legends whispered among them, tales of haunting melodies carried by the wind. Songs that promised warmth, love, and comfort, yet always ended in tragedy. These were the songs of the sirens. To hear their voices was to lose yourself, to be pulled away from everything you knew and cared about, and to fall into the depths, never to return. The sirens, with their beautiful, irresistible songs, did not need brute strength to claim their victims. Their power was far greater. It was the power of a voice that could shatter a man's will, leaving him helpless against the call of the sea. They say the sirens waited on the jagged cliffs, their eyes always watching, scanning the horizon for ships. At first glance, they appeared gentle and alluring, with their flowing hair and graceful forms. But their beauty was an illusion. Sailors who ventured too close would glimpse their true form, a strange and terrifying mix of bird and woman, with sharp talons and piercing eyes that reflected the hunger within. They were not just after men's lives. They craved their souls, pulling them down into the watery depths, where the sailors' bones would rest forever among the rocks. Odysseus, the great hero of Greek myth, once faced these deadly creatures. As his ship sailed near the treacherous island, he knew the danger that awaited. He had heard the stories, tales of countless ships dashed upon the rocks, of men driven mad by the sirens' songs. But Odysseus was clever. He ordered his crew to plug their ears with beeswax, ensuring they would not hear the fatal melodies. As for himself, he wanted to experience the song, to hear the sound that had claimed so many lives. He had his men tie him to the mast, commanding them to keep sailing, no matter what he said or how much he begged. And when the sirens' voices began to drift through the air, soft and sweet like a summer breeze, Odysseus understood why so many had fallen victim. Their song was everything, hope, joy, and love all woven together. It promised rest after long journeys, peace after battles, and a home that was always waiting. Odysseus strained against his bonds, desperate to follow the music, to throw himself into the arms of those who sang so beautifully. He screamed at his men to release him, but they stayed true to his orders, rowing harder as the ship drew closer to the rocky shore. The sirens called out to him by name, their voices filled with longing. And yet, despite the overwhelming pull, the ship sailed on. Eventually, the island faded into the distance, and with it, the siren's song. But not every sailor was as fortunate as Odysseus. For many, the siren's call was too much. The sea, which had once seemed so peaceful, would become a graveyard. Ships would crash against the rocks, splintering apart as the sirens watched with cold satisfaction. Their songs, which began with such sweetness, always ended in despair. It wasn't just the promise of love that lured sailors to their doom. The sirens knew the hearts of men. They sang of what each man desired most, weaving their songs to fit the dreams of their victims. For some, it was the promise of fortune, of treasures hidden beneath the waves. For others, it was the voice of a long-lost loved one, calling them home after years at sea. Whatever the heart longed for, the sirens knew it, and they used it to their advantage. One such sailor was named Theron, a young man who had spent years at sea, searching for riches to bring back to his family. His ship was sturdy, and his crew loyal, but none of that mattered when they passed near the Sirens' Island. Theron had heard the legends, but like many before him, he believed he was strong enough to resist. As the ship drew closer, the sirens began to sing. Their voices slipped through the air like a gentle mist, wrapping themselves around the men on board. One by one, they faltered, their oars slowing as they listened. But for Theron, the song was not just a melody. He heard his mother's voice, soft and kind, calling his name. She had passed away years before, yet here she was, speaking to him as if she were standing right beside him. Theron's heart ached with longing. He had spent so many years trying to build a better life, all in the hope of making his mother proud. And now, she was calling him home, asking him to come to her. He stumbled to the edge of the ship, his eyes searching the water for any sign of her. He saw a figure in the distance, a woman standing on the rocks, her arms outstretched, waiting for him. Without thinking, Theron jumped. The cold water swallowed him, pulling him under. His crew shouted in alarm, trying to throw him a rope, but the siren's song drowned out their voices. Theron swam towards the figure, desperate to reach her, but as he got closer, the illusion shattered. His mother's loving face twisted into something cruel, and he realized too late that he had been tricked. The sirens watched as Theron's body disappeared beneath the waves. They had claimed another soul, another life lost to the call of the deep. And for them, it was just another day. The sirens were not merciful beings. They thrived on the pain and suffering of those they lured in. Their songs, though beautiful, were filled with deceit, promising only to take everything from those who listened. It was said that their voices could reach even the strongest of hearts, breaking down walls of reason and leaving only a desperate need to follow. Though the legends of the sirens come from a time long past, their tale is timeless. It speaks to the dangers of temptation, of the way something beautiful can hide a deadly trap. The sailors of old may have passed, but the story of the sirens remains, echoing through the centuries like the haunting song that once filled the air. For those who still sail the seas, the memory of those voices lingers, a reminder of the dangers that lie just beyond the horizon, waiting for the next soul to claim. In the misty landscapes of Ireland and Wales, where the land meets the water's edge, ancient tales spoke of beings not quite human, not entirely of this world. These beings live beneath the surface of the lakes and rivers, waiting, always watching. They were the water demons of Celtic mythology, creatures born of the deep, dark waters, their hearts filled with a mixture of sorrow and malice. The air around the lakes was often thick with fog, and locals would swear that on certain nights, the mist wasn't just weather, it was the breath of something stirring below. Travelers would pause before crossing a river or approaching a still lake, aware of the old stories that warned them of the dangers lurking in the water's depths. The soft lapping of the water against the shore might have seemed peaceful, but to those who knew the legends, it was a warning. The water demons were near. In Ireland, one such being was the Each Wist, a shape-shifting spirit that often took the form of a majestic horse. It would appear on the shores, its sleek body glistening under the moonlight, inviting those nearby to climb upon its back. Many who encountered the Each Wist could not resist its beauty, feeling drawn to it, as if enchanted by some unseen force. But as soon as they mounted the horse, they would feel a shift, a tightening in their chest, a chill running down their spine, realizing too late that they were trapped. The horse would leap into the water, dragging its rider down into the cold, dark depths. The surface of the lake would soon become still again, and the rider would never be seen alive. Those who lived by these waters knew never to trust a horse wandering too close to the shore. They would warn their children, reminding them of the lost souls who had once ridden the each wished, their laughter echoing across the water, only to be silenced forever. It wasn't just a story to scare the young, it was a survival lesson passed down through generations. But not all water demons took the form of animals. In the rivers of Wales, the Afanc was said to dwell. The Afanc was a creature of terrifying strength, with the body of a crocodile and the head of a dragon. Its eyes, burning like hot coals, were said to pierce the soul of anyone unfortunate enough to meet its gaze. The Afanc didn't wait for people to come to it, it sought them out, rising from the water with a fury that could sweep entire villages away. Floods and storms were often blamed on the Afanc's rage, a punishment for disturbing its waters. There is a tale of a young woman who once tricked the Afanc. Her village had been terrorized for years, and they could think of no way to stop the beast. Desperate, the woman offered herself as a sacrifice, luring the Afanc to the shore. But she had a plan. She sang to the creature, her voice soft and sweet, a lullaby that seemed to calm its violent heart. As the Afanc closed its eyes, enchanted by her song, the villagers quickly bound it in chains, dragging it far from their homes. Yet even in its defeat, the Afanc's legend remained. People knew it was not gone forever, it was only sleeping, waiting for the right moment to rise again. In many of these tales, the water demons weren't mindless monsters. They were beings with emotions, rage, jealousy, sorrow. Some said the each wished and the Afanc were once human, cursed by ancient magic to live forever in the water, unable to escape their fate. Others believed they were spirits of the land, protectors of the water who became corrupted by the actions of humankind. The stories varied, but the fear was always the same. The water demons were not to be trifled with. In one particularly tragic legend from Ireland, there was a lake spirit named Ain, a beautiful woman who lived in a hidden world beneath the water's surface. Ain was kind, her heart filled with love for the land and its people. She would often rise from the water on misty mornings, blessing the fields and watching over the farmers who lived near her lake. But as time passed, the people grew greedy. They took more from the land than they needed, cutting down the forests, draining the rivers, and poisoning the lakes. Ain, heartbroken by what she saw, retreated into the depths of her lake, never to return. The once clear waters turned dark and murky, and the fish disappeared. The crops withered, and the land became barren. Some said that Ain's sorrow had transformed her into something else, a vengeful spirit, angry at those who had betrayed her kindness. To this day, farmers speak of strange ripples in the lake and shadows moving beneath the water, wondering if Ain still watches, waiting for a chance to reclaim what was taken from her. The water demons of Celtic mythology were as much a part of the landscape as the lakes and rivers themselves. They were tied to the land in ways that went beyond the physical. The people who lived near these bodies of water respected them, fearing the spirits they believed dwelled beneath the surface. But there was also a sense of wonder, a recognition that these beings were part of something greater, something ancient and powerful that connected the earth to the water, the land to the sea. Even now, when the old ways are no longer practiced, the legends of the water demons persist. Fishermen whisper of strange creatures glimpsed at dawn, and hikers swear they've seen ripples in lakes when there was no wind. Perhaps it's just the imagination, the power of a story passed down through time. Or perhaps, somewhere beneath the surface, the water demons are still waiting, watching, ready to remind the world of their presence. The lakes and rivers of Ireland and Wales hold more than just water. They hold memories of those lost to the each wished trap, of villages swept away by the Afanc's wrath, and of spirits like Ain, whose sorrow turned to vengeance. And as long as those waters remain, so too will the legends of the water demons, haunting the shores and filling the air with the echoes of ancient voices. In the quiet, mist-covered ponds and rivers of the Czech countryside, there is an eerie presence lurking beneath the surface. His eyes, glowing faintly green, peer up from the depths, waiting patiently for someone to come too close. The Vodnik, a mischievous and malevolent water spirit, is not just a figment of old stories, but a figure of fear for those who know the power of water and the danger that can hide within it. For centuries, people in villages whispered his name, shivering at the thought of the fates he dealt. The Vodnik wasn't just a trickster, he was a collector of souls. When someone wandered too close to his water, he would spring up, pulling them down with cold, wet fingers into the dark, still depths of the river or pond. And that was only the beginning of their suffering. Once in his grasp, his victims would drown, but their souls did not find peace. The Vodnik had a peculiar fascination with human souls. In his underwater lair, he kept their spirits trapped in delicate, ornate porcelain jars. Each jar held the essence of a life taken too soon, a light forever extinguished beneath the water's surface. The lids on these jars rattled softly, like whispers in the dark, as the trapped souls tried in vain to escape. The Vodnik would sit on the shore sometimes, smoking his long pipe, listening to the quiet clink of his collection below, smiling with cold satisfaction. The stories say the Vodnik appeared to be a strange old man, with green-tinted skin and algae tangled in his long hair. His coat was always soaking wet, dripping water wherever he walked. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, often with water plants hanging from it, and his pipe never left his lips. From a distance, he might even seem like a harmless fisherman, sitting idly by the water's edge. But those who got too close quickly learned otherwise. His eyes glimmered with a wicked light, and his grin held the promise of something far more sinister. It wasn't just the drowning that made the Vodnik feared. It was the game he played. He liked to toy with his victims, luring them with a false sense of safety. Sometimes, he would sing soft, almost hypnotic songs from the water, his voice blending with the gentle flow of the river. At other times, he would appear to need help, calling out to kind-hearted souls who couldn't bear to leave a helpless old man by the water. But as soon as they reached him, his grip tightened, and the water swallowed them whole. The fishermen in the area always knew to be cautious. They spoke of times when they would cast their nets and pull up strange things, old, torn clothes, a shoe, or even something as chilling as a pale, human hand. They knew these were signs that the Vodnik was near, and they would make offerings, leaving small gifts by the riverbank, hoping to appease him. A silver coin, a piece of bread, or even a trinket were sometimes enough to keep him at bay, at least for a little while. But the Vodnik's cruelty wasn't always random. There were times when he seemed to target specific people. A lover's quarrel that ended by the river, or a heartbroken individual wandering too close to the water's edge, he seemed to have a particular interest in those already touched by sorrow. It was as if their grief called to him, and he found satisfaction in pulling them down, adding their souls to his collection. There is one tale often told of a young woman named Eliska, who fell in love with a man from a neighboring village. Every evening, they would meet by the river, talking and dreaming of a future together. But one night, the man did not come. Heartbroken and confused, Eliska wandered to the riverbank, her tears falling into the water. In her grief, she didn't notice the subtle ripples in the water, or the soft hum of a song carried by the breeze. Before she knew it, the Vodnik was there, his cold, wet hand gripping her ankle, dragging her into the depths. Her soul, like so many before, became just another jar on his shelf. For days, her family searched, but there was no sign of her, only the faint echo of her voice, some said, could be heard late at night by the river, calling out in sorrow. The villagers knew, though. Eliska was gone, and the Vodnik had claimed her. Yet, not all stories of the Vodnik end in despair. Some tell of a cunning miller who, knowing the Vodnik's weakness for a good wager, challenged the spirit to a game of riddles. If the miller won, the Vodnik would have to return all the souls he had taken from the village. If the Vodnik won, the miller would give himself up willingly. For 3 nights, they met by the water, exchanging riddles and answers. Each night, the miller grew more anxious, knowing that a single wrong answer could mean his doom. But on the 3rd night, he posed a riddle so clever, so complex, that even the Vodnik could not solve it. Frustrated, the water demon had no choice but to honor the agreement. Reluctantly, he returned the jars of souls he had taken. The villagers said that, for many years after, the river remained calm, and no one disappeared again, for a time, at least. Despite these occasional victories, the fear of the vodnik remained strong. Even now, parents tell their children not to play too close to the water's edge. They speak of the vodnik as if he still waits there, watching from beneath the surface, his pipe smoke curling up through the reeds, his jars of souls rattling softly in the current. It's said that on certain foggy mornings, if you listen closely by the riverbank, you might just hear him humming, waiting for his next victim to wander too close. And when the water ripples, seemingly without cause, the old ones still whisper, "The vodnik is near." In the stillness of the early morning, when the mist rises gently from the surface of a calm lake, something fragile stirs just beneath the water. Hidden in the depths, delicate as the dew on a spider's web, are the Israi, ethereal water spirits from the old British folklore. They are creatures so fragile and beautiful that the very touch of sunlight can destroy them. It's said that they are as old as the lakes and rivers they inhabit, existing quietly, unseen, in the cold, shadowed waters. The Israi are not like other beings of myth and legend. They don't roar or threaten, they don't hunt or seek revenge. They are elusive and timid, like a breath of wind across the surface of the water, fleeting and almost untouchable. To catch a glimpse of one is a rare, almost impossible thing. They rise from the water only at night, when the world is quiet, and the moonlight is soft enough not to harm them. Their pale, translucent forms blend with the silvery glow of the moon, their hair flowing around them like a veil of mist. But their beauty comes with a sadness. They are bound to the water, tied to it by some ancient force. They live for centuries, but their lives are solitary and filled with fear. The Israi cannot bear the light of day. If the sun's rays were ever to touch them, they would wither away, dissolving into nothing more than a pool of water, leaving behind only a memory. It is said that when one is captured and brought to the surface, the Israi weeps, not out of fear, but because she knows that her end is near. The tears that fall from her eyes are as cold as the water she comes from, and her soft cries are carried away on the breeze, lost before they can be heard. Fishermen who have worked the lakes for generations sometimes tell stories of pulling up nets heavy with strange things, glimmering fish, glistening stones, and sometimes, just sometimes, the frail figure of an Israi. They are said to be so light that when held in a fisherman's hand, they feel like holding a handful of cool water. But to touch them is to seal their fate. The warmth of a human hand or the glow of sunlight is too much for their delicate forms. They melt away, leaving nothing but a wet patch where they once lay, as if they had never been there at all. There are tales of fishermen who, upon seeing an Israi in their nets, would try to release them back into the water before dawn broke, hoping to save them from the deadly touch of the sun. But even then, it was often too late. The very act of being pulled from their watery home was enough to weaken them. Their skin would begin to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly light, their eyes filled with a quiet sorrow, and within moments, they would slip through the fisherman's fingers, turning into a pool of water that vanished into the earth. It is said that the Israi are not just creatures of water but of the very essence of nature itself. They are bound to the lakes and rivers they inhabit, as much a part of the natural world as the wind and the rain. They don't seek out humans, and they don't harm them. They are simply there, existing in the quiet places of the world, untouched by time, living their long, lonely lives in the dark, cool waters. And yet, despite their solitude, there is something achingly beautiful about them, something that draws people to them even as they know that the Israi cannot survive in the world of men. The sadness of the Israi is not just in their fragility, but in the knowledge that they are forever alone. They are creatures of the water, and they can never leave it. They watch the world from beneath the surface, seeing the lives of humans pass by in the blink of an eye compared to their long existence. They see the sun rise and set, the seasons change, but they can never be part of that world. They are bound to the water, to the cold and the dark, and though they live for hundreds of years, their lives are spent in silence, with only the soft sound of the water and the occasional fish passing by to keep them company. There are those who believe that the Israi are not just spirits of the water, but guardians of it. They protect the lakes and rivers, keeping them pure and clean, ensuring that the natural balance is maintained. They are as old as the waters they live in, and their very presence is said to bring life and vitality to the places they inhabit. But they do so quietly, unseen by the world, working in the shadows, unnoticed by all but the most observant. For those who have had the rare fortune, or misfortune, of encountering an Asrai, the experience is one they never forget. There is something haunting about these water spirits, something that lingers in the mind long after they have melted away. It is not just their beauty, but the sadness that surrounds them, the knowledge that they live such long lives, only to be destroyed by something as simple as the touch of sunlight. The Asrai are a reminder of the fragility of life, of how something so beautiful can be so easily lost. They are creatures of the water, bound to it by forces beyond their control, living in the shadows, unseen and untouched by the world. Yet, in their fragility, there is a strength, a quiet resilience that allows them to endure, century after century, beneath the surface of the water. They are as much a part of the lakes and rivers as the water itself, and though they may be gone in an instant, their presence lingers, like the soft ripples left behind after a stone is thrown into the water. And so, the Asrai remain, a fleeting, delicate mystery, forever tied to the water, forever just out of reach. When the first light of dawn breaks over the horizon, rivers come alive with a gentle song, flowing through valleys and across landscapes, cradling life in their embrace. These winding waters are not just mere streams, they are sacred lifelines, and within their depths, powerful goddesses dwell. From the banks of the Nile to the shores of the Ganges, river goddesses embody the divine feminine, nurturing both the earth and its people. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Isis reigns supreme. She is the protector of the Nile, the giver of life, and the embodiment of motherhood and magic. As the waters of the Nile swell and recede, Isis watches over the crops and the people, ensuring that each harvest is bountiful. Her very essence is intertwined with the rhythm of the river. People come to her, offering prayers and flowers, seeking her blessings for fertility and abundance. When they see the water glistening in the sun, they remember her strength and love, feeling her presence in the gentle waves. Traveling east, the mighty Ganga flows with a spirit all her own. Revered as a goddess, she is both purifying and powerful. Her waters are believed to wash away sins and grant liberation to souls. Pilgrims journey from far and wide to dip into her sacred currents, hoping to cleanse their hearts and minds. The Ganga's water is more than just a river, it is a sacred entity, a living goddess. Families gather on her banks, lighting lamps and floating offerings, sending their hopes and prayers downstream. Each flickering flame represents a dream, a wish, a plea for connection and understanding. These river goddesses are often depicted with flowing hair and garments that mimic the movement of water, symbolizing their deep connection to the rivers. They embody grace and strength, a reminder of the dual nature of femininity. They can be gentle, providing nourishment and solace, yet fierce, capable of floods that reshape the very land. In their essence, they teach us the importance of balance in life. The river goddess Yamuna, another revered figure in Indian mythology, further illustrates this divine femininity. Her waters are said to be cool and soothing, offering refuge in peace. In her presence, love stories blossom. She is often associated with the divine love of Radha and Krishna, where the river becomes a witness to their playful, loving interactions. In those moments, the Yamuna is not just a river, she is a mother, a lover, and a friend, her waters cradling the essence of joy and devotion. In various cultures, river goddesses serve as symbols of transformation. As they flow through the land, they carry with them stories of the past, weaving together the narratives of those who live by their banks. They remind us that life is ever-changing, just like the currents of a river. Seasons may come and go, but the river remains, always moving forward, never stagnant. Through storms and droughts, the river goddess persists, embodying resilience and endurance. As we look to the Amazon, we find the goddess Aera, a beautiful water spirit who lures those who wander too close to her waters. In her enchanting song, she teaches a powerful lesson about the mysteries of the river. She embodies the allure of nature and the potential dangers that lie within its depths. The stories of Aera remind us to respect the rivers and the lands that sustain us. In every tale of caution, there is an underlying theme of reverence, a call to honor the life-giving waters that flow through our world. The stories of river goddesses resonate with universal truths. They highlight the significance of water in nurturing life, both physically and spiritually. Rivers are the veins of the earth, carrying nutrients and sustaining ecosystems. In the same way, river goddesses sustain the souls of their people. They are seen as compassionate guides, steering us through life's challenges, just as rivers guide their courses through valleys and hills. In many traditions, rituals dedicated to river goddesses are communal, bringing people together in a shared expression of gratitude. The act of gathering by the river, of singing and celebrating, is a way to connect with each other and the divine. These moments of unity remind us that we are all part of something greater, a vast network of life interconnected by the waters that flow beneath us. When the rains come and the rivers swell, the presence of the river goddesses is felt more strongly than ever. Their strength surges in the torrents, and their laughter mingles with the sound of rushing water. In those moments, the rivers are alive with energy, a vibrant testament to the life they support. They show us that even in the chaos of storms, there is beauty to be found. The river goddesses embody the nurturing aspect of nature, teaching us the importance of caring for the environment. They inspire us to protect our rivers and the life they sustain, reminding us that our actions have consequences. Just as the rivers give life, we must also give back to them, ensuring that future generations can experience the magic of these sacred waters. In this age of technology and disconnection, the stories of river goddesses invite us to slow down and listen. They call us to find stillness by the water's edge, to reflect on our lives, and to seek wisdom in the currents. When we immerse ourselves in the presence of the river goddess, we are reminded of our own strength and vulnerability. As we celebrate the divine feminine aspect of river deities, we honor not just the waters but also the lives they touch. From the fertile banks of the Nile to the sacred shores of the Ganges, these goddesses are ever present, ever watchful. They flow through our stories, our rituals, and our hearts, reminding us of the power of love, nurturing, and connection. They teach us to honor the water, to protect it, and to see the beauty in its constant flow. The chilling winds sweep across the rugged Scottish landscape, where mist clings to the dark waters of lochs and rivers. Here, in the shadows, lies a hidden danger, the Futh. These are not mere creatures of folklore, they are the restless spirits of the water, aggressive and fierce, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for an unsuspecting soul to draw too close. Legends speak of the Futh as beings born from the very depths of Scotland's lakes. Their forms are said to be both human and monstrous, twisted by years of rage and sorrow. They are known for their foul temper and their desire to guard their watery realms fiercely. When the moon hangs low in the sky, casting eerie reflections on the water, tales of the Futh are whispered around flickering fires, chilling listeners to the bone. The mere mention of their name sends shivers down spines, evoking a sense of dread and respect for the dark waters. The Futh are said to rise from the depths of the lochs, their eyes glowing like embers in the night. Some accounts describe them as tall figures with long, tangled hair and skin that glistens like wet stones. Others say they possess gnarled limbs and faces twisted by anger, eternally scowling at the world above. Their voices, when heard, sound like the echo of rushing water, a haunting melody that draws in the curious and the brave. But beware! That beautiful sound is a siren's call, leading many to their doom. The stories of the Futh are filled with sorrow and regret. They were once people, perhaps fishermen or farmers, who fell victim to the harshness of life or the cruel whims of fate. In their anger and despair, they were transformed into these dark spirits, forever bound to the waters they once knew. Their past haunts them, and they seek vengeance on those who disturb their peace. Many a fisherman has told tales of feeling a sudden chill in the air or hearing the water splash as if something beneath the surface is stirring, only to vanish in a moment of terror. One chilling tale recounts a group of travelers who, after a long day of wandering, decided to camp by a quiet loch. As night fell, they gathered around a fire, sharing stories and laughter. But when one young man boasted of his bravery, claiming he would swim in the loch, the mood shifted. The fire flickered uneasily, and an unnatural silence fell over the group. Ignoring their warnings, he jumped into the cold water, splashing and laughing. But as he swam further out, the laughter faded. The loch, once serene, became a roiling cauldron. Suddenly, he was pulled under, as if the very water had come alive, and his terrified screams echoed into the night. His friends rushed to the water's edge, frantically calling his name, but the loch remained still, its surface betraying no sign of the struggle beneath. Hours passed, but he never emerged. It was said that the Futh had claimed him, angry at his intrusion, and his soul became just another whisper in the chilling winds that swept through the glens. Those who live near the waters know to keep their distance. Fishermen speak of the Futh as they cast their lines, treating the water with a mix of reverence and fear. They offer small gifts, like a piece of bread or a sprig of heather, hoping to appease the spirits that dwell below. They believe that showing respect can protect them from the wrath of the Futh, allowing them safe passage over the waters. Even children grow up hearing stories of the Futh, the way their elders' voices drop to hushed tones as they recount the eerie tales. The lessons embedded in these stories teach them to respect nature and the dangers that lie within its depths. The innocent laughter of children at the water's edge is often tempered by the watchful eyes of their parents, who know all too well the lurking dangers beneath the calm surface. In many ways, the Futh symbolize the unknown and the uncontrollable aspects of nature. They are reminders that water, while life-giving, can also be treacherous. The lochs and rivers that seem so inviting can hide secrets that even the bravest dare not confront. They embody the fears and the mysteries of the natural world, a world that is often beautiful but can quickly turn dark and menacing. There are also tales of redemption intertwined with the legends of the Futh. Some believe that these spirits can be calmed through acts of kindness or understanding. There are stories of brave souls who, upon hearing the calls of the Futh, approached the waters not with fear, but with compassion. They sang songs of the past, honoring the lost and the forgotten, recognizing the pain that bound the Futh to their watery prison. In response, the spirits would reveal glimpses of their true selves, once proud beings who had suffered greatly. The loch would quiet, and the waters would shimmer with a hint of peace, suggesting that even the most restless spirits can find solace. As dusk settles over the Scottish hills, the stories of the Futh remind us of our connection to nature and the respect it demands. They teach us that the waters hold memories of both joy and sorrow, of life and loss. The Futh serve as guardians of these memories, fierce protectors of the tales that have shaped the landscape. They remind us that while we may venture near the water, it is vital to approach with humility, honoring the spirits that reside in its depths. In this dance between fear and reverence, the Futh will forever haunt the lochs of Scotland, their stories woven into the very fabric of the land. And as long as the rivers flow and the winds whisper through the trees, the legends will continue to echo, touching the hearts of all who listen. Each tale carries with it the lessons of the past, the respect for nature, and the understanding that beneath the calm surface lies a world of mystery waiting to be revealed. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the dense canopy of trees casts deep shadows over the winding rivers, there is a legend that stirs both awe and fear. The people who call these lands home speak in hushed tones of a creature so vast, so powerful, that the very rivers and lakes tremble at its presence. They call it Yakamama, the mother of waters. Yakamama is no ordinary serpent. It is said to be as wide as the river itself, stretching over 100 feet in length, its body undulating through the waters with a silent, ominous grace. Its scales, glistening under the sun, are said to shimmer in shades of green and black, blending seamlessly with the murky depths of the Amazon. The people of the Amazon believe Yakamama is a protector, a guardian of the rivers and lakes, ensuring that those who respect the waters are kept safe, while those who disturb the natural balance face her wrath. The tales of Yakamama have been passed down through generations, carried by the winds that rustle through the jungle and the currents that flow through the rivers. Fishermen, explorers, and villagers alike have told stories of hearing a low, thunderous roar from the water, followed by a sudden, eerie stillness. Some say that this is Yakamama's way of warning intruders, a call to heed the sacredness of the waters. Those who fail to listen often disappear without a trace, swallowed by the river, never to be seen again. One story, told by an old fisherman who spent his life navigating the waters of the Amazon, still sends chills through the spines of those who hear it. He spoke of a day when the river was unusually quiet, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. As he paddled his small boat along the water's edge, he noticed the fish were gone, no movement, no ripples, just silence. Suddenly, the water beneath him began to swell, as if something massive was rising from the depths. Panic set in as he realized what was happening. He had heard the warnings about Yakomama, but like many, he had brushed them aside as mere folklore. Now, faced with the undeniable presence of something ancient and powerful, he felt the weight of his mistake. The water around his boat began to churn, and for a brief moment, he glimpsed a pair of glowing eyes beneath the surface, watching him. In that instant, he knew Yakomama had arrived. In sheer desperation, he grabbed his oar and paddled furiously toward the shore, his heart pounding in his chest. The water roared behind him, and for a moment, he felt as though the entire river was closing in on him, ready to swallow him whole. But just as he reached the bank, the waters calmed. The fisherman collapsed onto the shore, gasping for breath, grateful to have escaped. He never spoke lightly of the rivers again and warned all who would listen, Yakomama is real, and she demands respect. Many believe that Yakomama is not just a creature of legend, but a vital force of nature, a symbol of the life-giving power of water. The rivers and lakes of the Amazon are the veins that sustain the jungle, and Yakomama is seen as the guardian of this life force. Her immense size and strength are reflections of the power of the water itself, calm and nurturing one moment, destructive and unforgiving the next. There are those who say that Yakomama has a dual nature. While she is known for her ferocity and the fear she instills, there are also stories of her protecting those in need. In times of drought, when the rivers run low and the people suffer, it is said that Yakomama will rise from the depths and restore balance. Her presence brings rain, replenishes the rivers, and ensures that the jungle continues to thrive. In these stories, Yakomama is not just a creature to be feared, but a symbol of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The people of the Amazon have always lived in harmony with the land, understanding that they are but one part of a greater whole. Yakomama, in all her terrifying glory, is a reminder of that balance, a force that demands respect but also provides protection to those who honor the natural world. Yet, despite these tales of protection, the fear of Yakomama runs deep. Travelers who venture into the depths of the Amazon often speak of the oppressive sense of being watched, of a presence lurking just beneath the surface of the water. Some describe feeling the river itself move beneath their boats, a slow, deliberate motion that makes their skin crawl. They know better than to disturb the waters, to throw stones or shout, for fear of angering the Mother of Waters. Even today, the legend of Yakomama endures. Researchers and explorers who visit the Amazon often hear the stories from local guides, who speak of Yakomama with a mix of reverence and caution. While science may dismiss the existence of such a creature, those who live by the rivers know better. To them, Yakomama is not just a myth, but a living force, as real as the trees and the sky, her presence felt in the very rhythm of the water. It is said that on nights when the moon is full, and the jungle is quiet, you can hear her. A low, distant rumble that echoes through the trees, a sound that reverberates through the earth and sends shivers down your spine. It is the sound of Yakomama, reminding all who hear it that the waters are hers, and she is always watching. For the people of the Amazon, the legend of Yakomama is a powerful reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the world. In a place as vast and untamed as the jungle, where life and death are intertwined, Yakomama stands as a guardian and a symbol of the natural world's immense power. She is both feared and revered, a creature whose legend will continue to flow through the rivers of the Amazon, as eternal as the waters themselves. In the heart of the dense, shadowed forests of North America, an ancient fear lingers, woven into the very soil and water. It is a fear that grips the hearts of those who live close to the land, passed down through generations in hushed tones. The Wendigo, they say, is out there, a creature so hungry, so twisted by its insatiable desire, that even the sight of it can drain the warmth from your bones. The Wendigo is not just a story, it is a presence that haunts the imagination, particularly in the colder, more isolated regions where survival is a daily struggle. It is said to be tall and gaunt, its skeletal frame barely hidden beneath its sickly skin. Eyes glowing with a hunger that can never be satisfied, it roams the wilderness, especially near water, searching for its next victim. In Native American legends, the Wendigo is often tied to water. The lakes and rivers, still and cold, are its hiding places. These waters, often so beautiful in daylight, take on an eerie silence at dusk, as if waiting for something to emerge from beneath. Some say the Wendigo was once a human being, consumed by greed or desperation. During harsh winters, when food was scarce and survival uncertain, people would turn to the unthinkable, cannibalism. And in doing so, they would invite the Wendigo into their hearts, transforming them into monsters that could never be sated. The presence of the Wendigo near water makes sense, for water is life. And the Wendigo, cursed with eternal hunger, seeks life to consume. The cold, still waters of remote lakes seem like the perfect breeding ground for such a creature. People living near these waters speak of strange happenings, disappearances, strange ripples on an otherwise calm surface, and an oppressive feeling in the air as night falls. But the Wendigo is not the only creature to haunt these waters. Among many Native American tribes, there are stories of other water-dwelling monsters that lurk just below the surface, watching and waiting. These creatures are less well known than the Wendigo but no less feared. One such creature is Missipeshu, the great water panther. Said to inhabit the depths of the Great Lakes, Missipeshu is a guardian of the waters, fierce and protective. It is said to resemble a large cat with scales like a dragon, its body rippling with power as it moves through the water with terrifying grace. Some believe Missipeshu is a protector of the natural world, guarding the purity of the lakes from those who would disrespect them. Yet, Missipeshu is not a creature to be angered. There are stories of those who dared to venture into its waters without offering respect or proper offerings to the spirits of the lake. These people met with swift and terrible fates, capsized boats, sudden storms, and in some cases, they simply vanished, swallowed by the deep waters, never to be seen again. The elders speak of these creatures with a mixture of reverence and fear, reminding everyone that the natural world is not to be taken lightly. Another creature that lurks in the waters of Native American myths is the Umpthi, a water serpent said to be so vast and ancient that it carves out the rivers with its movements. Its scales are said to shimmer like silver in the moonlight, making it both a creature of beauty and terror. When Umpthi moves, it causes the earth to tremble and the rivers to flood. Its anger is not to be taken lightly, and those who have wronged the water spirits are often at the mercy of Umpthi's wrath. The people who live near these waters have learned to coexist with these creatures. They know that there is power in the water, a power that must be respected. The stories are not just tales told to children to keep them from wandering too far from home. They are warnings, reminders that the world is full of forces beyond human understanding. The lakes, rivers, and streams are alive with spirits, and those who forget this are often the ones who disappear, leaving nothing behind but a ripple on the water's surface. Even now, in modern times, the legends persist. Fishermen who venture too far from shore or hunters who track game near the water tell stories of feeling eyes on them, an unsettling sensation that something is watching, just beneath the surface. There are moments when the wind stops, and the forest falls silent, as if the world itself is holding its breath. It's in those moments, they say, that the Wendigo or other water spirits are near, unseen but not unfelt. There are whispers that the Wendigo is growing restless. The world is changing, the waters are being polluted, and the natural balance is being disrupted. In times of imbalance, the Wendigo's hunger grows. It is said that in places where the water has been most harmed, people have started to go missing again. Search parties find nothing, no tracks, no signs of struggle, just a lingering coldness in the air, as if the very warmth of life has been sucked away. The elders speak of the old ways to protect oneself from the Wendigo and the other water creatures. Fire, they say, is the only thing that the Wendigo fears, for it represents warmth and life, the very things it lacks. But fire is not always enough. Respect for the land and water is essential. Offerings of tobacco, prayers spoken in the old languages, and a deep reverence for the spirits of the water are the best ways to ensure safety. But even then, nothing is guaranteed. The water spirits are unpredictable, their motives as fluid as the rivers they inhabit. One thing is certain, though, the waters of North America are not as calm and peaceful as they appear. Beneath the surface lies a world of spirits and creatures, both protective and vengeful. To disrespect them is to invite disaster, for the Wendigo and other water monsters are always waiting, hungry and restless, just out of sight. Those who live near these waters know to tread carefully, for the line between the natural world and the supernatural is thin. And in the stillness of the lakes and rivers, where the water is deep and dark, it is easy to believe that something ancient and powerful is watching from below, waiting for the moment when the balance is tipped and the Wendigo's hunger is unleashed once more. There is something haunting about the way water holds its secrets, something ancient that whispers through the ripples and eddies of rivers and lakes. For centuries, people have feared what lies beneath those dark, cold depths, creatures and forces far beyond their understanding. And in their fear, they believed that only sacrifice could keep these monstrous beings at bay. Across cultures, from distant shores to familiar rivers, the idea of sacrifice to appease water spirits or monsters has shaped the stories and traditions of countless communities. The water, while providing life, was also a gateway to the unknown. It could be as cruel as it was kind, capable of claiming lives without warning. People believed that these powerful forces had to be satisfied, that some kind of offering was necessary to ensure safety, to keep their villages and families protected from the lurking dangers. In some cultures, it was thought that the water itself was alive, that the lakes, rivers, and oceans housed powerful beings who controlled the tides, the currents, and the storms. These beings were not always malicious, but they were unpredictable, and when they were angered, the consequences were devastating. Floods, shipwrecks, and drownings were all seen as signs that the balance had been disturbed, that something or someone had failed to honor the spirits of the water. The idea of offering sacrifices wasn't born out of cruelty, but rather out of desperation and fear. People didn't understand why their loved ones were sometimes taken by the water, why storms would rise out of nowhere and swallow their boats, or why the river, so calm one day, could turn violent the next. They needed an explanation, a way to make sense of the senseless, and so they turned to the ancient practice of sacrifice. One of the most chilling beliefs was that of human sacrifice. In times of great peril, when nothing else seemed to appease the wrath of the water spirits, it was said that a life had to be given in exchange for peace. The stories tell of chosen individuals, sometimes volunteers, sometimes not, who would be offered to the waters to restore the balance. These rituals were often accompanied by great ceremony, the air thick with the weight of the act about to be carried out. In some legends, these sacrifices were seen as noble acts, with the chosen ones believing they were saving their community. Other stories paint a darker picture, where the sacrifices were unwilling, and the desperation of the people led them to commit unspeakable acts out of fear. The water, so vast and mysterious, became a thing to be feared, and the sacrifices were a grim reminder of the power it held over human life. There are stories of kings and leaders, desperate to protect their lands from floods or droughts, turning to their priests and seers for guidance. These spiritual leaders, in their wisdom or madness, would declare that the waters demanded a sacrifice. It could be an animal, a prized possession, or, in the most desperate of times, a human life. The chosen one would be taken to the riverbank or the lakeshore, adorned in ritual garments, and led to their fate. The community would gather in silence, hoping that their offering would be enough to satisfy the hungry spirits below. In other stories, the sacrifice wasn't always about appeasing the water spirits directly, but about keeping the monsters of the water at bay. In these tales, lakes and rivers were home to great beasts, serpents, dragons, or creatures so ancient they had no name. These monsters were believed to rise from the depths, drawn to human settlements by the scent of life. To prevent their attacks, sacrifices were made, offerings left on the shores to keep the beasts satisfied and their hunger quenched. One particularly chilling story comes from an old European legend, where a village plagued by a lake monster began to offer their children as sacrifices. The creature, they believed, could be seen gliding just beneath the water's surface, waiting. And so, every year, a child was chosen. The villagers would lead the child to the edge of the lake, where they would be bound and left alone as the sun set. By morning, the child would be gone, and the water would be still once more. It was a terrible ritual, but the people believed that without it, the monster would rise and devour them all. But it wasn't always blood that was demanded. In some traditions, the sacrifice could be something valuable: gold, jewelry, or food. These offerings were often thrown into the water as a gift to the spirits. The water, so vast and unknowable, was treated like a living being, capable of hunger and desire. And so, people would toss their treasures into the rivers and lakes, watching them disappear beneath the surface, praying that the spirits would be pleased and grant them calm waters and good fortune. The sacrifices didn't always bring the desired peace. There are tales of water spirits who, once they had tasted blood or treasure, became greedy, demanding more and more until the people had nothing left to give. In these stories, the relationship between humans and the water becomes one of torment, with the water constantly taking, never satisfied. It is a reminder of the fragility of life, of the thin line between survival and destruction, and of the lengths people will go to in order to protect what they love. Even today, the remnants of these beliefs can be seen in the rituals and traditions of communities that live near water. Though the days of human sacrifice may be long gone, people still leave offerings at riversides and lockshores, small tokens of respect for the spirits that they believe inhabit the water. Coins, flowers, and prayers are given in hopes of safe passage, good weather, and calm waters. These stories of sacrifice and water monsters are more than just myths. They speak to something deep within the human soul, a recognition of our vulnerability in the face of forces we cannot control. The water, for all its beauty and life-giving power, holds a darkness too. And in that darkness, in the depths where sunlight never reaches, ancient forces and creatures stir, waiting. The sacrifices are a way of acknowledging that power, of trying to find some measure of control over the uncontrollable, and of reminding ourselves that, in the end, the water will always have the final word. The water's surface ripples softly, hiding everything beneath it, yet holding stories older than time itself. Beneath the calm, glittering waters of lakes and rivers lie entire worlds, civilizations that once thrived, only to be swallowed whole by the very element that gave them life. The tales of drowned cities are whispered in every corner of the world, carried through generations like a warning, a reminder of nature's unforgiving power. It's as if the earth's veins pulse with forgotten memories of bustling streets, towering temples, and the lives of those lost forever beneath the waves. There's something haunting about the idea of a city, once vibrant and full of life, now silenced beneath a lake's depths. These stories of lost civilization stir the imagination, tugging at something deep inside. It's not just the idea of a physical place disappearing, it's the sense of time standing still beneath the water. The image of homes, palaces, and marketplaces suspended in a watery grave, with no living soul left to remember them, is enough to send shivers down the spine. In many legends, the disappearance of these cities wasn't just the work of nature. Some say it was the gods who, in their anger, caused great floods to rise and sweep away entire civilizations. These tales speak of prideful kings, cursed lands, or forgotten promises, where the very fabric of human arrogance and ignorance led to their downfall. The floods came swiftly, without warning, and in a matter of hours, what once stood tall and proud was reduced to silence. Imagine a city that thrived with life. The streets were filled with laughter, the sound of merchants bargaining, children playing, and the hum of daily life. But then, without any time to react, the skies darkened, and a deluge poured from the heavens. The rivers overflowed, breaking their banks, and the water swallowed everything in its path. People screamed, grabbing whatever they could in a desperate attempt to save their families and their lives. But the water was relentless. It rose and rose, crashing through windows, tearing down walls, until everything that once stood was gone, lost beneath the swirling currents. The city was no more. Only the water remained, still and silent, as if nothing had ever been there. Some legends go even deeper, telling of cities that were doomed from the very beginning. In these stories, the land itself was cursed, and the water simply waited, biding its time until the right moment came. In other versions, these civilizations had angered the spirits of the water, and in their wrath, the spirits caused lakes to form where there was once land, engulfing the people and their homes in a watery abyss. Perhaps the most chilling part of these tales is the belief that these drowned cities still exist today, preserved perfectly beneath the water. In these myths, the people remain frozen in time, going about their daily lives as they did in the moments before the floods came. Some say that if you listen closely enough, you can still hear the echoes of their voices carried by the wind across the water's surface, a faint reminder that the past is never truly gone. There are whispers of entire civilizations that once flourished on the shores of rivers and lakes, only to be swallowed by the very waters they depended on. Their histories, their cultures, their very existence, all vanished as the water claimed them. And yet, these stories endure, passed down from generation to generation, like shadows of a forgotten past that refuse to fade. In the depths of lakes, some believe that the great monuments of these lost cities still stand. Statues of forgotten gods, temples to long-lost rulers, and treasures beyond imagination lie untouched, waiting for someone to find them. But few dare to go searching. The water is a gatekeeper, guarding its secrets fiercely. And those who seek to disturb what lies beneath risk never returning, for the water is as dangerous as it is mysterious. One such tale tells of a city whose people were warned by their elders that they had angered the gods. They were told to leave their homes, to flee before it was too late. But they were proud and did not listen. Days passed, and the sun shone bright in the sky, with no sign of danger. But then, without warning, the earth trembled, and the ground beneath their feet began to crack. From these cracks, water surged forth, flooding the streets, the homes, the fields. The people ran in terror, but there was nowhere to go. The water rose too fast. And as the last of the city's towers disappeared beneath the waves, all that remained was the reflection of the sky on the surface of the newly formed lake, as if the city had never existed at all. In another tale, a city built on the shores of a great river was said to have harnessed the power of the water for their own gain, building great dams and diverting the river to suit their needs. But the river was alive, and it did not take kindly to being controlled. One night, as the people slept, the river swelled in anger, breaking through the dams and flooding the city in a matter of hours. The people woke to find their homes submerged, their streets turned to rivers. By morning, the city was gone, drowned beneath the very waters it had tried to tame. The stories of drowned cities serve as a powerful reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. Water, which can give life, can just as easily take it away. These myths speak to the fear and awe that people have always held for the forces of nature, forces that are beyond our control and understanding. And while the cities themselves may be lost forever, their stories live on, carried by the waters that claimed them. Even now, in the quiet moments by the lakeside or the riverbank, there's a sense that something lies beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. The water may be calm today, but it holds memories of a time when it was anything but. The thought of what lies beneath, whole civilizations, entire lives lost to the water, is enough to send a chill down your spine. These drowned cities are not just places, they are symbols of the fragility of life, of how quickly everything we know can be taken away. The water, silent and still on the surface, holds within it the weight of centuries of forgotten stories, of lost souls, and of the cities that once thrived where now only the reflection of the sky remains. The waters stir with an ancient power, a force that has long fascinated humanity. Beneath the surface, where light rarely touches, there are whispers of creatures that rule the depths, dragons. These mighty beings, often seen soaring through the skies in tales, are said to also dwell in rivers, lakes, and oceans, their scaled bodies blending with the currents, their eyes glowing in the darkness below. Across different continents and cultures, these water-dwelling dragons have filled people with awe, terror, and reverence, embodying the untamed spirit of the waters. In the quiet moments, when the world seems still and the waters lie calm, there's a lingering fear, a sense that something immense and powerful lurks beneath. It's in these waters that dragons, creatures both majestic and terrifying, are said to reside. In Asia, Europe, and Africa, stories of these dragons have woven themselves into the very fabric of myth and legend, each one carrying with it a weight of mystery that stretches back through the ages. In Asian mythology, particularly in China, the dragon is not the harbinger of destruction that it is often portrayed as in the West. Instead, the dragon is a symbol of power, strength, and good fortune. Water dragons, or shui long, were believed to govern the rains and rivers, their serpentine bodies coiled in the waters below, their influence reaching into the clouds above. These dragons weren't just protectors but also the source of life-giving waters. It was said that they controlled the monsoons and could bring rain to parched lands or cause devastating floods if angered. For many, these dragons were not to be feared, but respected. Their temper as unpredictable as the rivers they ruled. Farmers would offer prayers to these water dragons, seeking their favor to ensure that the rains would come at the right time, that their crops would grow tall and healthy. But there was always the understanding that, as powerful as these dragons were in their generosity, they could also be wrathful. Villages near rivers told tales of seeing the waters churn and bubble, the telltale sign of a dragon's presence. If the water rose suddenly, it wasn't just nature, it was the dragon expressing its displeasure, a warning to the people to tread carefully. In Japan, too, dragons had a deep connection to water. Ryujin, the dragon god of the sea, was said to live in a great palace beneath the ocean's waves. Ryujin's control over the tides made him a figure of immense power, and many believed that he could summon great storms to protect his kingdom or wreck the ships of those who displeased him. Fishermen would leave offerings for him, hoping that he would keep the seas calm and bountiful. But Ryujin's wrath was something to be feared. Tales abound of those who angered him, only to find themselves swallowed by waves, never to be seen again. Across the world in Europe, dragons of the water took on a more fearsome aspect. In the dark, cold waters of rivers and lakes, people spoke of creatures that were more malevolent, more monstrous. These dragons were not givers of life but takers, their presence often linked to destruction. In the British Isles, the Loch Ness Monster is perhaps the most famous of these legends, but it is far from the only one. Welsh mythology, for example, tells of the Fanc, a fearsome water dragon said to live in lakes and rivers, waiting to drag the unsuspecting into the depths. These creatures were the embodiment of the unknown, the things lurking just out of sight, waiting to strike. In Norway, the sea serpent Jormungandr encircled the world, its body stretching beneath the oceans. Though often thought of as a sea creature, legends said it could also swim into rivers and lakes, bringing chaos wherever it went. Unlike the Asian dragons, who were seen as both protective and fearsome, European water dragons were almost universally feared. The cold, dark waters where these creatures lived seemed to mirror their nature, indifferent, deadly, and implacable. Africa, too, has its own tales of water-dwelling dragons. In parts of Central Africa, there are stories of the Mokombembe, a creature that some describe as a dragon-like being, living in the rivers and lakes of the Congo Basin. Though more often thought of as a dinosaur-like creature, it carries the same mythical weight as the dragons of other cultures. For the people living near these waters, the creature represents both fear and reverence, a being that has existed far longer than humanity, and one that could easily outlive them. In southern Africa, the Zulu speak of the Nkosazana, a powerful water spirit linked to fertility and harvest, who often took the form of a serpent or dragon. This being, like the Asian water dragons, was seen as a giver of life but could also be dangerous if disrespected. Farmers and villagers would pay tribute to ensure that their lands remained fertile and their waters clean. But woe to those who ignored the Nkosazana's presence, for they would face not only drought but also the wrath of the water itself. The water dragons of mythology are not merely creatures of fantasy, they represent the raw, untamable power of nature itself. Whether they are seen as benevolent or malevolent, these dragons remind us that water, like the dragons that inhabit it in stories, is a force beyond human control. It gives life, it takes life, and it moves according to its own will, much like the serpentine creatures said to dwell within it. For those who live near rivers, lakes, and seas, the idea of something massive and powerful lurking just beneath the surface is not so far-fetched. Even today, when science has explained much of the natural world, there's still a primal fear that stirs within us when we stand near a dark body of water. Perhaps it's the knowledge that, no matter how much we try to control or predict the water, it remains a force of its own, as mysterious and unpredictable as it was when the first stories of water dragons were told. In the quiet stillness of a lake at dusk, when the water is smooth as glass, it's easy to imagine something ancient stirring far below, a creature older than time, watching and waiting. Whether it's the Shui Long of China, the Afank of Wales, or the Mokombembe of the Congo, these water-dwelling dragons continue to capture our imaginations. They are a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in the world, the unseen forces that shape our lives, and the eternal power of the waters that flow through the earth. There's a silence on the water, an eerie calm that stretches far too long, broken only by the occasional ripple. But beneath the surface, something enormous is moving, something ancient, something that doesn't belong in the peaceful stillness of a river. For centuries, stories have been told of great sea monsters, creatures that should stay in the vast, endless depths of the ocean, but sometimes, for reasons unknown, they find their way into rivers. The Kraken is one such beast. Known to sailors as the terror of the seas, its size defies imagination. Legends describe its massive tentacles capable of wrapping around ships, dragging them beneath the waves in a matter of moments. But sometimes, the Kraken leaves the ocean. The thought of such a creature venturing into rivers is almost too much to bear, yet stories persist, stories of this behemoth entering calmer waters, its colossal body carving a path through narrow riverbanks, searching for prey. For those living near rivers, the sea might seem distant, but the fear of what it might send up their way is ever present. The Kraken's presence in a river changes everything. The tranquil current, once a place where children played and fishermen cast their lines, becomes a hunting ground for a monster that should not be there. The water becomes hostile, alive with the sense of something huge lurking beneath, and no one knows when or where it will strike. In Norway, tales of the Kraken's terror spread not just along the coast, but deep inland, where rivers snaked through villages. Fishermen spoke of watching the water shift in unnatural ways, of seeing tentacles briefly break the surface before disappearing again. No one dared approach the river when the Kraken was said to be near. Boats were pulled onto land, and people stayed far from the water's edge. The river was no longer a source of life, but a dark, deadly force carrying something monstrous. But the Kraken is not the only sea creature said to make its way inland. From the icy waters of the North Atlantic to the warm seas of the Mediterranean, legends of other sea monsters slipping into rivers are common. In Scotland, there are whispers of creatures like the Syrian croin, a gigantic sea serpent believed to make its way from the ocean into freshwater lochs and rivers. Stories tell of its enormous jaws, capable of swallowing a man whole, and how it would travel upstream, its serpent-like body snaking through the water, hunting anything in its path. Imagine standing by a riverbank, the air thick with mist. The water flows calmly, reflecting the dim light of the setting sun, but there's a stillness that feels wrong, a silence too heavy. Then, suddenly, the water ripples, not from a fish or a gust of wind, but from something larger, something moving just beneath the surface. The ripples grow, spreading out in circles, and in the distance, you catch sight of a shadow, long and sinuous, sliding through the water, moving closer. The Syrian croin, with its dark scales glistening under the faint light, is said to be so large it can alter the course of rivers. When it enters the water, everything changes, the animals scatter, and the river seems to hold its breath. The symbolic connection between water and death is perhaps most powerful in the way drowning is portrayed as a form of surrender. There is no struggle as violent as drowning, no panic more intense than the moment when the lungs scream for air and find none. Yet, in the end, drowning is about letting go, about being pulled down into the darkness, where all struggle ceases. This surrender, this giving in to the pull of the water, is echoed in countless myths, where those who drown are seen as having crossed into another world, a place where the living can no longer reach them. In ancient Greece, the river Styx was believed to be the boundary between the living and the dead, and it was said that those who drowned were already halfway to the underworld. The act of drowning, in this sense, becomes a passage, a crossing over from one realm to another. It is not a violent death, but a transition, a slipping away into something unknown. This idea, that water holds the power to transport us from life to death, is woven into many different cultures and stories. Water is both a giver and taker of life. It nourishes, it sustains, but it also consumes. And when it does so with a quiet finality that is more terrifying than any roar or scream. Drowning is the ultimate reminder of how fragile we are, how easily we can be pulled under, and how little control we truly have. For those who live by rivers, lakes, and seas, this reality was a constant presence in their lives, and the myths they told reflect that fear. The monsters and spirits associated with drowning in these stories are often just reflections of the water itself, unpredictable, untamable, and indifferent to human life. They serve as reminders that no matter how much we try to control the world around us, there are forces that will always be beyond our grasp. The water doesn't care who you are or what you've done, it takes what it will, and those who drown are simply part of that cycle, their stories merging with the endless flow of the river or the stillness of the lake. As the surface of the water closes above them, there is no sound, no cry for help that can be heard. It is a quiet death, but one that leaves behind ripples that echo through the myths and legends we tell. The water, in all its beauty, holds within it the power to end life in an instant, and in that still, terrible silence, we can feel the presence of something greater, something that has been there long before us and will remain long after we are gone. The air is still by the water's edge, a gentle mist curling off the surface as the last light of day fades. There is a feeling of unease that lingers, something unsettling in the way the shadows shift and dance just beneath the water. You are not alone here, though you may think you are. A pair of eyes, sharp and unblinking, watches from the depths. It is human, but not quite. There is something wrong, something dark hiding beneath the familiar gaze, and before you can move, before you can even react, the creature shifts, its form unraveling into something monstrous. Shapeshifters near the water are more than just legends. They are the stuff of nightmares, creatures who can move between the world of men and the world of monsters with terrifying ease. In many myths, water is the boundary between these two forms, where they shed their human skin like a mask and reveal the beast lurking underneath. What makes these shapeshifters so haunting is their deception, the way they can walk among us unnoticed, hiding their true nature until it's too late. In Celtic folklore, the Selkies are among the most tragic of these creatures. By day, they take the form of seals, gliding effortlessly through the waves. But when they shed their seal skins, they become human, walking on land with the same hopes, dreams, and desires as those around them. The pain in their stories lies in their inability to truly belong to either world. They are torn between the sea and the shore, never fully at home in either. There is a sense of sorrow in their transformation, trapped between two identities, never able to settle into one. And yet, for all their beauty and grace, the Selkies are dangerous. Should you steal a Selkie's skin, you could bind them to you forever, but the sea would always call them back. The moment you turn your back, the Selkie would slip into the water, their human form dissolving, leaving nothing but a ripple behind. Other shapeshifters are far more sinister. The Kelpies, those spirits of the rivers and lochs in Scottish myth, may appear as beautiful horses or even alluring humans, beckoning the unwary to ride or follow them into the water. But once you touch a Kelpie, there is no escape. Its skin becomes sticky, its grip unbreakable, and with terrifying strength, it drags you into the depths, where you become just another forgotten soul lost to the water. The Kelpie's shapeshifting nature is what makes it so deadly, its ability to disguise itself, to appear as something familiar, something safe, only to transform into a creature of death when you're already too close. In Norse tales, there is the Draugr, a water-dwelling undead spirit that can shift its form to trick its victims. It can appear as a loved one, a familiar face, calling out in distress, luring people toward the water. But as soon as they reach out, the Draugr reveals its decayed, bloated corpse and pulls them into the sea. The horror of the Draugr lies in its ability to prey on the emotions of its victims, using the guise of someone they trust. It is a cruel trick, turning love and care into a weapon. But not all shapeshifters near the water are driven by malice. Some are caught in an endless cycle, trapped by their ability to transform. In certain Native American legends, water spirits called the Nawal are said to shift between human and animal forms, particularly near rivers and lakes. They possess great power, but with that power comes a burden. The constant shifting between shapes comes with the risk of losing themselves, forgetting their true identity as they move between worlds. It is a reminder that transformation, though it may seem like freedom, often comes with a cost. To live in two forms is to live in conflict, always struggling to balance the pull of both. One of the most haunting of these shape-shifting myths comes from Japan. The Kawa no Kami, or river gods, are said to take on human forms to move among people, testing their hearts and spirits. They can appear as lost travelers, children, or even lovers, but those who do not treat them with kindness or respect are punished. The river gods, though capable of kindness, are merciless in their judgment, transforming back into their divine forms to bring floods or drown those who wrong them. There is a chilling finality in the way these gods act. Once their true form is revealed, there is no escape. The water claims those it deems unworthy, and there is no mercy for the cruel or the selfish. These stories of shapeshifters are not just tales of monsters, they are reflections of the water itself. Like these creatures, water is ever-changing, shifting from calm to chaos in an instant. It can be still and welcoming, or it can turn violent and deadly without warning. The shapeshifters embody this duality, their transformations mirroring the unpredictable nature of the water they inhabit. And just as water can reflect our own faces back at us, so too do these creatures use their human forms to show us a twisted version of ourselves. In Africa, there are stories of massive crocodile-like creatures that traverse rivers during times of flood. In the Congo Basin, tales of the Mokombembe, a giant beast sometimes described as part serpent, part dragon, have been passed down through generations. While often associated with lakes and swamps, there are accounts of this creature being spotted in rivers, especially during the rainy season when water levels rise. Villagers spoke of hearing deep, rumbling noises at night, sounds that didn't belong to any known animal, and seeing the river's surface churn as if something massive was moving beneath it. These river monsters evoke a primal fear, a reminder that not everything that dwells in the water can be tamed or even understood. For the people living near these rivers, the legends are not just stories, they are warnings. They speak of an unpredictable world where the boundaries between the ocean and the river blur, and where something immense and terrible can emerge from the depths at any time. Even today, with our knowledge of the natural world, there remains a certain unease when we think about what might lie beneath the water. Rivers, for all their beauty and serenity, can quickly become places of fear when these ancient myths resurface. The thought of a sea monster making its way into a river taps into a deep-rooted anxiety, the idea that we are not as safe as we believe, that the waters we know can be invaded by creatures from a world far larger and darker than we can imagine. Perhaps the most unsettling thing about these stories is how often they blur the lines between reality and myth. Throughout history, there have been countless sightings of mysterious creatures in rivers, creatures that don't fit the descriptions of any known animal. Fishermen speak of seeing massive shapes gliding through the water at night, of hearing strange, guttural sounds echoing across the riverbanks. They return home with wide eyes and trembling hands, unable to explain what they've witnessed, but certain that they've seen something big, something dangerous. These stories, passed down through generations, create a haunting image of rivers as gateways to the unknown. The idea that the Kraken, the Syrian Croin, or the Mokombembe could leave the vast ocean and make their way upstream is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The monsters from the sea may be far away, but when they find their way into rivers, they remind us that no place is truly safe from the mysteries of the deep. And so, as the rivers flow quietly, as the world moves on, the stories of these behemoths remain. They linger in the back of our minds, resurfacing whenever we stand too close to the water, whenever the surface ripples in ways we can't explain. They are a reminder that some things, no matter how hard we try to forget, are always there, waiting just beneath the surface, watching, ready to emerge when we least expect it. There is a quiet terror that surrounds the idea of drowning. Water, which gives life, can so easily take it away. It's the silence that unnerves us, the way a person can vanish beneath the surface without a sound, pulled into a world where air and breath no longer matter. Throughout human history, drowning has been one of the most feared ways to die, and the stories we've told about it are filled with monsters, spirits, and shadows that haunt the water's depths. In so many myths, drowning isn't simply an accident. It is the will of something lurking in the water, something that watches with cold, unblinking eyes, waiting for the moment to strike. These creatures, whether human-like or grotesque, are often portrayed as the agents of a darker force, pulling the living down to their watery graves. Water, so gentle on the surface, can hide beneath it a powerful pull, a death that feels almost inevitable once it begins. The fear of drowning becomes tangled with the idea of being claimed by something ancient and malevolent. In Irish and Scottish lore, there are the Kelpies, beautiful, shape-shifting creatures that appear by the water's edge. They lure unsuspecting travelers to ride on their backs, only to drag them into the depths, where they meet their end in silence. The terror of the Kelpie lies in its dual nature. It is both alluring and deadly. People are drawn to the water, believing they've encountered something wondrous, only to find themselves gasping for breath, the world above slipping further and further away. The stories serve as a warning, a reminder that water, no matter how still and calm, is never fully safe. It holds secrets, it conceals death. But drowning isn't always the result of a creature's cruelty. Sometimes, it's the water itself that seems to have a hunger for life. In many cultures, rivers and lakes are believed to have spirits, not always malicious, but indifferent to human suffering. The water takes what it will. In Slavic folklore, the rusalka, a restless water spirit, embodies this indifference. Once women who die tragic, untimely deaths, often by drowning, they are said to haunt rivers and lakes, luring the living to their fate. The rusalka doesn't kill out of malice but out of sorrow, pulling others into the water as if trying to fill an emptiness within themselves. There's something almost poetic in the way drowning is viewed in these stories. It's not just death, it's a return to something primal, a surrender to a force that is older and more powerful than any of us. Water can be both a womb and a grave, and those who drown in it are often seen as being taken by something beyond their control, as though the water has chosen them. In Native American mythology, this relationship between water and death takes on another form. The rivers and lakes are alive, filled with spirits that demand respect. If that respect is not given, the water will claim what it is owed. The Wendigo, a creature of the forest and the water, is one such being. It is said to stalk those who are lost, hungry, and desperate, offering them a twisted kind of salvation in the form of death. For the Wendigo, drowning isn't a random act of nature, it is punishment, a dark justice served by the spirits that govern the water. Even in cultures where water monsters aren't the central focus, the fear of drowning looms large. In many Asian traditions, the spirits of those who drown are believed to linger, unable to move on, trapped in the very waters that took their lives. These spirits, often vengeful, seek to pull others down with them, driven by their own despair. In Japan, the funarii, the ghosts of those who died at sea, are said to haunt the living, trying to claim more souls to share their fate. Drowning in this sense is not just death, it is a never-ending cycle of sorrow, where the dead pull the living into their world. What makes shapeshifters so terrifying is not just their ability to change forms, but the fact that they can blur the line between the familiar and the unknown. We rely on what we see and recognize, but when something as simple as a person's face or a familiar animal can turn into a nightmare, it leaves us vulnerable. We begin to question what is real, what is safe, and whether the world around us can be trusted at all. In the end, the shapeshifters of the deep remind us that appearances can be deceiving. The water may seem peaceful, but it holds within it ancient, untamable forces. Those who dwell near it, whether in myth or reality, are subject to its whims. The creatures that rise from its depths are not just monsters, they are warnings. They tell us to be cautious, to remember that the surface is only a mask, hiding what lies beneath. And in the world of the shapeshifters, that mask can shift in an instant, revealing the darkness that waits just out of sight. There's a moment, standing at the edge of a river, when the silence feels alive. The gentle sound of the water lapping at the shore is soothing, yet somehow unsettling. It's as though the river is watching you, deciding if you are friend or foe. Beneath the calm surface lies an ancient power, a presence both protective and predatory. In the stories passed down through generations, the creatures that dwell in these waters embody this contradiction, guardians of the natural world, but also beings capable of great harm. The duality of these creatures makes them even more mysterious. Are they here to protect, to preserve the balance of life in the water, or are they lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness to strike? This ambiguity hangs like a thick mist over the myths of rivers and lakes, where creatures can shift from protector to predator in the blink of an eye. In the legends of the Naga, the serpent kings of Hindu and Buddhist traditions, the waters they inhabit are sacred. The Naga are seen as divine protectors, rulers of the rivers and lakes, whose duty is to ensure the purity of the water. They hold immense power, but with that power comes the responsibility of protecting life. The Naga, despite their fearsome, snake-like appearance, are often portrayed as wise and benevolent beings. They guard treasures hidden in the depths and keep watch over those who respect the water's life-giving force. And yet, when angered, they can unleash deadly floods, their wrath transforming them into terrifying predators. There's an undeniable tension in these stories, an understanding that the water, and the creatures who dwell within, can never be fully trusted. The same Naga who brings rain to nurture crops can also cause torrential storms that drown entire villages. This dual nature isn't just about the creatures, it reflects the water itself, essential for life, but equally capable of destruction. In Celtic mythology, the Selkies offer another glimpse into this delicate balance. These seal-like beings, who can shed their skins and become human, are said to be protectors of the sea. Their stories often speak of them helping fishermen lost at sea or guiding sailors safely to shore. Yet, as much as they protect, they are bound to the water in a way that can make them dangerous. If a human steals a Selkie's skin, trapping them in human form, the Selkie may seem peaceful and kind, but their heart longs for the sea. And when the moment comes, they will leave without hesitation, abandoning their human families and returning to their true home beneath the waves. For those left behind, the Selkie's departure feels like betrayal, turning the protectors into predators of the heart. The Kelpies of Scottish lore take this tension to its darkest extremes. As spirits of the rivers and lochs, Kelpies can appear as beautiful horses or even as attractive humans. Their goal, however, is not to protect but to lure. To the untrained eye, they seem gentle, beckoning with their beauty, offering a ride or companionship. But the moment someone reaches out, the Kelpie's skin becomes adhesive, binding its victim to them, and they drag their unsuspecting prey into the depths. The same waters that offer life are now the grave, and the Kelpie, the charming protector, has revealed its predatory nature. Even in Norse mythology, the duality of water creatures is evident. The Jormungandr, the great serpent that encircles the world, is both protector and destroyer. As long as the serpent remains in the ocean's depths, the balance of the world is maintained. But when it rises, when its massive form breaks the surface, it brings chaos and ruin. The serpent's role is to contain the forces of destruction, but it is also the force itself, a predator waiting beneath the waves, ready to strike at the end of days. In African folklore, Mami Wata is a powerful water spirit revered as both healer and seductress. Her beauty is said to be otherworldly, mesmerizing those who encounter her. She is worshipped as a goddess of fertility, health, and wealth, bringing prosperity to those who honor her. But Mami Wata's blessings come with conditions, and if she is angered or disrespected, her benevolent nature can turn dark. She may lure people into the water, where they vanish, or send storms that devastate the land. Like the rivers and seas she commands, Mami Wata can nurture life, but her wrath is as fierce as the ocean's fury. The ambiguity of these aquatic beings is not simply a reflection of their nature, but a reflection of humanity's relationship with the natural world. Water is essential to life, yet it is untamable, unpredictable. We cannot control the rivers, lakes, or seas, and the creatures that dwell within remind us of this harsh truth. They protect when we respect them, when we understand the delicate balance of nature. But when we push too far, when we forget that water has its own laws and limits, these protectors become predators, reminding us of our vulnerability. The Japanese Kawa no Kami, river gods who dwell in streams and rivers, embody this dual role perfectly. They are spirits who bring life to the land through their waters, ensuring the crops grow and the earth is nourished. But they are also fiercely protective of their domain. If someone pollutes their waters or disrespects their sacred rivers, the Kawa no Kami can become vengeful, unleashing floods that wash away everything in their path. The river, once a source of life, becomes a weapon of destruction. In many of these myths, the creatures of the water are not inherently evil or good. They are guardians of a delicate balance, a balance that is easily upset by human arrogance or carelessness. Their protective nature is tied to the health of the rivers, lakes, and seas they inhabit, and their predatory side is a response to the disruption of that balance. As you stand at the water's edge, feeling the weight of these ancient stories, there's a deep understanding that you are in the presence of something far greater than yourself. The water is alive with history, with the echoes of those who have come before, and the creatures who have watched over them, sometimes as protectors, sometimes as predators. There is no easy way to tell which side of the myth you are facing, for the water does not reveal its secrets lightly. It guards them fiercely, like the creatures who dwell within, waiting and watching. And in that waiting, there is a quiet, powerful reminder: respect the water, for it holds life and death in equal measure. There's something about water that stirs both fear and awe. Standing on the edge of a stormy sea, watching waves crash violently against the shore, it's impossible not to feel the power in it. In its calm, it soothes, but in its rage, it destroys. Throughout history, water has been more than just a natural force. It has been a symbol of life, death, mystery, and transformation. The way it shifts so easily from stillness to fury, from a gentle river to a deadly flood, has made it an enduring symbol in myth and legend. Water's ability to give life and to take it away has instilled both reverence and fear in every culture that has come into contact with it. Ancient peoples stood in awe of water, recognizing its role in shaping the world around them. It wasn't just a physical element, it was an untamed spirit, a being with moods and tempers that could not be controlled. Rivers could swell unexpectedly, drowning entire villages. The sea could rise without warning, pulling sailors down into its depths. It was alive in a way that other elements were not. Fire burns and wind howls, but water could be silent, slipping in without notice, or thunderous, crashing in waves so high they block out the sky. In many myths, water is a force that demands respect. It is seen as something that cannot be bargained with or tamed. The story of the Great Flood, present in different variations across cultures, is a perfect example of this. Whether it is the biblical tale of Noah or the Mesopotamian legend of Gilgamesh, the floodwaters rise without mercy, wiping out the world as it is known. The waters do not discriminate, they destroy kings and peasants alike, cleansing the earth and reminding humanity of its fragility in the face of nature's wrath. These floods are not just natural disasters, they are symbols of the water's absolute power, a force that can reset life itself. But water doesn't just kill, it transforms. In many myths, immersion in water represents a crossing into another realm, a journey from one state of being to another. The act of being submerged is seen as a moment of both death and rebirth. In the Greek myth of Orpheus, when he loses his beloved Eurydice to the underworld, he must cross the river Styx, the dark, mystical barrier that separates the living from the dead. The river, with its silent, eerie currents, represents the passage between life and death, a crossing that cannot be undone. For the Celts, water was considered sacred, a bridge between worlds. They believed that lakes, rivers, and springs were doorways to the divine. Offerings were often left in these waters to appease the spirits that lived within, to ensure their favor or avoid their anger. But even as people sought blessings from these waters, there was always an underlying fear. You could never know when the water might decide to turn against you, when the gods who controlled it might demand a sacrifice. In Hindu mythology, the river Ganga is more than just a source of life, she is a goddess. Her waters are believed to purify, to wash away sins, but her origins are steeped in danger. When Ganga was brought down from the heavens, her force was so great that she could have destroyed the earth. Only the intervention of the god Shiva, who caught her in his matted hair, saved the world from her fury. The story of Ganga reminds us of the delicate balance between water's nurturing qualities and its potential for destruction. The reverence for water in myth often comes from the recognition that water is unpredictable. It is not a force that can be controlled or fully understood. In many African traditions, water spirits like Mami Wata are seen as both beautiful and dangerous. They represent the allure of the unknown, the mystery of the deep, but also the threat that comes with venturing too close. Mami Wata can bless those who honor her, bringing prosperity and health, but she can also drown those who disrespect her. The duality of her nature, like that of water itself, demands both reverence and caution. Even today, we retain an instinctive respect for water's power. We may have learned to dam rivers and build seawalls, but when the ocean rises or the rivers overflow, there's little we can do but watch as entire towns are swallowed. In the stillness that follows a flood, or the eerie calm after a storm, there's a sense that something greater than us is at work. Water has a way of reminding us that we are not masters of the earth, we are merely inhabitants, and nature holds the reins. The myths of water monsters, of beings that dwell beneath the surface, reflect this fear. These creatures often represent the unknown dangers lurking beneath calm waters, the kraken, the Loch Ness monster, the kappa in Japanese folklore. They are embodiments of the fear that the water holds secrets, that its depths are home to things we cannot comprehend. The sea, vast and unexplored, becomes a place of mystery, filled with creatures that defy understanding. To venture into the water is to face these unknowns, to risk encountering the monsters that hide below. But for all its danger, water is also seen as a source of life, a purifier, a giver of new beginnings. In many traditions, water is used in rituals of baptism and cleansing, a way to wash away the past and begin anew. The act of stepping into the water, of being submerged, is symbolic of shedding one's old self and emerging reborn. Water carries the weight of transformation, of change, of renewal. And yet, even in this role, water remains unpredictable. It can cleanse, but it can also consume. It can give life, but it can also take it away in an instant. The balance between fear and reverence is a constant theme in these myths, a reminder that while water is essential for survival, it is also a force that must be respected. The line between life and death is thin when it comes to water, and the stories we tell about it reflect our attempts to understand and navigate that delicate balance. There is something humbling about standing at the water's edge, feeling the pull of the tide or watching a river surge after heavy rains. It reminds us that we are small, that the world is full of forces beyond our control. Water, with its ability to shape the land, to give life and to take it away, is one of the most powerful symbols of nature's unpredictable might. And in that power, we find both fear and awe, a reverence for something far greater than ourselves. The sun sets, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink as the calm waters of the lake shimmer like diamonds. Families gather by the shore, laughter echoing against the backdrop of nature. But in the stillness of the evening, there's an undercurrent of excitement and fear. Tales of river and lake monsters have seeped into the fabric of local folklore, and people often whisper of encounters that send shivers down the spine. In this modern age, when everything seems explainable and scientific, reports of mysterious creatures lurking beneath the surface continue to surface, reminding us that the unknown is always just a heartbeat away. From the depths of Loch Ness in Scotland to the vastness of Lake Champlain in Vermont, sightings of legendary creatures have captured imaginations and ignited hopes. Could there really be something monstrous gliding through those waters? In 2019, a fisherman in Lake Champlain claimed to have seen a massive creature that appeared to be more than a log or a wave. He described it as long, with a series of humps rising and falling as it swam. The excitement in his voice was palpable, the glint in his eyes unmistakable. When he spoke of the moment, it felt as if he was transported back to that encounter, his heart racing as he relived the thrill of witnessing something extraordinary. But it's not just in the United States where sightings occur. In the vast, eerie depths of Loch Ness, people from around the world continue to visit, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary Nessie. With every wave that laps against the shore, there's a hope that maybe, just maybe, the fabled creature will reveal itself. In recent years, drones have been used to scan the water from above, searching for anything out of the ordinary. In 2020, an intriguing photo surfaced showing a dark shape beneath the water, reigniting debates about Nessie's existence. Could it be a shadow? A large fish? Or perhaps something far more mythical? Each claim of a sighting resonates deeply within our collective psyche. They tap into something primal, something we can hardly articulate but feel in our bones. The fear of the unknown is a powerful force. It can make our hearts race and our palms sweat. When a fisherman describes feeling watched, his heart pounding as he senses a presence beneath his boat, we understand that mixture of wonder and fear. It's a feeling we can relate to, standing alone in the dark, sensing something behind us, the hairs on our arms standing on end. Another compelling tale comes from a woman named Sarah who went camping by a secluded lake in British Columbia. As she sat by the fire, the night was quiet, the only sounds coming from the crackling wood and the gentle lapping of the water. Suddenly, she heard something. It started as a low rumble, almost like a growl, that sent chills down her spine. Peering into the darkness, she spotted movement in the water, a large shape moving just beneath the surface. Sarah described it as a massive, shadowy figure that seemed to glide effortlessly, its wake leaving ripples in the otherwise still water. When she returned home, she recounted her experience, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement, convinced she had seen something that defied explanation. These stories hold a power that extends beyond mere entertainment. They connect us to a sense of mystery and adventure that seems to dwindle in our modern lives. In an age filled with technology and concrete jungles, the thrill of the unknown is enticing. Every sighting of a lake or river monster serves as a reminder that there are still secrets lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. It reminds us of the vastness of nature and the wonders that could still exist beyond our comprehension. Social media has amplified these tales, with platforms serving as gathering places for those eager to share their experiences. Videos claiming to show the elusive creatures create a buzz, drawing in curious viewers. Some are skeptics, ready to dismiss the footage as mere trickery, while others are mesmerized, swept away by the possibility that these legendary beings could still roam the waters. With each post, the legend grows, igniting the imaginations of those who may never have considered that such creatures could exist. But these encounters are not without their emotional weight. For those who have witnessed something extraordinary, there's a feeling of isolation in their experience. Friends and family might brush off their tales, labeling them as mere stories or misinterpretations of common wildlife. The emotional turmoil of wanting to be believed, of sharing a moment that changed their perspective of reality, lingers long after the encounter. It can be deeply personal, like a secret shared with the water, a connection that feels both beautiful and haunting. Every tale shared is a thread woven into the larger tapestry of human experience. Each sighting, every whispered rumor, becomes a part of our cultural identity. In the stories of river and lake monsters, we find echoes of our own fears, desires, and wonder. These mythical creatures remind us that life is not just about the tangible, there's magic to be found in the mystery, in the spaces between reality and legend. Even skeptics find themselves captivated by these stories. There's a thrill in pondering the possibility of what lies beneath the water, a tantalizing question that invites speculation. What if there are creatures that have survived through the ages, hidden from our eyes? The very thought sends a thrill of excitement down the spine. Perhaps it's not just about the monsters themselves, but what they represent. They embody our fears of the unknown and our longing for adventure. They remind us of a time when the world was full of unexplained phenomena, when the mysteries of nature held sway over our understanding. In the stories we tell, we find connections to our ancestors who looked at the same waters and imagined the same monsters. We carry those stories forward, breathing life into the legends with each new sighting. As the sun sets on the horizon, casting long shadows over the water, we remain entranced by the possibilities that lie beneath the surface. Each ripple carries whispers of those who have come before us, stories of love, loss, and the haunting thrill of the unknown. The water continues to call to us, a siren song that beckons us closer. In those depths, something stirs, an echo of ancient myths, a reminder that the world still holds its secrets. And as long as there are those willing to listen, the legends of river and lake monsters will live on, weaving their way into the fabric of our hearts and imaginations. In the stillness of dawn, the mist hovers just above the water, creating an almost magical atmosphere. Fishermen quietly cast their lines, and hikers walk along the banks, their breaths visible in the crisp air. Yet beneath that serene surface, there are whispers of creatures that could make the heart race. This is where cryptozoologists come in, those brave souls who devote their lives to searching for the unknown, the monsters that some say have been lurking in the shadows of our lakes and rivers for centuries. Cryptozoology, the study of creatures whose existence hasn't been proven, is as fascinating as it is controversial. Imagine waking up every day with a burning curiosity to discover what lies beneath the depths of the water. For many cryptozoologists, this passion is not just about chasing legends, it's a quest filled with hope, excitement, and a touch of fear. The world is full of mysterious tales, tales of creatures that many dismiss as myths, yet they still pull at the heartstrings of those who believe. One such story comes from a group of researchers who ventured into the heart of the Amazon rainforest. They had heard whispers of a creature that the local tribes called Mapinguari, said to be a giant, hairy beast that guarded the rivers. Armed with cameras and a spirit of adventure, they trekked through the thick foliage, heart pounding with each rustle of leaves. As night fell, they set up camp by a quiet stream, their senses heightened by the sounds of the jungle. The shadows danced around them, and fear crept in, mingling with excitement. They were on the brink of something extraordinary. As darkness enveloped them, the air grew thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, causing their hearts to skip a beat. The researchers froze, staring into the darkness, wondering if they had come face to face with the creature they had been searching for. In that moment, they felt a connection to something ancient, something primal. It was a reminder that the world still held mysteries that science couldn't easily explain. Was this the moment they had hoped for, or just a trick of the night? Cryptozoologists often find themselves in these intense situations, where the line between fear and wonder blurs. The thrill of possibly encountering a creature like the Loch Ness Monster or the Agapogo in Lake Okanagan is a powerful motivation. These creatures, often described as elusive and enigmatic, live in the collective imagination of many cultures. They symbolize the mysteries that still exist in our world, and the quest to find them is a reflection of humanity's enduring desire to explore the unknown. But the journey is not without its challenges. Many skeptics argue that these creatures are merely figments of imagination or misidentifications of known animals. Yet, for every doubter, there are those who have experienced encounters that defy explanation. A fisherman in Lake Champlain recalls a night where he spotted something massive beneath the surface, a shadowy figure that caused his heart to race. He still talks about it with a mix of awe and fear, convinced he saw something extraordinary. These stories inspire cryptozoologists to continue their work, collecting data and interviewing witnesses. They document every sighting, hoping to find patterns or evidence that could validate their research. It's a labor of love, driven by the belief that there's more to our world than what we can see. Each sighting fuels their passion, reinforcing the idea that humanity is still connected to nature in profound ways. The thrill of possibly discovering a new species, one that could rewrite our understanding of the world, is enough to keep them going, despite the countless hours spent in remote locations and the skepticism they face. The emotional stakes are high in the world of cryptozoology. It's not just about the thrill of the chase, it's about connection. These researchers often find themselves touched by the stories of those who claim to have witnessed these creatures. A young girl who saw a lake monster while on a camping trip, her eyes wide with wonder, an old fisherman recounting the tale of a river spirit that saved his life. Each story adds to the tapestry of myth and reality, creating a shared narrative that resonates deeply with all who hear it. For many cryptozoologists, their work represents hope and healing. They venture into the wild not just to seek monsters, but to reclaim a sense of wonder lost in the mundane. The act of searching brings them closer to nature and reminds them of life's mysteries, much like the stories told around campfires. The shared thrill of uncertainty ignites a spark within, one that has the power to connect generations through the tales of creatures that might just exist. Moreover, the quest for these elusive beings shines a light on the fragile ecosystems they inhabit. By studying and discussing the existence of these mythical monsters, cryptozoologists often bring attention to the need for conservation. Every river and lake holds its own ecosystem, and the stories of its monsters remind us that these habitats are worth protecting. When researchers search for a creature, they also advocate for the preservation of the environment, drawing awareness to the importance of keeping our waters clean and our wildlife safe. There's something magical about the notion that the impossible could be real. The idea that beneath the calm waters, a creature, perhaps resembling a dinosaur, could be lurking, waiting to be discovered, sends shivers down the spine. For many, it is this very possibility that fuels their fascination with cryptozoology. They envision a world where science and myth intertwine, where the boundaries of reality expand with every expedition into the unknown. As the sun sets on another day, and the stars begin to twinkle above, the water reflects their glow, creating a tapestry of light. The whispers of legends continue to call out to those brave enough to listen. In the hearts of cryptozoologists, the search for the real monsters becomes a journey of hope, love for nature, and a yearning for the extraordinary. Each story, each sighting, adds to the chorus of belief that echoes through the ages. Perhaps the true monster is not the creature itself, but the fear of the unknown that it represents. In embracing that fear and chasing that unknown, we find a connection to something larger than ourselves. Cryptozoologists, with their hearts full of wonder, invite us to believe that the magic of the world is still alive, hidden beneath the surface, waiting for the brave to uncover its mysteries. And as long as there are those willing to search, the spirit of adventure will continue to thrive, reminding us all that there is beauty in the unknown. The chill of the night air wraps around you as you sit by the water's edge, staring into the inky depths. The moonlight casts a silver glow, and for a moment, the world feels alive with possibilities. It is in this mysterious space that many have felt the shiver of fear mixed with excitement, a sense of something lurking just beneath the surface. Stories of lake and river monsters have captured the imagination of people for generations, inspiring not just local legends but also shaping the very fabric of popular culture. From the murky waters of Loch Ness, where the legendary Nessie swims, to the dark, twisting currents of the Amazon, the tales of water monsters have seeped into the pages of books, the frames of films, and the strokes of countless artworks. These creatures evoke emotions that range from fear to fascination, reminding us that the unknown can be both beautiful and terrifying. Their influence stretches far and wide, transforming them into symbols of mystery, adventure, and even danger. In literature, these aquatic monsters have taken on various forms. Classic novels like H.G. Wells's The Water Babies introduce readers to the idea of transformation and redemption through the lens of a water spirit. This tale of a young boy who becomes a water baby after drowning explores themes of life and death, innocence, and the interconnectedness of all living things. The image of the water baby becomes a haunting yet enchanting figure, echoing the stories of countless people who have felt drawn to the water, yet fearful of what lies beneath. Then there's the chilling presence of the creature in Stephen King's It. This monster takes the form of Pennywise, a clown who terrorizes the town of Derry, Maine. The eerie connection to the sewers, where the river monsters of the mind lurk, creates a powerful metaphor for the fears that lie hidden in the depths of our consciousness. King taps into the primal fear of being consumed, reminding us that monsters can often be reflections of our inner turmoil, manifesting in forms that resonate with our deepest anxieties. Movies have brought these legends to life in vivid detail, allowing audiences to experience the thrill of the chase firsthand. Films like Jaws present a chilling portrait of the great white shark, transforming it into a monstrous figure that embodies our fear of the unknown. The beach, once a place of joy and relaxation, becomes a scene of terror, reminding viewers that even the most beautiful places can harbor danger. The movie's haunting theme music strikes a chord in every viewer's heart, sending shivers down their spine as they remember the thrill of the hunt, both for the characters and themselves. In more fantastical films, the creature from the Black Lagoon stands as a testament to the allure of the monster. With its scaly skin and haunting eyes, it draws in audiences, invoking sympathy despite its monstrous appearance. This transformation of the creature from a mere villain to a tragic figure invites viewers to confront their own biases about what defines a monster. Could it be that the real monster lies in our perceptions and fears rather than in the creature itself? Art, too, has found inspiration in these stories. The haunting beauty of aquatic monsters appears in paintings and sculptures, evoking emotions that range from terror to awe. Artists have depicted them as graceful beings gliding through the water or terrifying figures emerging from the depths. Each brushstroke captures the essence of these creatures, reflecting our collective fascination with the unknown. Take the art of H.R. Giger, for example. His otherworldly designs in films like Alien blur the line between beauty and horror, often drawing inspiration from the depths of the ocean. The creatures in his work resonate with the themes of aquatic monsters, reminding us of the fear that comes with exploring the unknown. In his hands, these figures become metaphors for the parts of ourselves we hide away, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed. The influence of these monsters extends beyond literature and film. They have inspired festivals, merchandise, and a whole subculture of enthusiasts dedicated to the exploration of these myths. From Loch Ness to Lake Champlain, communities celebrate their legendary creatures with festivals that bring people together, igniting a sense of wonder and excitement. Families gather to share stories, participate in treasure hunts, and enjoy the magic that these tales bring to life. In modern times, documentaries and reality shows have taken the fascination further, diving into the stories of river and lake monsters. They invite viewers to question what might be real and what might be merely folklore. Each episode leaves viewers with a sense of curiosity, encouraging them to explore the waters around them, always wondering if they might catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. Beyond entertainment, the stories of these monsters serve as a reminder of our relationship with nature. They highlight the importance of respecting the environments that surround us. The idea that something so powerful and mysterious exists in our waters challenges us to consider our impact on these ecosystems. The monsters of our tales often symbolize the fragile balance of nature, urging us to protect the waters that cradle our communities and dreams. As the night grows darker and the moon rises higher, the water sparkles like stars scattered across a vast, undulating sky. With each wave, the stories of river and lake monsters continue to ripple through our culture. They tap into a shared fear, a collective imagination that invites us to explore the unknown, to embrace the thrill of possibility. These monsters embody the duality of fear and wonder. They remind us of the thin veil between reality and myth, where anything is possible. In our hearts, we carry the echoes of their stories, weaving them into the very fabric of our lives. They influence our art, our literature, and our films, becoming a part of our collective consciousness, reminding us that the monsters we fear may just be reflections of our deepest desires and dreams. With every story shared, every film watched, and every painting admired, we breathe life into these legends. They remind us that the world is still full of mysteries, and that the waters, in all their beauty and terror, will continue to hold secrets waiting to be uncovered. In that sense, the monsters of our lakes and rivers are not just creatures of fear, they are symbols of the unknown, inviting us to look closer, to wonder, and to dream. The sun begins to set, casting a golden glow across the water's surface, transforming it into a shimmering blanket of light. As day turns to night, whispers of ancient tales fill the air, echoing through time and sparking the imagination. Stories of aquatic monsters swirl in the minds of people, igniting a mix of fear and fascination that has persisted for centuries. But what is it about these mysterious water creatures that captivates the human spirit? At the heart of it lies a fundamental aspect of human nature, the thirst for the unknown. The world is filled with uncertainties, and water, with its vastness and depth, embodies those uncertainties. It's both familiar and foreign, nurturing and terrifying. This duality draws us in, making us curious about what lies beneath the surface. Aquatic monsters symbolize the aspects of our lives that we cannot control, the fears that bubble beneath our consciousness, waiting for a moment to surface. When people gather around a campfire, sharing ghost stories, they often speak of the dark waters of the local lake where something terrible is said to lurk. These tales connect us to our primal instincts, triggering feelings of suspense and thrill. As we listen, our hearts race and our imaginations run wild. The fear of the unknown creates a bond among us, reminding us that we are not alone in our fears. We share the same wonder, the same apprehension about what might be hiding in the depths. This storytelling serves a purpose beyond mere entertainment. It acts as a safety net, a way to confront our fears in a controlled environment. By engaging with these narratives, we can explore the darker aspects of life without facing real danger. The stories of aquatic monsters allow us to grapple with the idea of fear itself, confronting the monsters in our minds while remaining safely on dry land. They help us understand our anxieties, giving shape to the emotions that can often feel overwhelming. Children, in particular, are drawn to these tales. The thrill of the unknown excites their imaginations, and the fear of water monsters often mirrors their fears of the world around them. As they hear stories of creatures lurking beneath the waves, they learn valuable lessons about caution and respect for nature. These tales can help children process their own emotions, turning fear into fascination. They give kids a way to voice their worries, to explore the concept of danger in a way that feels safe. But it's not just children who are enchanted by these stories. Adults, too, find comfort in them. In a world filled with unpredictability, tales of aquatic monsters remind us of our vulnerability. They echo the idea that, like the vast waters, life can be deep and mysterious. These stories can serve as metaphors for personal struggles, reflecting the challenges we face in our daily lives. The monsters become symbols of our fears, and in confronting them, we find a path to resilience. Aquatic monsters also connect us to our history and heritage. Many cultures have their own versions of these creatures, each with its own unique spin on the tale. From the legendary Loch Ness Monster of Scotland to the fearsome water spirits of indigenous tribes, these stories are woven into the very fabric of our societies. They serve as cultural touchstones, preserving traditions and reminding us of our shared humanity. By telling these stories, we honor those who came before us, keeping their memories alive while passing down important life lessons to future generations. The allure of aquatic monsters also speaks to our fascination with nature. Water is a powerful element that holds both life and death within its depths. It has the ability to nourish and sustain, but it can also be destructive and unforgiving. The creatures of the water symbolize this duality, representing the untamed power of nature. As we tell stories about them, we express our reverence for the natural world, acknowledging its beauty and its dangers. Moreover, these monsters serve as reminders of our connection to the environment. As we share tales of the creatures lurking in lakes and rivers, we become more aware of the ecosystems around us. The monsters represent the need to protect our waters and the life within them. They urge us to consider our impact on the environment, igniting a sense of responsibility toward preserving the beauty and mystery of the natural world. The thrill of aquatic monsters extends into the realm of modern culture. Movies, books, and art all draw inspiration from these ancient tales, keeping them alive for new generations. Each retelling brings a fresh perspective, allowing us to engage with the narratives in new ways. The fear, excitement, and wonder these creatures inspire continue to resonate, proving that the power of storytelling is timeless. With each new retelling, we find ourselves enchanted anew. Whether through a terrifying movie, a captivating novel, or an intriguing artwork, these stories remain vibrant, offering us a glimpse into the depths of our collective psyche. They remind us that the monsters we fear are not always out there in the water, they can also exist within us. In moments of reflection, standing by the water, we might find ourselves contemplating the stories of old. The sound of rippling waves may stir memories of campfire tales shared with friends, sparking our imagination once again. Each splash of water may evoke a story, a character, a feeling, drawing us into a world where anything is possible. The psychological appeal of aquatic monsters lies in their ability to evoke emotion, provoke thought, and create a sense of wonder. They reflect our fears, our histories, and our connection to nature, reminding us that while we may never fully understand the depths, we can still celebrate the mysteries they hold. In this way, aquatic monsters will continue to swim through our stories, their influence echoing across time and space, forever captivating the human heart. As the moon rises high above the water, a soft mist swirls, wrapping around the surface like a gentle embrace. The stillness of the night is punctuated by the sound of water lapping against the shore, a calming yet eerie melody that speaks of secrets held beneath the surface. In the depths of rivers and lakes, whispers of ancient tales linger, filling the air with a haunting allure. Stories of aquatic monsters have captured human imagination for centuries, weaving themselves into the very fabric of our existence. Their legacy is one of mystery and wonder, a testament to the power of nature and the depths of human curiosity. These monsters are more than mere figments of folklore, they represent the unknown aspects of our world and ourselves. Each tale of a river or lake creature carries with it a sense of awe and fear, reflecting our struggle to comprehend the vastness of life. From the Loch Ness Monster, gliding through the Scottish waters, to the elusive Mokombembe, said to roam the rivers of Africa, these creatures symbolize the boundaries of human knowledge. They remind us that there are still corners of the earth that remain shrouded in mystery, waiting to be explored, waiting for us to understand their stories. The allure of these aquatic beings is rooted in their duality. They are both protectors and predators, guardians of the waters and harbingers of doom. The very nature of water is paradoxical. It can bring life and nourish the earth, yet it can also drown and destroy. Aquatic monsters embody this complexity, serving as metaphors for our fears and desires. They represent the delicate balance between harmony and chaos, urging us to respect the power of nature. As children, we are enchanted by these tales. They ignite our imaginations, pulling us into a world where anything is possible. The thrill of a story about a lake monster lurking just beneath the surface fills us with both fear and excitement. We are drawn to the unknown, yearning to uncover its secrets while simultaneously feeling the urge to run away. This dance between fear and fascination is a powerful aspect of human nature, and aquatic monsters are the perfect embodiment of this interplay. Throughout history, these creatures have evolved, adapting to the cultures that tell their stories. Different societies have their own versions, each adding layers of meaning to the myths. In some cultures, these beings are revered as sacred protectors of water, while in others, they are seen as malevolent spirits seeking revenge. This richness of interpretation highlights the diverse ways in which we understand our world, our environment, and ourselves. The legacy of these aquatic monsters continues to grow, shaped by the experiences and beliefs of those who share their tales. The stories of these creatures also carry a sense of warning. They teach us to respect the power of water, urging us to approach it with caution. Rivers and lakes can be beautiful and serene, but they also hold danger beneath their calm exteriors. The legends of drowning and despair remind us of the fragility of life, compelling us to honor the forces of nature that sustain us. Each tale carries a lesson, a reminder to tread carefully, to be aware of our surroundings, and to appreciate the delicate balance of life. As adults, we find comfort in revisiting these stories. They evoke nostalgia, transporting us back to simpler times when the world felt full of wonder. We reminisce about evenings spent around a fire, sharing ghost stories with friends, hearts racing with both fear and laughter. These moments bind us together, creating lasting memories that resonate with the stories we tell. The aquatic monsters of our childhood remain etched in our hearts, their legacy enduring as we pass the tales to the next generation. In modern culture, the fascination with these creatures persists. Movies, books, and art continue to draw inspiration from the legends of river and lake monsters, keeping them alive for new audiences. The excitement of a monster emerging from the depths remains a potent symbol of the unknown, captivating the imaginations of children and adults alike. As we watch thrilling films featuring colossal creatures rising from the water, we are reminded of our primal fears and our deep-rooted desire to explore the mysteries of the world. Yet, as we share these stories, we also confront the environmental challenges that threaten our waters. The legacy of aquatic monsters serves as a call to action, urging us to protect our rivers and lakes. Each tale reminds us of the importance of preserving these ecosystems, for the monsters that dwell within them are not just creatures of myth, but symbols of our connection to nature. The stories compel us to advocate for the health of our waters, ensuring that future generations can continue to tell their tales. The enduring power of river and lake monsters lies in their ability to evoke deep emotions, to connect us to our past, and to inspire us to look toward the future. They remind us of the beauty of mystery and the importance of exploration, urging us to seek out the unknown while embracing the stories that shape our understanding of the world. Each tale is a thread woven into the tapestry of humanity, uniting us across cultures and generations. As we stand by the water's edge, gazing into its depths, we can almost hear the echoes of those ancient tales calling to us. The moonlight dances on the surface, and for a moment, we might just believe that the stories are true. Perhaps the monsters still lurk beneath, waiting for the right moment to rise and share their wisdom. The legacy of these aquatic beings will continue to ripple through time, touching the hearts and minds of all who dare to listen. In every splash, every whisper of the wind, and every reflection on the water's surface, the mysteries endure, reminding us of the powerful bond between humanity and the aquatic world.